The green flag flies, and it's time to drop the hammer.
It's free wide, heading towards the checkers.
Oh, everybody's crashing!
Side by side for the win!
He muscles him up and out of the groove! Now contact and around!
And this is going to stack up about 15 of them!
It's 3 wide for 3 rows! Kyle Larson has pulled off grand larceny!
Unbelievable!
NASCAR has come back to the Music City of Nashville, and off of a Crown Jewel 600-miler a week ago in NASCAR's home. Now it comes to one of the most vibing cities in the United States. Hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens. Welcome to the Nashville Superspeedway in Lebanon, Tennessee. Thanks for having us in for the race. Seth Eaves comes up in just a moment. The 600 miles at Charlotte, always a marathon, always a demanding test for driver and team, one of the biggest tests in all of NASCAR. Surprising result last week in Charlotte. More on that in just a moment. Obviously, it was an extremely emotional week as well. Now with a full week for the NASCAR community to dwell on the passing of Kyle Busch, and after the 600 miles at Charlotte, now we come to the Nashville Superspeedway, which is one of the most unique racetracks on the NASCAR Tour. So, we have run 13 races on the season. That means we are halfway home in the regular season. That 13 races down, 13 to go to make the chase. And as it always seems to be, after the Coca-Cola World 600, everyone starts paying a little bit more attention to the championship standings. And certainly this year, with the new/old chase system back, there's a lot to pay attention to over these next 13 weeks. Let's take a look at those championship standings and how they stack up through the first half of the regular season. Tyler Reddick, of course, has been on this legendary tear. Through 13 races, he has 9 top 5 finishes. That means his championship lead on Denny Hamlin is 122 points. Reddick seems as if he is in his unbeatable era. Hamlin and the rest of the Chase group going to have to do a lot to run him down to take that enormous 100-point bonus, which comes to the championship leader at the end of the regular season. Ryan Blaney still sits third, Ty Gibbs fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out page 197 points back of the championship leader. Even further back, page 2 guys, Kyle Larson, a former Nashville winner, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, Carson Hocevar, who finished second in this race a year ago, and then Hocevar's teammate at Spire Motorsports, last week's winner at Charlotte, Daniel Suarez, moving up to 10th in the championship. Number on the right now will tell you how far ahead the drivers are of the Chase cutoff. 16 drivers, of course, make the chase for the Cup. Brad Keselowski just 55 points above the cut line. William Byron, who just hasn't been up to snuff yet this year in that 24 car, sits 49 points above that cut line. Darrell Wallace Jr. has dropped 11 positions in the championship standings over the last 11 weeks. Shane Van Gisbergen had one of his best oval runs ever last week. He still sits inside the chase. So too does Chase Briscoe, but only by 16 points. It's been an inconsistent first 13 races for Briscoe and the 19 team. There's that red cut line, and just above it is Ryan Preece. More on him as we go on. He's 15 points ahead of Austin Cindric, who's 15 points below the Chase cut line. Joey Logano's uneven start to the season has him 18th, AJ Allmendinger 19th. Michael McDowell still a part of the mix to make it into the chase, he is 55 points below the cut line. Maximum point gain possible this season with the additional points rewarded to race winners is 76. So any of the drivers below the cut line on this page could jump into the top 16 by night's end. That's the championship standings update after the Coca-Cola World 600 at Charlotte last week. Seth Eaves joins me here tonight. And Seth, storylines from Charlotte, well, the first one, of course, on track. Daniel Suarez with the win, and off he goes into the top 10 in the championship standings.
Yeah, great for him. Good to be back on with you on a NASCAR race again, everybody. With you and everybody else, this is just fantastic to be here. Although I hate the weather, but what are you gonna do? I'll tell you what. Daniel Suarez's win. I mean, look, you could say that he wasn't one of the contenders or whatever, but he did earn that win by holding off two of the best in the business on those restarts, and then he got the break with the weather. And it's just so weird to me, Matthew, that the 600, Charlotte's not as demanding a track as, say, a Darlington or, a Rokeworth or a Martinsville or some other places like that. But still, with the way the 600 works, you wouldn't expect that race to produce as many first-time / surprise winners as it does. And yet, here we are. This is all this track seems, that race seems through. So well done for Daniel, a much needed win, very emotional win. You could tell it was super emotional for him when he got out of the car when they announced the verdict last week. So yeah, man, this is going to be something else. And now it's big for him. Now the big question for him is, can he build on it? Is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah.
Well, he is now 62 points above the chase cut line. So Daniel Suarez in good position to make the chase for the cup. Maybe a name that most people didn't have ending the regular season top 16 in the championship standings. Another one of the big talking points this week in NASCAR Nation was Ryan Preece. The appeal for RFK after Preece was penalized following his contact at Texas with Ty Gibbs. That appeal was heard, and the appeal was upheld. So the loss in points has Preece now just 15 points above that cut line, Seth. And again, half of the regular season still to go. You've got Preece just holding on to a spot above the cut line, and you got two Penske cars that have just been uneven. That's the best way to describe them, and Austin Cindric and Joey Logano trying to run him down.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Penske cars have been nowhere most of the year, but as we hope to get to a little bit later on in the broadcast, Logano's had a Nashville win that's propelled him to heights before, so we'll see if he can maybe repeat the feat tonight. Who knows? But yeah, it's going to be rough for him again. Minus 29, but you still have a little bit of faith that he could pull it off, with the team. But I mean, we're halfway through the regular season, so he better start showing it. And Austin Cindric is, I don't mean this in a bad way, he's such an enigma. Like, for the longest time, you thought he was just a road course merchant. Now he's kind of fallen off ever since we've gone to this next-gen car. And some weeks, you won't see him in the top 15, top 20. Now, lo and behold, you get a few-week stretch of where he's in the top 5 or top 10, and he's even winning a race. So, he's an interesting driver, to put it mildly, and we'll see how he attacks the Nashville mile and a third tonight.
Yeah, we will certainly see how it goes with those Penske cars trying to live up to their teammate Ryan Blaney, who sits third in the championship standings. Speaking of Blaney, up towards the top of those standings, let's take a look at page 1 of the Quest for the Cup standings, Seth, because Tyler Reddick, I mean, he's just, every single week, he's either winning or he's top-fiving you to death. He has 9 top 5s in 13 races. You see that enormous lead that he has even on second-place Denny Hamlin. Qualifying here yesterday was rained out, so we set the grid by the metric and it's Reddick and Hamlin first and second in points. They're first and second on the grid tonight with Hamlin on pole and Reddick starting second. Those two have been the dominant forces this season. Beyond those two, you've had special guest appearances by other drivers, but by far the two most consistent drivers have been the ones that are first and second on your screen right there. That's where they start tonight. Is this going to be another race where it's dominated by the Toyotas and the Joe Gibbs Racing and 2311 stables?
Certainly has that feeling, does it not? I mean, it absolutely has that feeling. We did not qualify. Obviously, we did have a practice session, though. The fastest was Christopher Bell. So that would lead you to think, and this is one of those tracks. Track position, very important. You get that clean air, and you are going to be cooking. So we'll see. So, yeah, I would think the Toyotas are going to be the favorites tonight, but I guess we'll see.
We shall see indeed. We are hopefully getting set to start this race. Race was supposed to start about 10 minutes ago. We come on air. It is spitting a little bit of rain. It is not terribly hard rain, but it is persistent. The radars show that it should be escaping the track premises here very shortly, and hopefully we can get to track drying. Of course, this concrete racetrack takes less time to dry this racetrack than it does others. It's concrete, it's banked, it's only 1.33 miles. Hopefully we'll be racing very shortly. We say hi to our good friend Space Cowgirl in the comments. Glad to have you with us, and good evening to you. Glad to have you show up again.
That took me aback, because usually when we say hello to our good friend, I'm waiting for you to say the words Christian Malley after that. But instead we get Space. Nothing against you, Space Girl Cowboy, but just that took me aback for a little bit. But glad to have everybody that wants to be on with us tonight. Folks, we're in a rain delay. The longer it goes, tune in. Stay tuned. You'll be entertained, if anything else.
Yes, don't leave us for sure, as hopefully we'll be racing here soon. So, Seth was not with us last week for Indianapolis and Charlotte weekend. This rain delay has, of course, slowed us down here tonight. So, Seth, this is the first time for you to be with us since the tragic passing of Kyle Busch. Of course, last week's pre-race was so emotional, and we spent so much time on each of our streams last week at Indianapolis and Charlotte talking about the life and the legacy of Kyle Busch. I do want to just turn everything over to you and hand you the stage, because I know you have plenty of thoughts and plenty of KB memories, as we all do.
Well, at the risk of sounding scripted, I'll just be honest with you. Because I didn't know this was going to be coming towards me. Obviously, I didn't know we'd have time to how much time we'd have to touch on this. I'll just read to you most of what I put on Instagram back on May the 22nd so about 9 days ago. Kyle Busch, racer, winner, fiery competitor, champion, husband, father, polarizing. Whether you liked him or not, you can't deny that he's one of the 10 greatest drivers this sport has ever seen, and maybe you can rank him even higher based on raw talent. I do mean this, and look, we've had all across sports great villains. He played the villain role as well as anybody in sports history. I will die on that hill. But yet you respected him regardless, because you knew you had to go through him to win races and championships. I mean, it still doesn't feel real. I mean, 41 years old. My prayers, deepest sympathies continue to go out to Samantha, to Brexton, Lennox, Kurt, Tom, Gay, that whole family. I mean, it was just I was working another event when I got I think it was a text from you. I got it from you first before I got it from anybody on social media. I'm like, well, what? I mean, I'm still kind of shook, but I was really shook for most of last weekend, just thinking about the whole situation. I was like, this just is, so unreal. And that quote he gave for winning that truck race, God, it's gonna be one of the more haunting quotes in sports history now. Like I said, I put this right there. I think I don't want to use the term Mount Rushmore because that means, we use that for positive things or whatnot, or fun things. My thing is, I think if you're ranking some of the darkest days in the history of this sport, I think this one, May the 21st, 2026, ranks right up there now with obviously the passing of Dale Earnhardt and then the tragic deaths in a relatively short time frame of both Alan Kulwicki and Davey Allison.
Were you ever present? I'm trying to rattle in my head. Were you ever present for a Kyle Busch win?
In the stands, yes. On two separate occasions, I believe. One, Martinsville, spring 2016, and then the 2017 All-Star race.
Yeah, one of my first handful of races I was ever at. Kyle Busch won truck race at Charlotte in 2005. He had some veterans right behind him, and he was so young then. I was never present for one of his wins when he had gone into the great villain of the sport. But I was there for the 2015 Daytona 500. And, of course, the day before that in the, what was then Xfinity race is when he had that terrible crash, broke his legs, missed the 500. And I do have to say, I almost felt, and this was a very selfish thought for me, I almost felt cheated that Kyle was not there to run that race, and I didn't get to hear the crowd when they introduced him in driver introductions, because we know not only would the crowd do their thing when he was introduced to the fans, but also he would do his thing. He leaned into it, as you said. He played that role so extremely well, and I think, and this happened a lot, and actually still does happen all these years later with Dale Earnhardt, is Earnhardt lived to his persona a lot, both on the track and off of it. And in the wake of his untimely death 25 years ago, you start hearing all of these stories about all he did for people, and when he showed a lot of his heart to people, and we've gotten a lot of that over the last week and change about Kyle Busch. These drivers, there are some drivers, and certainly Kyle is one of them. He did almost on the racetrack play an acting role, but you hear all these stories of just the kind of person he was. And again, we're about a week and a half since the news of his passing, and the sport is in the process of grieving and now moving on. But I mean, his legacy is going to be forever talked about. I know that there was a lot of Hall of Fame talk this week about. I thought that was far too soon to be bringing that up. But yeah, his legacy is going to always be around. That's for sure. He won 4 times here at Nashville, never in the Cup Series, but he did win 4 times in what was then nationwide and truck races. He also scored a Busch win here at Nashville.
Yep, sure did. Had a lot of success. He had a lot of success everywhere, let's be honest. Even his so-called worst tracks, he found a way to win a couple of times at least. I mean, just unreal, man. Unreal.
Well, we will talk more about Kyle Busch as we go on throughout the entire season. Obviously, we will. Just unfortunately, this is what does happen when we lose someone, and every week it's the first time without Kyle at Nashville, first time at Michigan without Kyle, and we will certainly remember.
I mean, God help us when we get to Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, we'll certainly remember Kyle as the season goes on. As far as the race car, as you are well aware by now and were aware of last week, Kyle's race car, car number 8, has been renumbered to 33. For the second straight week, Austin Hill will pilot that number 33 car here tonight. As you see, kind of top right of your screen, he starts 25th on the grid. There is going to be media availability next weekend at Michigan, where Richard Childress will talk to the media. Have to imagine a big part of that will be the upcoming plans for the rest of the season for the Richard Childress Racing organization, and of course that particular team that is now the number 33 team. More storylines coming into the race tonight, Seth, and obviously as we get closer to the start, we'll have our normal ones to watch and all of that. Some more storylines coming into the week. Looking at Shane Van Gisbergen starting 10th on the grid tonight. Shane had one of his best, I think a lot of people would say his best performance on an oval last week, even though it's not his best career oval finish. It was his best overall oval performance. He got up there, led laps on merit, finished 11th in the 600 last week. He sits just inside that chase cut line that we showed you earlier by 28 points. What'd you think about Shane in the 600 at Charlotte last Sunday night?
Thought he was very good. Like I said, the last I've been kind of thinking this, and I might have even told you this. I don't know if I said it on air before. The worst thing, the last thing NASCAR drivers need to do is to let this guy figure ovals out. If you let him figure ovals out, then then he becomes the NASCAR what Alex Palou becomes the IndyCar, I guess. I mean, good grief. I mean, yeah, he brought it last week. Great performance, and yeah, he's making himself less of an afterthought and more of a threat on the ovals the more we go to them. So we'll see how that all works out. And I am, he's a heck of a wheelman, like I said, and a great performance last week in the top 5, smooth, steady race, coming off of that run of the gods at Watkins Glen prior. So we'll see what Shane does. Again, rolls off from 10th tonight, so that'll be a good starting spot for him. Once we get going, he'll be starting 10th. So looking forward to seeing how he goes.
Has stopped raining. At least it stopped raining hard. We're watching some interviews that Prime going through, and there's no more umbrellas being held by the drivers and the pit reporters on pit road, and there are some leaf blowers out to try to dry the pit boxes. So hopefully we'll be getting going fairly shortly. This is another week, Seth, where Corey Heim is amongst us in the Cup Series. Remember how many laps he led at Texas a handful of weeks back. He led the second most laps of anyone in that race, behind only the eventual race winner Chase Elliott. Had a really good run at Texas. We know how talented Heim is. He's back with us tonight, and he'll be with us full-time in the Cup Series in 2027. That was announced this weekend.
Well-deserved. Full-time move. Glad he's finally found something, because he is too talented of a driver not to be full-time in the O'Reilly or the Cup Series. So that's excellent. Good piece of business there by 2311. And we'll see now how that all works out for him. I have a feeling it's going to be absolutely wonderful for him. He's going to a very good team, so yeah, man.
I'd say that he has a good chance to be competitive tonight when he comes in to run that fourth 2311 car. He runs extremely well. Of course, last year at Kansas, he was the best finishing 2311 car in that race, that spring Kansas race. Mentioned the laps he led at Texas a few weeks back, so can't wait to see what Corey Heim does. He actually starts right next to his teammate Riley Herbst in row 12. Another 2311 car to talk about, Seth, Darrell Wallace Jr. had that great start to the season where he and Reddick were 1 and 2 in points. Wallace has backslid quite a bit in the championship of late, now 13th, so he's just above that chase cut line. Wallace really just needs to start getting into a rhythm of consistent finishes, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I mean, I think he would even tell you that probably. The consistency has to be there, or else he's going to find himself in trouble. Like you said, very alarming. You said what? He's averaging, if I heard you correctly, he's averaging losing a point or a position in the standings a week. One position a week he's averaging.
Yeah.
So that's I'm not an expert, nor do I play one on Twitter, or on TV, but that's not good.
He does have some good tracks upcoming on the schedule for him. Nashville, you would consider a good track for Bubba tonight. Michigan next week. But then you have some tracks like Pocono, San Diego, and Sonoma that you wouldn't exactly favor Bubba Wallace having a good run at. Let's talk about Hendrick Motorsports. They have just not been up to their normal standards through the first 13 races of this season, Seth. I remember how terrible Watkins Glen was for them. Last week it was Kyle Larson in the top 5, top 10, and then a bunch of nothing. Chase Elliott crashed early. William Byron struggled. They finally got it in the top 10 late. Alex Bowman was nowhere. We have the modification to the nose of the Chevrolet Camaro this season.
Front nose.
Thank you. They're obviously still trying a lot of different things out, but through 13 races, Hendrick Motorsports has the same amount of wins as Spire does now, and no one would have expected that.
Yeah, that's not good for Hendrick Motorsports. Mr. H, I mean, it's interesting to me that you say one thing you just said. I'm not trying to start one of these embrace debate shows or whatever, but like, at what point does the new nose stop being a reason / excuse? Like, we're halfway through the regular season now. Don't you think it's AIM, with their resources, should have this figured out by now?
Yeah, that's what's so tough to figure out, because, yeah, you're right. Now that we're to this point of the season, about just over a third of the way through the season, you would think they would have it figured out. But the way the schedule goes, we don't return to a track for a second time this year until we go to Atlanta on July 12th. So everywhere they're going for the first time with this body on the Camaro. They've got to find a way to figure out to be more consistent, because, again, Alex Bowman, he's either running in the top 5, and those are rare, or he's running outside the top 25. And that's what Bowman has done the majority of this season, is run well down the running order. He never really popped up last week at Charlotte. It feels like every result that Rudy Fugle and William Byron get, that they're pulling teeth to get it. Chase Elliott has won twice this year. Kyle Larson's probably been the most consistent of those Hendrick cars, but he doesn't have the win, and we're a calendar year plus since Larson's last victory at Kansas in the spring of last year. We'll see Larson, who's put up terrific numbers here at Nashville in the past, if he can start turning the tide the 5's way here tonight. What about those Spire cars? We already talked about Suarez winning last week. Carson Hocevar second in this race a year ago. Seth starts 17th tonight. What do you think we're going to see from from the new superstar face of the sport, if you will, Carson Hocevar?
I think we're going to see some spicy Dente riding in the Music City, baby. He's going to give it a go. You know he is. You know he's absolutely going to get the job done, and I think he'll be a factor tonight. And I cannot believe that we have. I'm seeing some of these scenes. I'm seeing in the behind-the-scenes camera. But yeah, man, I'm excited and to see what he can do tonight. Should be fun.
Yeah, will certainly be interesting to see what comes around for Carson here tonight, and we'll be watching him plenty as the night goes on. Remember, he was the runner-up in this race at Nashville a year ago. Of course, another Spire car, Daniel Suarez, and the other Michael McDowell. In fact, McDowell starting top 15
Hold that thought.
tonight.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. The number 1 overall seed is gone. St. Mary's has just walked off UCLA in an elimination game.
Wow. So, college baseball update there. So UCLA, who went 51-6 in the regular season, has been eliminated in the tournament. Wow, that is...
Sorry to interrupt you there. That was a pretty big development. He was rounding third. I was like, let me get in on this.
Boy, that's tough for UCLA.
Just the second number one national seed to be eliminated before the regional final. The other, last year, Vanderbilt.
Garbage system.
You know, I'm a college basketball super fan, but if you're one of those college basketball fans that's finding it less interesting to get into March Madness because of lack of upsets, here's your sport if you want to get in on that. Holy cow. Just be prepared for a lot of ump shows, though. God almighty.
Yeah, we love upsets until St. Mary's goes to the World Series.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we press on like a Lee nail here as the sun has popped out here at the Nashville Super Speedway in Lebanon, Tennessee, as hopefully we will be running the Cracker Barrel 400 sooner rather than later.
Air Titans have been deployed.
Yeah, stopped raining, sun's out, Air Titans are out. Sun's out, guns out, so are the Air Titans.
We have our first super regional ticket punched, by the way, as well, while we're staying on that update theme. North Carolina.
Okay.
They beat East Carolina 9-3. They will host either Texas A&M or Southern California in the...
All their fans were unhappy because the committee gave them a tough regional.
What? And from the two people that were the most involved that would know about it, what did me and Collins Janice tell you and try to tell everybody? That was so overblown because East Carolina and Tennessee were not the East Carolina and Tennessee of the last few years. That whole thing was so overblown. Leave it to that fan base to try to over-dramatize anything, though.
And we do love the people from North Carolina.
Yes, we do. The
University of North Carolina can be a different story. Anyway, we press on again. we don't want to lose any viewership, we promise. Glad to have you all with us tonight. We are. Let's go to our new screen, just so everyone that's just tuning in and doesn't know what's going on, just so you know why we're talking here and not calling a race. We are indeed in a weather
This is
delay.
the first time I'm seeing this screen.
Yes.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Look at him go.
You got a rain delay photo. You got all four, like Dean Smith. You got four corners covered. You got the cloudy sky with rain. You got the rain with the umbrella. You got the sad face, and you got the crying face. I tell you what, man. USM, maybe not a top-notch organization, but we try to act like one. Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes. Yes, believe us all, you don't want these rain delays to go much longer. Here's the reason for that. What we used to do on our old platform during rain delays was quite entertaining and funny. We can't do that on this platform anymore.
That's right.
Because, people get all sensitive. So we don't need these rain delays taking very long on this new platform. Hopefully it won't. Again, all rain promises to have moved out. Mother Nature gave us a promise. She better uphold it.
Good luck.
That this last cell that's moved through should be the last. It is certainly all that's on the radar. As I said, sun is also out. So hopefully we are good to go for the rest of the night. All we'll wait for is the track to be dried. Nashville Super Speedway, Seth. This is the sixth, thank you, Cup Series race at Nashville Seth, this is one of those racetracks that I did not think would ever get a Cup Series race. It was around starting in 2001 for what was then Busch, Trucks, and ARCA. Then it went away for a long time. I thought that was it for Nashville, but they've resurrected this racetrack. They've got a Cup Series date, and this is one of the best attended races on the Cup Series calendar. Sold out again for, I believe, the fourth straight year. Another sellout here tonight.
Year.
Yeah, there you go.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, everybody seems to love Nashville these days. Now, of course, this is, not Nashville. We are in Lebanon.
No, not really. Not overly close to Nashville either.
No, we're 45 minutes.
Again,
we're
just speaking geographically here.
Yeah.
We're spitting geographical bars here.
Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour from actual Nashville. Where Broadway is and all of that. So, but there's been a lot of driver and team presence in actual Nashville this week. They've been doing a good job. Well done, guys. So,
all right. So, how much longer before you want to get the audience in and let you play the new trivia game I came up with? Well, I didn't come up with. I come up with an alteration of it.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best here. I am hoping. Fingers crossed that we will not be very long on this.
Okay. So that's a no. But anyway,
we might have to, though. We might run out of options sooner or later.
Nashville Super Speedway.
Actually, now that you mention that, let's see. I can't play this one because I've been looking at it all week. But I'll have you play it. So here we go, Seth.
Thank goodness, I'm ready to go. Let's see how bad I can suck at this game. Let's go.
So in the short history of the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville, which is just 5 years, top 5 in average finish in the Cup Series at Nashville.
Ooh, top 5 in average finish. Kyle Larson's got to be in there.
Yeah, well, he has the best at 5.2.
Wow. That's impressive. Ross Chastain?
No, he's 6th.
At least I'm in the ballpark so far. Because the reason I guessed him wasn't because he won in 20, because I seem to remember him having a good run the first year we ran here in that 42 car.
Yeah. And as Seth will tell you later in the program, Ross Chastain really needs to start picking it up. You did not see his name appear on the first 4 pages of the Quest for the Cup standings.
And as we know, Matthew Owens does not make a mistake, so that was not a typo.
I make a lot of mistakes. What are you talking about?
Take the compliment and move on. I'm acting like your therapist on air here. Come on, let's go. All right, back to the game. As Bob Knight said, now back to the game. I'm gonna go. So I'm just naming off some of the obvious ones. How about Jolo?
Yes, he is 3rd with an average finish of 8.6. As Seth will tell you later in the program, he has a prior win here.
So basically what this game's turning into is an infomercial, a trailer for my ones to watch. That's what this is turning into. All right, so I've got Larson and Logano. Bell.
Christopher Bell is 9th at 14.0.
Okay. Tyler Reddick.
No. As I will tell you later in the program. Tyler Reddick is he has not had a great history here. An average finish of 15.6.
Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott, who does have a win here. His average finish here, however, is not great. 15.4.
Who all was in the running in some of these races? Denny Hamlin.
So Denny Hamlin is 5th with an average finish of 9.0.
So I'm missing 2.
Yes, you are.
Because I've got Larson, Logano, and Hamlin. William Byron?
No, he is 13.6.
Okay. Golly gee, Goober, I don't know. I'm running out here.
They are not names that you would expect.
Okay, that in a way that actually helps me, so I can pick a random name from that's traditionally in the mid pack. Ooh, I seem to remember him being in the mix. I want to say one year. Is Michael McDowell on here?
He is not.
Okay.
Goodness gracious, where is Michael McDowell? He is
Wait,
22.
what an awful guess.
22.6.
22. Okay, let's try again, shall we? Daniel Suarez?
Daniel Suarez is 10th on this list.
It's not too bad, actually. Okay. A better guess. Not a great guess, but a better guess. A little bit better guess. Oh my god. Oh. Could it be Brad Keselowski?
He is 23rd on this list.
Jesus, I know he got his first Grand National win here many moons ago.
That U.S. Navy 88.
Yeah.
Hello to Raymond, I'm not sure if that's Raymond Joss or, well, anyway. Hello to Raymond. He says in the comments, "Go Bills." God bless you.
Yes, and we will leave that. We will leave that there. As a Bills fan, Nashville does not have the best memory for him. But anyway, Tim Russert had a funny quote about that. But anyway, is it A.J. Allmendinger? Jordan Bianchi's favorite.
Yeah,
that would be his first guess.
A.J. Allmendinger is great at Nashville. He's 11th on this list.
Not terrible. Hey, remember a minute ago when I said nobody's beating Georgia Tech? They're now trailing 9-8 in the bottom of the fourth. Well, much for that. I thought I was over with after the Michigan pick had the staying power. But
that checks out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Golly, Ryan Preece?
He is 21st on this list.
I'm running out of people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a stab at about 4 or 5 more, and I'm just gonna give up if it ain't any of these people. Bubba Wallace.
Okay, you're much closer here. He is 7th on this list with an average finish of 12th.
Eric Jones.
He is 14th with an average finish of 15.8.
Austin Dillon.
He is 20th with an average finish of 20th.
Oh, but there's a consistency, you
yeah,
NASCAR fans.
That's right.
Alex Bowman?
Well, the easy answer to that is no. I'm trying to find him on the list.
Oh, God. I was wondering why there was such a long pause. I don't know if
He's
we lost communication.
27th on this list with an average finish of 23.
God almighty. And how long was his sponsor the sponsor of this race? I'm going to let that conspiracy die. Good Lord. Final one, it's a complete shot in the dark just because he's from the area. Josh Berry?
Yeah, no. He is 33rd on this list.
All right, I give up.
So, okay. These are not straightforward answers, but they are both people that have second place finishes at this track, if that helps at all.
I do these races and they're such a whirlwind. It's something they all run together.
Yeah.
I don't.
Fourth on this list with an average finish of 9th is the driver that finished second in this race last year, Carson Hocevar.
Wow, okay.
And then second on this list with an average finish of 7.5 is the driver that finished second in this race 2 years ago, Zane Smith.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Very well done out of you.
There you have it. So, some other names that you didn't give just for the, for the absolute heck of it. Chris Buescher's average finish here is 20.6. That's not good.
How about guessing him? Good thing I didn't.
Chase Briscoe is 32nd on this list with an average finish of 26.8.
Now that's wild.
And in an absolute unbelievable revelation, I can't believe you didn't select Ty Dillon, who is 36th on this list.
He was on the tip of my tongue.
Yes, I bet he was.
We are now shooting for 8:25 Eastern to start the engines.
Absolutely brilliant. That is only 20 minutes away, which means what we can do is we can pay off a couple of other sports things, and then we can come back to this, newfound game to pass the time shortly. But first, Stanley Cup Finals, Seth, begins on Tuesday. NBA Finals begin on Wednesday. We'll have them here on the channel for you, starting with the hockey on Tuesday with Vegas and Carolina. And then Wednesday night, the NBA Finals start with New York at San Antonio. Last night, the two of us did Game 7 of Thunder Spurs. Your reactions to San Antonio winning on the road to clinch their spot in the finals?
Just incredible. Just absolutely incredible that what they did last night. Wembanyama was just absolutely fantastic. You just run out of words to describe how good Julian Champagnie, I thought, played a great game. Just phenomenal. And what a win for the Spurs. And now they get ready to play the Knicks, and what a series that should be.
Yes. Who's your pick?
Oh, I should have known that was coming.
Yeah, we don't do like these other places and these other channels that, just because we're bringing you the games doesn't mean we can't pick them. We stand on business around here.
Thank you. Spurs in 6.
Okay. What about the hockey? Your thoughts?
Canes in 6.
Oh, okay.
Should be a fun series, though. Two great environments. I don't care what the Big Six snobs say. There's going to be two raucous atmospheres between Raleigh and Vegas.
Yeah. I went on...
Las Vegas, please.
Speaking of that, I'll come back to that in a moment. I went on with a good friend Adam Karnick and Freddie B on the Neutral Zone, their podcast earlier today to talk about the Cup final. And that was something that I brought up. The atmospheres are going to be awesome, and small market this and Sun Belt that, and tradition and all. It's going to be a fun series. It really is. Should be a really tight series. I do not see any blowouts. I see a lot of low-scoring games that are going to be really intense. Should be a fun series. Shout out to Adam and Freddie, by the way, on the Neutral Zone on IE Sports Radio. Go give them a follow on YouTube and Twitter. They love the sport of hockey. So, yep, hockey and basketball championship series getting started. Baseball tournament ongoing. What's happened today in Oklahoma City, Seth, other than a lot of crying from the basketball fans? What's happened in softball land in OKC?
Oh no. Texas eliminated Nebraska 3-1. Jordy Fromm's career ends. She had a no-hitter going into the sixth inning and then gave up 3 runs.
Oh.
Texas moved on to a rematch with Tennessee. They'll need to beat the Lady Vols twice tomorrow to do that. The other elimination game, bottom of the third, Texas Tech leading UCLA 3-2. Bruins, though, with 2 on and 1 out. And if you're a Diamond Sport All Sports Bruins fan, you desperately need this pick-me-up after what we reported to happen on the baseball diamond about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. That's really stunning. They went 51-6 and they're gone before they don't even get to the regional final. That's a garbage system. Garbage system.
Oh my God. Whispers. The Big Ten ain't exactly a baseball powerhouse.
They are not. No, they are not. But it was quite hilarious at times this year to see like a USC or a UCLA playing a Big Ten conference game at Northwestern or somewhere, and it was snowing.
Yes, I do remember USC Northwestern very early in the season.
Yeah.
Najee Kennedy's in a pickle here. She just hit another batter, so the bases are loaded now for UCLA. That's.
So did you say that tomorrow is Texas Tennessee, and then I guess Alabama against the winner of Texas Tech UCLA? Is that it?
That is correct.
Okay.
I walked in a run actually, so this game is tied.
What happened in golf today? Charles Schwab in Fort
Russell
Worth?
Henley won on a playoff.
Hey, Russell Henley.
Russell Henley. I don't know where that came from. I just want to say it. I'm a very weird individual.
Well,
really.
I mean, everyone on this channel is clearly.
It's kind of a prerequisite.
Oh goodness. In all seriousness, as if we could actually, be serious. The United States won a friendly today, Seth. World Cup is just a couple of weeks away.
It's hard to believe.
It really is hard to believe. It almost feels as if the wait between World Cups was shorter this time by 6 months.
Oh, wait.
Can't put my finger on it, but it just feels like it hasn't been so long.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time putting my money where my mouth is on that one.
Who you like in the World Cup?
Oh, Joe, F me.
Yeah.
I can't answer that right now.
Okay, well,
I'm torn between Spain and France, but I'm going to look at the bracket and I might come up with another option.
Well, let's make it easier on all of us. Who wins Group A? Mexico, South Africa, Korea, or Czechia? I can't wait to do a Czechia game.
Well, all I know is that there will be some 2002 level bribing and corruption to make sure Mexico wins that group. But
oh, God, FIFA's gonna take this channel off the air.
Shit, Seth, you are a dumbass. I'll go Korea.
Oh, I am excited. I hope I get to do a Czechia game, and I hope they fall behind and then they equalize, so I can say Czechia and balances.
God, I hate you so much. You just, at least for 6 months, you just lost the right to call me stupid. That is so bad. It's so bad.
It's awful. Group B, Canada, Bosnia and Herzegovina Herzegovina, Qatar,
Herzegovina Josh Stein. Anyway.
Qatar, Switzerland.
Oh boy.
Turned into a World Cup preview show.
You know, take the bait here. I'm going Canada.
Okay. I was like big on Canada last World Cup, and it was a letdown. I hope they're ready, not only to be better, but also for the pressure, because obviously they'll be playing at home.
Yes.
Yeah. Group C, should I ask? Brazil, Morocco, Haiti, Scotland.
Real quick, everybody's talking about, America this, America that with the World Cup. There are two other countries co-hosting this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, group. What group is this?
Should I really ask you about Group C? Brazil, Morocco, Haiti, Scotland.
That's the easiest one to pick the finishing order. Brazil wins, Morocco second, Scotland third, Haiti fourth.
Of course, remember with this World Cup, third place teams advance. Ugh, I hate that. I just hate
I'm not a fan of that either. That's a garbage system.
Yes. Group D, there's only one answer. United States, Paraguay, Australia, Turkey.
Yes, there is only one answer, and that answer is Australia.
Okay.
No, I don't know, man.
That's
a tough one to figure
I don't
out.
either.
I want to say the U.S.'s home soil will have enough, but man, Paraguay can be dangerous. Australia lost in the last 16 of the World Cup, and I seem to remember the attitude around the Socceroo camp was that was a big shot in the arm for the future of that nation.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of go there. I'll be the homer and go the USA to just nick it over Australia.
The Thanksgiving in Canada is actually in October, and you know what they say before Thanksgiving in Canada?
I'm afraid to ask. Go ahead.
Do you like some turkey, eh?
This asshole.
Group E, there is truly only one answer here. Ecuador, Cote d'Ivoire, Curacao, or Germany.
Well, Ian Dark has started the campaign to don't sleep on Germany. Well, if they don't win this group, we need to take at least a 2 World Cup nap on them from the Federation. Yes. The Germans are the easy answer here.
Caraco, as some would call them.
Oh, God. Thank you, Al.
Not as some would call them, but as one would call them. The great one.
Oh, that's right. Wayne Gretzky. Oh, my God. I thought you was doing a playoff of Al Trautwig's Monaco there.
Group F. Group F is fun. Tunisia, Sweden, Japan, Netherlands, Holland, Dutch.
The country with the identity crisis. I'm going to say wins it.
Okay.
I love them. They're crazy, but what do you want to be called here? I'll go the Netherlands. Them and Japan will be fun, but I'm gonna go with the Dutch to win the group.
Group G: Belgium, Egypt.
Oh
New
God, is
Zealand.
that Taylor Lewan and Will Compton? Jesus God Almighty, we really need to get this thing going.
We do indeed. Group.
Thank God they didn't bring Diego Pavia with them. God, that would have been.
Group G is Belgium, Egypt, New Zealand, and Iran.
Belgium, Egypt, New Zealand, Iran. You said.
Yeah.
God Almighty. There should be an easy answer, but we know it never is with that so-called so-and-so easy answer. I'm gonna say whoever wins the special game in Seattle between Egypt and Iran will win the group. And I think I'm leaning Egypt.
Group H. Special game in Seattle.
Oh.
Group H. Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, Cape Verde, and Spain.
Spain next. You see, you're getting all up in arms about that. I doubt a lot of our audience might not be World Cup interested. I didn't say why it was a special game. You could have just left it the F alone.
Could have.
You had to cackle like a schoolgirl over there and leave people to doubt.
Yeah,
but anyway.
well, yeah. We love leaving people to doubt. Radio Coochie Coo. even though we're not on radio.
Oh my God! Stop it!
Group
Stop it! As JT would say.
Group I, which is a stupid thing to say. France.
I've got my eye on you.
France, Senegal, Iraq, Norway.
It's gonna be a hell of a group.
Mark Martin is dying right now.
I'm sure he is. France. Norway second.
Group J are all A's except for the J. Argentina, Algeria, Austria, Jordan.
It's a weird letterology with that group.
Letterology.
Argentina wins the group.
Group K. That sounds stupid. Drivers are getting in cars, thankfully. Group K. Portugal, Uzbekistan, Colombia, and Congo Doctor.
Stop it! Stop it! Remember, I did say serious-ish sometimes.
Yeah.
Doctor, is that Bo Morgan? Is he manager of that team?
Oh.
No, you do not. No, you do not get to grunt at anything I say. After all, you've been spewing the last 10 minutes. Portugal.
And Group L.
England.
Hopefully there's not many losers here. England, Croatia, Ghana, and Panama.
Well, Steve, there's probably going to be at least one loser. There's going to be a loser because someone's got to finish second, third, and fourth.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what I'm told.
Out of the league playbook. I'm going to England.
That is what I'm told, is that there can only be one winner. Okay.
Big if true.
World Cup gets started on Thursday, June 11th. We're a dozen days away. With Mexico, South Africa at 3 p.m. Eastern Time in Mexico City. And then later that night in Guadalajara, Korea will take on the checks and balances. So,
oh, God.
Drivers getting into their cars.
Oh, Jesus, Redbox is in here. Oh, for God's sake. What's keeping us in a delay this week? Mother Nature.
Yes.
And who did I pick to come out of Group B? I picked your boys, which means that could only mean trouble for you.
The kiss of death.
The kiss of death.
Canada starts with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, Bosnia and Herzegovina. So they've got two opponents in their opening game. It's unbelievable.
Oh, God almighty. Oh, wow. We are really taking this over, aren't we? Hold on now. Let me explain. Well, I'm looking up something real quick because I'm trying to make a point here. Trying to get to a point. Let's see. Bosnia and Herzegovina. So June 18th, it'll be Switzerland against Bosnia and Herzegovina, Gavin Newsom, because the game's in Inglewood. And then June 24th, it's Qatar against Bosnia and Herzegovina, Jay Inslee, because it's in Seattle. I think Jay Inslee's still the governor of Washington. No, it's Bob Ferguson.
Bob Ferguson.
I was wrong. It's Bob Ferguson.
They did not give him the governor, Bob.
God, and Ferguson is the governor, Bob. and Governor Inslee is in the ethics pro, Bob.
Redbox, you will be in the company of Matt White to call Canada's opener against Bosnia and Herzegovina on Friday, June 12th, 3 p.m. Eastern Time from Toronto.
Now that I know a little bit of my schedule, I guess I can now start making plans after this race ends on what I want to do for the my World Cup schedule.
We're very excited.
If there is anything still open.
Oh, Lord. You kidding me? There's all kinds.
Is that Japan game at stupid o'clock still open? I think it's Japan. One of those Asian countries is playing a game at like stupid o'clock against.
And more than likely, the answer, if there's any games at stupid o'clock, it probably is still open. Yeah, Japan and Tunisia, officially Sunday, June 21st at midnight Eastern.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
See that is something that sounds just up Seth Eaves, right up what he wants to do. Soccer at midnight from Guadalupe? You kidding me?
Yeah, World Cup soccer at midnight.
Sign Seth up. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Drivers are in cars. We are actually getting close to actually being able to call racing tonight. We're very happy about that. So let's, I suppose, get into a little bit more of our normal pre-race festivities. Now let's take you around this 1 1/3 concrete oval in Lebanon, Tennessee, the Nashville Superspeedway. Here's a few laps around the racetrack. Turns 1 and 2, multiple grooves to choose from as you see, side-by-side racing, but look at our right front really pushing up the banking. And that is going to be something that these drivers are going to be dealing with all night long. Having that right front really start to push on you in the corners. See it happening to us there in turns 3 and 4 as well. But you can come off of turn 4 wide, get a good run down the straightaway, and here we go. I mean, trying to pass Tyler Reddick, toughest thing to do in this sport. We get it done. Now we're going to take it to the very bottom of that 14 degrees of banking at 1 and 2, try to get up on Chris Buescher. You can kind of see, Seth, this is an extremely unique racetrack.
Yes, it is. It is a very unique racetrack. It's got similarities to a lot of places on the circuit. So there you go. Got a lot of. In fact, I believe the engines have just been fired.
And of course, there was something on Twitter going on about how the media can't drive. Well, I beg to differ. Look at the driving by yours truly, avoiding cars spinning everywhere.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wild.
I can call the race and I can drive it. 300 laps tonight to make up a 399-mile, 642-kilometer distance. The first stage will go 90 laps. The second will go 95. That final stage, 115 laps. Again, this is just the 6th NASCAR Cup Series race to ever be held at the Nashville Superspeedway. Engines are indeed fired. Let's give you a look at the starting grid. The 6th running of the Cracker Barrel 400, and it's a grid set by the metric because qualifying was rained out yesterday. It puts Denny Hamlin on pole, 3rd here in 2 of the last 3 years, alongside the championship leader Tyler Reddick. 600 winner Daniel Suarez in row 2 with Christopher Bell, who's finished top 10 here in 4 of the 5 races we've had at the track. Kyle Larson, he was the 2021 winner. He starts 5th alongside Ty Gibbs, who won on a concrete track earlier this year at Bristol. Defending Nashville race winner Ryan Blaney lines up in row 4 with William Byron. And in row 5, it's Joey Logano, the 2024 Nashville winner, next to Shane Van Gisbergen off his great run last week.
Dane Smith, who has a great average finish, as you just heard, is in row 6 along with Brad Keselowski. Eric Jones is in row 7 along with Spire's Michael McDowell from Arizona. Row 8, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the Kyle Busch Tribute, and A.J. Allmendinger from California driving for the Kaulig team. Carson Hocevar, 2nd last year, and Bubba Wallace, who has the best paint scheme of the field with a Hardy's throwback, is on the outside of row 9. Row 10, Alex Bowman and former Grand National Series champion Cole Custer.
Todd Gilliland in row 11 next to the Texan Chris Buescher. Row 12 behind those pair of Fords is a pair of 2311 Toyotas. Riley Herbst from Las Vegas and Corey Heim making a Cup Series start in the Chiefs Toyota. Austin Hill in the BetMGM colors for Kyle Busch's team lines up in 25th on the grid. Row 14, John Hunter Nemechek and Ryan Preece for RFK. 29th and 30th, Chase Elliott and Ty Dillon, the 2nd of the Kaulig entry cars.
Chase Briscoe will have to come from 31st if he wants to win tonight, along with Austin Dillon in car number 3. Row 17, Josh Berry from nearby Hendersonville and Greensboro, North Carolina's Cody Ware. Row 18, the 2023 winner Ross Chastain, along with Austin Cindric just on the outside of that Chase playoff bubble. Chad Fincham from Tennessee's in row 19, along with Connor Zilic, fresh off his appearance at the CW booth last night. That's your starting grid for the Cracker Barrel 400 from the Nashville Superspeedway.
Chevrolets with the majority of the cars in the field. Here's our ones to watch.
2 years ago, Joey Logano scored a win in a marathon race in Nashville that eventually walked him into the playoffs and eventually propelled him to his third Cup Series championship. A win tonight won't guarantee a chase berth this time around, but it could be a shot in the arm for a driver who's 29 points below the cut line. Tonight, Logano looks to put the yellow and red 22 back where he feels like it belongs. Victory lane.
Finishing just behind Joey Logano in that Nashville race 2 years ago was Zane Smith. That second place finish is still a career best. Last week, he led a career-high 31 laps en route to a strong top 10 finish in the World 600. Smith comes into the race in Tennessee this week just 59 points below the Chase cutoff line and could be a contender once again tonight on the concrete oval.
It's been a rough go for Ross Chastain in 2026. Last week's grinding crash of the World 600 leaves him 23rd in the championship standings and a whopping 65 points out of a chase spot heading into tonight's race. But Chastain's had plenty of success here in the past in Nashville, including a win back in 2023. Tonight would be a perfect time to start a summer surge that could maybe get the one car back into chase contention.
We're really going out on a limb on this one, aren't we? Yes, of course, Tyler Reddick is one to watch. He's been the one to watch all season long. 9 top 5 finishes in the first 13 races of the season. He has been otherworldly. He starts on the front row yet again here tonight, but it's not been his best racetrack. He does have 2 straight top 10s, but he's been outside the top 15 in 3 of the 5 Cup races here at Nashville. He hopes to get it turned around in the Music City, and he might turn it around in Victory Lane because that's just where he always seems to end up in 2026. Those are our ones to watch tonight for the Cracker Barrel 400 from the Nashville Superspeedway. Another quick look at the breakdown of the race here tonight. Cars are on the racetrack. Parade and pace laps underway. There might be a few more reconnaissance laps tonight because they just want to make sure that the racetrack is fully dried from the earlier rain shower. But we are good to go. Radar looks good for the rest of the evening into the night on this Sunday for race 14 of the NASCAR Cup Series season. Glad to have you all with us tonight. And we are excited to see what Nashville gives us. Again, just the 6th time the NASCAR Cup Series has visited the Nashville Superspeedway. If you are new to the channel, be sure to click the like and subscribe button if you have indeed liked what you've seen and heard. Most importantly, heard. If you haven't liked what you've seen and heard, well, we were in a weather delay. This is what happens when we go into weather delays, but we're done with that. Cars are on the track. We'll actually start calling race cars going around in D-shaped circles here shortly, which is a relief for all of us indeed. Follow us on Twitter at usportsnet. We have a very unofficial TikTok channel for the network. You can follow us there at Matthew Owens PXP for highlights of our events on the TikTok, where someone has left a comment today, Seth, on my first tennis video on TikTok from yesterday. There was a comment that says, "This man does it all." And someone responded to that saying, "Except for workout." That is a 5-star insult. Well done. On which I responded to saying, "You clearly haven't seen my intense workout program that has gotten me this Adonis-type svelte body that I so obviously have."
Oh my God, you really are trying to be the Bob with shoes of our time.
The Bob with shoes of the TikTok.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, stunning to everyone that I don't work out. My God, you really creative one there.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, if people ever, I used to kind of let it upset me when people do, but now very few people call me that anymore. But like, because I mostly surround myself with people that I like or at least pretend to like me because of work. But and I'm like, if someone were to call me fat now, my response would be like, "Okay, you've got two eyes. Well, that's good. That's good to see."
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks,
I mean, can you believe he doesn't think I work out? Look at me. Look how amazing. I'm one of the 50 sexiest people alive. I don't know where my People magazine includes.
Or say,
has
mean
been.
maybe the 50th sexiest people in Stokes County, but
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what anyone's talking
Well,
about.
you are the Hugh Hefner of Walnut Cove, so that's
beautiful face, beautiful body. You kidding me? Goodness
Hey,
gracious!
if I said hey, I've told you about song lyrics before. My favorite is from the Eagles song "Hotel California," where it's "You could check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." My second is a song from the Bellamy Brothers. "If I said you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me?" That's very cleverly written. Shout out to any of the ladies that aren't creeped out listening to that.
Again, this face, people swipe right on Tinder about this face all the time.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Still making sure that this track is fully dried out from the earlier rain, but we are closing in on a start of the Cracker Barrel 400. We gave you a couple of laps around this 1.25 mile racetrack. D-shaped concrete oval, one of only 3 concrete racetracks that we run on, fully concrete that is. Martinsville has concrete grooved corners. But the only 3 tracks that we run on that is paved in concrete: Bristol, Dover, and here in Nashville. We've run at both of those tracks this year. Ty Gibbs, the winner at the half mile at Bristol. The all-star race at Dover, won by Denny Hamlin, that 1 mile oval. The largest of the concrete tracks that we run on is this 1.25 miles. And as we said, 14 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2, so not a ton of banking, but just enough to make drivers comfortable in trying to create a second and maybe even sometimes a third lane. The front straightaway is the curved edge of the D in the D-shaped oval. 9 degrees of banking on that front stretch. Fairly flat back straightaway with just 6 degrees of banking. Seth Eaves tonight will cover the action on the back straightaway and into turn 3. Seth, glad to have you aboard for the Cracker Barrel 400. Some hash brown casserole to be sent up to you shortly.
Yeah. Yes, I prefer their big breakfast with pancakes and biscuits and gravy. You kidding me? Also their country fried steak and fried chicken. Yeah, I prefer that too. I'm naming all these foods. I can predict in the next 10 minutes Redbox. That's so American.
That's JT's line.
Well, but remember, Redbox did it too. Whenever we mentioned food, that food sounds so American. I'm like, yeah, at least we don't have our at least we don't pour our French fries into some gross looking brown gravy over there. But anyway,
there's a great joke about that on Modern Family. If anyone ever watched
I'm
Modern
sure there
Family,
is.
when Cam made poutine and Jay said, "It looks like vomit. I'm not poutineing it in my mouth." Dear me. Oh, Jay.
That is a good one.
Oh, Jay. Bless his heart. Phil just made a pass down pit road, so we should be getting... We normally, after the pass down pit road, we normally get the 1 to go signal the next time around. Again, you see one more look at the starting grid on your screen. Again, that starting grid set by the metric, with qualifying being rained out yesterday. There's the signal we all want to see, the 1 to go signal.
Set by the metric.
1 to go signal from the flag stand, and a sellout crowd yet again here at the Nashville Super Speedway is ready to see 300 laps and 400 miles of NASCAR Cup Series action. A lot of Toyotas at the front. Toyotas have dominated so much of this season. They have 4 of the top 6 starting positions, and the front row locked out by Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick, who have been so good this year. They're first and second in the championship standings. They're first and second on the grid tonight. You would certainly look at one of those 2 or one of the Toyotas to be the favorites tonight. But this is a race a couple of years ago that went to 5 overtimes. You never know what to expect. Fireworks illuminate the ever-darkening sky, and thankfully it's just darkening because it's getting later and not because of rain moving in. Radar looks clean for the rest of the night. Ford Mustang pace car leads the field to turns 3 and 4. Seth Eaves, we get ready to go in the Cracker Barrel 400.
It's great to be back. We had a little bit of delay. We had our hijinks. Now we're about to have fun on the racetrack as we begin the second half of NASCAR's regular season. In this final night of May, the race to the chase really heats up. And it starts just outside of Nashville. For the start of the Cracker Barrel 400 from Lebanon, Tennessee, Walnut Cove, North Carolina's Matthew Owens.
2 Toyotas on the front row, Denny Hamlin on the inside. He gets going quickly. Green flag up in the air. It's time to drop the hammer in Music City. And Denny Hamlin shot out of a cannon on the start. We'll see if that holds up because he went very early. He takes the green and shoots away to a 6-car length lead through the first set of corners.
Hamlin flying down the back straightaway. Yeah, you're right. He got going with the going, that is for sure. 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Everybody trying to get their right position safely. But Denny Hamlin is going to be the race leader coming out of turn 4.
Denny Hamlin in that blue and white progressive Toyota screams to the start-finish line. He leads lap 1. Tyler Reddick, 5-car lengths behind him, second. Daniel Suarez lines up third. Then Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson. They're in turn 2.
So Hamlin keeps the lead. Reddick is second, and Suarez back in third as Hamlin's blue and white. There's still some smoke resonating from the pre-race pyrotechnics show. There might be some smoke coming out, good smoke that is, out of the progressive Toyota, given how fast it is.
Yeah, Hamlin got off really quickly, but they are going to penalize him. I thought they would. He went way, way too early, well before they got to the restart zone, and Denny Hamlin is going to be penalized, Seth, for jumping the start, and it looked pretty clear.
Indeed, and there's the visual evidence. Right before the line, he jumped. That's a no-no. If you're going to have that penalty, at least have it early, but still, that is a tough one for Denny Hamlin at a track that's not the easiest to pass, and he about spun coming onto pit road.
Yeah, he has to come down pit road to serve the penalty, which is a drive-through, and of course, of all the places that won't be the driest, it would be pit road, so he does a good job holding on to that race car, getting down off the banking and onto pit lane. Hopefully he won't speed down pit road, which he has had, of course, a tendency to do in his career. So Denny Hamlin jumps the start, and he will be well behind the 8 ball here to start this race. Tyler Reddick has the lead get turned over to him, and as the leaders come down the front straightaway, we might have a change at second. Christopher Bell loads up a run around the outside of Daniel Suarez, last week's Charlotte winner.
He does. Now he has to tuck back in, but he does have to tuck back in line, though. Bell stays in front of Suarez, who now feels pressure from Kyle Larson. Behind Larson, Ty Gibbs makes a deep lunge into turn 3.
Hamlin has come out still on the lead lap. He is about the length of the front straightaway ahead of the leader, Tyler Reddick. Here at the start-finish line, meanwhile, Kyle Larson makes a dive to the inside of the 600 winner, Suarez. Larson will take over that spot.
Larson making the pass on Suarez. Suarez, though, does try to fight back on the top side. They'll go into turn number 3 on the approach. Larson, though, has the preferred line. Oh, but Suarez with excellent bite on the outside. They're still side by side.
Suarez taking the fight to Larson around the top of turn 4. Ty Gibbs watches this battle every step of the way. Those two blue Chevrolets, Larson on the inside, Suarez to driver's right, continue to duel away for the third position, wheel to wheel in turn 2.
Great battle here between those two blue cars. Nearly a little bit of contact there between Suarez and Larson as they go down the back straightaway, with Gibbs and Blaney not too far behind. Larson now will finally clear Suarez, and now Ty Gibbs wants a piece.
Larson moves up into the third position. He's never finished worse than 8th here at Nashville. Runs P3 in the early laps. Behind him, Gibbs continues to keep the door open, and he'll roll to the inside of Suarez for 4th. We work lap number 8, which for the rest of this year, of course, will be observed by tracks and the broadcast partners to remember the life and legacy of Kyle Busch, who won here 4 times at the Nashville Superspeedway in Grand National and truck competition. Lap 8 complete with Tyler Reddick out in front. Christopher Bell throws out the rod and tries to reel in Reddick. They both run the bottom of the racetrack. Further back, that battle between Gibbs and Suarez carries on for 4th.
Good run, Suarez off 2. He and Gibbs nearly touched. Ryan Blaney's got the best seat in the house for that battle. Now Gibbs dives back to the inside. Suarez, though, on the outside. He's really finding something in that outer lane.
Gibbs with the nose in front as they exit 4. Suarez keeps up the fight topside. Ryan Blaney, the defending Nashville winner, just in behind, gets a double slipstream down the straightaway. They make the dive back to 1. Gibbs on the very bottom. Going to try to drift up here, Seth, and complete a slide job.
Indeed, and now here's Blaney with an onrushing advance of Suarez. So Ryan Blaney diving to the inside of the Daniel Suarez automobile, side by side through turns 3 and 4. Great racing. You can barely tell them apart. There's contact.
Blaney squeezes up, nearly elbowed Suarez into the wall. Suarez had to bail out of the throttle. That allows William Byron to close right in. Byron gets around Suarez. Now he'll try to work to the inside of Ryan Blaney in turn 2.
William Byron, we talked about how they just need to find some good results. He's off to a good start tonight. Nearly got 2 for 1 there last time around. Oh, now he and Blaney trade a little pain on the approach to turn 3. Blaney and Byron continue to be side by side. Byron with a good surge. Blaney loose in 3.
Big bobble by Blaney. Byron will move through into the 5th position. Blaney has to bail out of the throttle and recoil. Stays ahead of Daniel Suarez. Just behind that duo, Shane Van Gisbergen started 10th. He's up to 8th.
So a good run indeed for Shane Van Gisbergen. We've talked about how he's just getting so much better. So much better on these ovals and off to a good start here.
Boy, Blaney, that was a big moment there a lap ago, Seth, racing with Byron, and he had a handful of wheel, and it's a good thing that he did because he made a terrific save.
Indeed, great save by the former series champion. And wow, Ryan Blaney just a real wheelman and doing an excellent job right there. So Eric Jones into the top 10. Of course, Legacy Motor Club, if you believe the rumors, that's where Riley Herbst is going to end up next season.
Yep, and Jones having a good run. He's had a good start. Started 13th, so he's picked up 4 spots here in the first 13 laps. Tyler Reddick out in front, as you can see, top left of your screen in the scoring pylon. His lead on Christopher Bell, 0.8 of a second. Kyle Larson is 3rd. Ty Gibbs is 4th. William Byron 5th. We say it every week. You've got the running order on your screen. You're never going to get the radio announcers out of us. Speaking of Eric Jones, loads up a big run off the top of turn 4. He'll bring the green and white colors of the Dollar Tree to the outside of the Tootsie's mobile of Shane Van Gisbergen, and Jones tries to take over 9th as he runs it wide in turn 1 and 2.
Great run by Jones, and he will keep the spot out of turn number 2. Now he'll try to hunt down his former teammate Suarez, who's going backwards here early, it would appear. Jones, though, with a great run, and he's going a little bit higher than the normal groove you would think on the high side, so We'll see if that works for him. All Reddick at the front, though.
Yeah, he was nearly 2 full grooves higher up the banking in 3 and 4 than Shane Van Gisbergen was there. So Eric Jones, who won a stage for the first time in his career at Texas a couple of weeks ago, on the move early. He's trying to get by Suarez here, Seth out of 2, but Jones got loose and had to bail out of the throttle.
He did. Jones trying to recoil, but Suarez on the high side of the racetrack. Now Jones nearly washed up into Suarez. Side by side for the number 7 position. Jones has the spot.
Jones squeezes up out of turn 4. Can't fully clear Suarez, who gets the run down the straightaway from running the top of the banking. Shane Van Gisbergen creeps in on this battle. Suarez sticks it in deep around the top of one. He'll try to stay nose to nose with Jones.
So side by side, they continue to be Suarez and Jones for 7th, with Van Gisbergen having the best seat in the house. Jones into turn 3 with a great run will have 7th. Suarez, though, tries to fight back. Not there. Jones clear off 4.
Yeah, this time Jones completes the pass, so move the Legacy Motor Club number 43 up to the 7th position. He's picked up 6 spots on the start. Meanwhile, Suarez, going the opposite direction, has dropped 5 positions from 3rd to 8th.
Indeed. So that is what's going on there. And we mentioned Zane Smith having a good run back there 10th. Now Suarez trying to, or not trying, is feeling the heat a little bit from Van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen closest to within a car lane.
Spire versus Trackhouse in that battle for the 9th position. A little further back, Carson Hocevar and Joey Logano, double 2 and double 7. Double trouble, perhaps, in a battle here as Hocevar sticks it deep into turn 1. This is for 11th on the track. Hocevar, the runner-up in this race a year ago, will make the pass.
In that black Chili's number 77, riding the Dente tonight. Of course, the Talladega winner, Carson Hocevar, just outside the top 10. We expect him to go pretty well here tonight.
Margin at the front remains at 0.8 of a second between race leader Tyler Reddick and second-place driver Christopher Bell. They have scooted away from Kyle Larson by about 2 seconds. We'll flash the full running order up for you on our screen to show you that Denny Hamlin is some 27.8 seconds in back of race leader Tyler Reddick after having to serve that drive-through penalty for jumping the start, although he is about to pass the Knoxville, Tennessee driver Chad Fincham for position in just a few moments. A.J. Allmendinger makes a pass on Joey Logano, moving A.J. up to 12th. Let's pick up that battle again between 7 and 97. That's Suarez and Van Gisbergen, Seth, getting very close together in turn 2.
Yeah, Van Gisbergen nearly washed up to Suarez as they went down the back straightaway. Still side by side to this battle for 8th. Here's Van Gisbergen. Great move on the inside. And he should be able to clear Suarez once and for all, and he will. Shane Van Gisbergen up to P8.
So Van Gisbergen takes over the 8th position from Suarez. Just behind those two, Zane Smith running in the top 10, one of our ones to watch. Speaking of former runner-up drivers here at Nashville, Smith had that second-place finish here in 2024, runs in 10th, scored a top 10 finish last week in the World 600 at Charlotte, the 4th top 10 that Smith has scored this season. Denny Hamlin has indeed maneuvered his way around Chad Fincham. Now Tyler Reddick will try to get around Fincham in the 66. He'll do so in turn 1. The Tennessee native falls a lap down. Meanwhile, Joey Logano lost out on that battle with A.J. Allmendinger for 12th. Logano back in 13th, and he might not have that spot for long, Seth. He's got company coming.
And the company is named Brad Keselowski. He reels in. I was just getting ready to say, as Reddick passed Finch, I was going, didn't you just say Hamlin was about to pass him? And then Reddick's about to lap him. Keselowski, though, falling back into the clutches of Bubba Wallace. So, oh my goodness, what a paint scheme. What a paint scheme. I don't know why they couldn't run that at Darlington, though. I'm going to be nitpicky.
Yeah, Cale Yarborough from Timmonsville, South Carolina. NASCAR Hall of Famer. 9 of his 83 career wins came in that orange and white Hardee's livery. That's what Wallace throws back to today. The reason they're doing it this weekend, and like you said, I don't know why they couldn't have done it at Darlington as well, but they're doing it tonight here in Nashville because that is corporate headquarters for the Hardee's Corporation. Speaking of Zane Smith running in the 10th position, he is starting to reel in Daniel Suarez. This is looking a lot like Texas for Suarez, Seth. He's got really good early run speed, but the further the run goes on, that 7 car begins to put a parachute out the back door.
Indeed, as Smith now makes an assault on him in that black and green number 38 on the approach to turn number 3. About a car length and a half separating Suarez and Smith, and it's another car length back to Carson Hocevar.
NASCAR announced because of the rain shower just before the race, there will be a competition caution. We haven't had one of those in a while. That is coming at or around lap 35, so that's about 10 laps away.
Indeed. So there you go. Was unaware about of that at first, but thank you for staying and keeping me on my toes and keeping your eye out for the general public out there that's paying attention. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Yes,
Anyway, back to the tap.
Eyes on the skies and race control. Smith continues to close in on Suarez underneath the spoiler of the Freeway Insurance Chevrolet. Smith will angle his green and black Ford to driver's left to try to get around Suarez.
So Smith now goes to the inside of Suarez for that number 9 position. Heading into turn number 3, Smith has the advantage. Suarez, though, trying to fight back. Dead even of the Spire and front row cars in 3 and 4.
Suarez trying to keep him pinched down on the bottom, but clearly that 7 car needs some adjustments to get better on the long run because he is really backslid from 3rd on the start. He's trying to keep from losing 9th here on lap 28.
Yeah, tough break. It's continuing to be the parachute car for Daniel Suarez as he goes side by side with Zane Smith. Going into turns 3 and 4, Suarez high, Smith low. They continue to battle with Hocevar having the best seat in the house.
Hocevar continues to get closer and closer to this battle as those two run side by side. Hocevar in the 77, of course a teammate to the 7 Suarez. In 1, Smith, a nose of his Ford Mustang in front, tries to drive Suarez a bit up the banking, and that'll help him complete the pass.
So now down the back straightaway, and the pass is made. Zane Smith up to 9th, and now Suarez will be falling into the clutches of his Spire teammate, Carson Hocevar.
Zane Smith up into the 9th position, having yet another good run. Remember, led 31 laps last week in the World 600 at Charlotte, the most laps he had ever led in a single race in his career. A.J. Allmendinger just off the back of this battle, running in the 12th position.
Yeah, Allmendinger in car number 16, trying to make a chase push for that 16 machine. As we watch Hocevar now go to the inside of Suarez. Suarez goes low and cuts off his teammate. Boy, I don't think Carson will be appreciative of that.
Well, and it certainly took the air off the nose of Hocevar's car when Suarez did that. So in the wake of his teammate, Suarez has to bail, Hocevar has to bail out of the throttle, and he'll have to reload a run after Daniel.
Indeed, he will. So, Hocevar now going to the back of Suarez again as we watch that replay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Daniel's just taking it personally that his teammate's about to pass him or what. That was just a sudden turn to the bottom of the racetrack.
Well, he's certainly having to drive very defensive right now against everyone, and he's done a good job for a few laps keeping guys pinned to the bottom of the racetrack with his defensive driving. But it's just too much to overcome right now. Daniel just doesn't have the long-run speed in this car. Mentioned at Texas, kind of the same thing. He had really good short-run speed, but the longer the run went on, the more positions he lost. Hocevar here will work the bottom of turns 3 and 4, and this time he'll complete the pass. So move Carson Hocevar up to 10th. Both of those cars will dive to driver's left here in the tri-oval to put a lap on Chad Fincham. So Hocevar up to 10th.
We couldn't put Parker Retzloff in that car, though. So Hocevar up into the 10th position. So into the top 10 goes car 77. Yeah, I don't think there's a driver that, well, I think there's the 2 drivers that most want this competition caution to come are Daniel Suarez and Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, Hamlin will get basically a free pass, and of course then he'll get a restart to get everyone bunched up to make up some places. He has now made up 2 places since serving the penalty, passing Chad Fincham and Cody Ware. Ware is currently a lap down and in the free pass spot. Again, competition caution at or around lap 35. We currently work lap 34 here at the Nashville Superspeedway in the Cracker Barrel 400, the 6th renewal of the Cracker Barrel Old Country Store 400 at Nashville. Tyler Reddick has led the majority of the way, and the gap to Christopher Bell has basically been the same ever since Denny Hamlin served the penalty. It's been fluctuating back and forth between 7 and 8/10 of a second. It's then a 3-second gap back to Kyle Larson in third. We do have a tight fight for fifth, though, prior to the competition caution, Seth.
Yeah, we are getting close indeed. Fifth place heating up in front of you.
Ryan Blaney draws in on William Byron. We'll see if Blaney will be able to complete this pass before that yellow comes out, and the answer to that is no, because the caution does fly right on the completion of the 35th lap. So this is the premeditated competition caution that NASCAR set because of the rain showers that moved in just before the start of the race. So under yellow here at Nashville, the race leader, would you believe, is car 45, Tyler Reddick. Denny Hamlin does stay on the lead lap in 36th. That means Cody Ware in 37th will get the free pass. We will likely see a bunch of drivers on pit road for tires and fuel during this caution, which comes out about 10 laps shy of the halfway point of stage 1. Again, this first stage is 90 laps. During this caution, we'll cover the pit stops. Before that, though, let's go to Seth. Get a quick update on what's going on in the college baseball tournament. There has been action hot and heavy for the last couple of days. Seth, what's going on?
Well, it's getting pretty spicy again, as you heard earlier during the rain delay. UCLA has been eliminated by St. Mary's, the number 1 overall seed, who was number 1 wire to wire and did not lose a series all year. Gone. Number 16 overall seed West Virginia, in trying to fight back against Kentucky. They have to win twice against the Wildcats. Kentucky leads 9-8, but West Virginia is threatening. UCF at number 4 Auburn. It's 4-2 Tigers at the end of the 5th, but that game has been in delay. I think every inning they've had some kind of a delay in that game because the South in late May, early June. Georgia Tech, the number 2 national seed, trails Oklahoma 10-8 at the top of the 7th. Sooners must win twice. 15th seed Kansas on the verge of locking up a super regional spot, leading Arkansas 11-7 in the top of the 7th. Number 6 Texas leads UC Santa Barbara 5-3. Number 10 Florida State trying to stave off elimination, tied with Northern Illinois at 3 in the 6th. Arizona State leads Ole Miss 3-2 in the 3rd. Number 7 Alabama 4-2 up on Oklahoma State in the 3rd. Also in the 3rd, number 14 Mississippi State up 3-1 on Louisiana. Jacksonville State and Little Rock scoreless. Finals today, some big-name ACC teams getting big names as far as conferences getting eliminated. A couple of ACC teams have bid farewell. Wake Forest was eliminated 10-5 by West Virginia. Miami was eliminated 9-6 by Troy. Boston College, a good year for them, but it ends. They were eliminated by Liberty and Athens 8-3. Coastal Carolina, last year's national runner-up, eliminated 2-1 from Florida State. And now they've got more trouble to worry about. Their coach, Kevin Schnall, has been heavily linked for a couple of months now with the South Carolina job. Nebraska eliminated today. Also, North Carolina was the first to clinch a super regional spot by beating East Carolina 9-3. Georgia also heading to the Supers 6-1 over Liberty. And Troy beat Florida 16-11 to force a winner-take all game against the Gators tomorrow night. And West Virginia has just tied Kentucky in the 9th, 9-9, as we go to pit road.
So, pit stops going on during this competition. Caution, more than likely 4 tires and fuel for everybody, but apparently not everyone. Shane Van Gisbergen, Joey Logano, and Brad Keselowski are the first 3 off of pit road. So they have taken 2 tires to get some track position, followed by then Reddick, Larson, and Bell. Also taking 2 tires to jump up spots is Alex Bowman and Chase Briscoe.
West Virginia has now taken the lead. They tied the game on a balk, and then just hit a 2-run home run. Tom Hart is on the call that game, and hearing that call just reminds me of how they continue to just punish him on the college baseball coverage.
Yes.
How he doesn't get Omaha is beyond me. I mean, as you'd imagine, it's in Morgantown. It is an absolute madhouse.
Yeah, sure it is. Actually just got a message in a group chat, several of these regionals, these umps are in their feelings.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And you wonder why I can't get excited for that like I do football, basketball, and softball. Like I said, not saying they don't have ump and the referee issues in those three, but that sport's the worst in terms of the officials just want to be the show, just are the absolute fun police. Update from race weather. The race weather is watching a cluster of storms 30-35 miles west-northwest, moving southeast 20 to 25 miles per hour. It should avoid the track, but it'll continue to monitor it.
I was told the radar looks clean, so I don't need anyone telling me different. Redbox, by the way, said, and I'll never know what I'm missing out either way. I never understood poutine. Salt and way too much vinegar every time on my fries. Okay.
Alrighty,
So
interesting.
He goes salt and a heavy load of vinegar. Which, by the way, Penn Station East Coast subs. I'd never had subs from there before moving jobs, but now there is one prevalent in Greensboro. And I eat there often, and they give you a heavy dose of salt and vinegar on the fries, and it is very good.
Indeed. All right. Yeah, I like vinegar on fries at certain places. Long John Silver's used to be really good with vinegar on the fries.
Yeah. Carson Hocevar's pit stop. I'm not sure why they were showing that. There didn't seem to be any issues.
Shane Van Gisbergen has now led laps in 3 straight points races.
Wow, yeah, that's true. He leads under this caution after winning the race off of pit road, taking 2 tires. As well, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman, and Chase Briscoe took 2. So we'll have a bit of a jumbled up running order for you. As the field has just gotten the 1 to go and gone through the chews, we are coming to the restart. It'll come at the completion of lap 41 of 300. It will be 49 laps to go in the opening stage. So, Denny Hamlin, a big beneficiary of that caution. Hamlin was the last car on the lead lap after serving a penalty after jumping the start. He'll restart 34th, 37 of the 38 cars still in the lead lap after Cody Ware got the free pass. Shane Van Gisbergen in the Tootsie's Orchid Lounge colors this weekend with the red and gold of Joey Logano to his right elbow. Green flag goes back up into the air. We're racing again at the Nashville Superspeedway. Van Gisbergen, a nose ahead of Logano going to the corner and running it around the outside. Tyler Reddick trying to make up places.
Yeah, indeed he is. Keselowski slots into 3rd. It's Van Gisbergen, Logano. Oh, Larson with an aggressive block on Bell. Reddick, though, passes them both on the high side. He's got that sucker dialed in. He'll blow by Keselowski for 3rd. Keselowski's a roadblock.
Keselowski gets loose. Again, just took 2 tires. Reddick goes around his outside. Larson gets by to driver's left. Now Christopher Bell will try to get by Keselowski as Reddick loads it up around the top of Joey Logano now.
Indeed, should be no contest, and is. Reddick to 2nd, and now he sets dead aim at race leader Shane Van Gisbergen on the approach to turn number 3. Logano going inside. Reddick, though, winds it up topside again.
Reddick on those 4 fresh tires, charging to Van Gisbergen, stays behind him for now as they cross the stripe. Behind Reddick, Kyle Larson, flying to the outside of Joey Logano. He'll throw it down hard into turn 1, Will Larson. He'll take over 3rd. Christopher Bell will attempt to follow.
Yeah, Bell on the high side. Careful, Christopher. There's a wall there. He goes to the outside of Logano, trying to grab that number 4 position, and Bell will make the pass. Good power drive. Meanwhile, Reddick now feeling the heat from Larson.
Yeah, Kyle Larson got to his inside, couldn't pull up alongside, but now at the start-finish line, he has. Here comes Kyle Larson in the blue and white number 5 for Hendrick Motorsports to the inside of Reddick, throws it to the bottom of the corner. They'll be side by side off the turn.
By side off of turn number 2. It's Reddick and Larson, about a car length behind Shane Van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen, Reddick, Larson, Bell, Logano. That's your current top 5. Larson goes inside.
Reddick slips up on the exit of turn 4. That opens up the door for Larson, who will cut down to the apron. All 4 tires on the flat. He'll try to flare up ahead of Reddick on the approach to turn 1. He'll do it. Larson clears Reddick for second. Now Reddick will lose third. Christopher Bell like a ton of bricks to his inside.
Boy, Bell got a great run on him, and now he's not done with that run. He wants to go try and get the spot from Larson. Bell drifting up high. Reddick is high as well. Meanwhile, back at 6th place, William Byron was trying to load up a run on Brad Keselowski.
Keselowski, after that tough restart on the 2 tires, has settled in nicely in 6th, and the 3 drivers up front that took 2 tires under the caution still run 1st, 5th, and 6th at the moment.
That they do, and it's Joey Logano trying to stay back in, trying to make a move. He's tucked back in line in that 5th position. Van Gisbergen's still the leader. Now, here is Bell to the inside of Larson again. Couldn't quite make a move, though.
Larson cuts off the clean air to the nose of that DeWalt Toyota. Now Larson's got a really good run down the front straightaway at Van Gisbergen. Pulls up right to the bumper cover of the number 97. Larson will flare it high in 1 and 2 to try to take over the lead.
3 under a blanket for the race lead. Van Gisbergen, Larson, and Bell down the back straightaway. Van Gisbergen keeps the lead. Larson goes high. Van Gisbergen stalls out in the middle of the corner. Larson to the high side wants the lead.
Larson just gets alongside Van Gisbergen. At the line, Van Gisbergen's got a nose in front, but now it's Larson blitzing him to his right elbow. Into the corner, Larson's got a nose ahead. His 4 fresh tires should be able to take over the lead off 2. Oh!
Larson clear. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Larson and Van Gisbergen throwing haymakers early in this race. Lap 49, not 49 to go. Larson high, Van Gisbergen on the low side of the racetrack as they go off 4 side by side again.
Dead even as they come to the line. Now Larson inches out in front. They cross the stripe and head back to the corner. Christopher Bell watches this hammer and tong battle for the lead happen right in front of his windshield.
Side by side off of turn number 2. They go down the back straightaway. Van Gisbergen with a good surge on the approach to turn number 3. Has the spot by about a car length. Larson, though, surging back on the high side of the racetrack. Can Van Gisbergen shut him off? Yes!
Door shut by the New Zealander. Now Larson will have to recoil here and try once again. Shane Van Gisbergen defending the lead very well here as we work lap 51 of 90 in stage number 1.
Christopher Bell is being impatient. He's trying every which way on this racetrack to find a way around Kyle Larson. Van Gisbergen now legs it out by about a car length going into turn number 3. Larson now has a mirror full of DeWalt. Christopher Bell going to 3rd, but Larson had a good run in the center of the corner, gets him away from Bell a little bit.
And Bell had to back out of the throttle. Tyler Reddick will get closer. Meanwhile, William Byron did complete the pass on Brad Keselowski to take over 6th, but the fight is at the front.
Still good at the front. Larson, really good run off of turn 2. He gets to within a car length, using that Larson line and diamonding the corner the way he likes to do it. Larson within a car length. He drifts a little bit high. Van Gisbergen, middle groove. Van Gisbergen still the leader, but Larson and Bell closing in still.
Yeah, Bell gets a really good run this time through 3 and 4, and he sneaks up right underneath the rear spoiler of Larson. Top 3 run nose to tail, going back to the corner. Larson will hammer it to the bottom. Van Gisbergen tried to shut him off, but Larson is right there.
Larson just gets him a little bit uncomfortable, barely doesn't even touch him, just that slightest bit. Bell, though, on the inside, he wanted both of them. Larson shut him off, though. Van Gisbergen back on the high side. Larson got a little tight. Van Gisbergen back to the lead.
Van Gisbergen doing extremely well after taking just 2 tires on that caution flag pit stop. Larson, though, still has it down on the inside, going back to 1. Larson has it pinched on the bottom. Van Gisbergen keeping him pinched down there. They nearly make contact off the corner.
Larson just muscled his way past Van Gisbergen. Finally, Larson makes the pass, and Bell is clear to the number 2 position. Bell now trying to grab the lead of the high side of the racetrack. Great racing here at Nashville. I was told that's impossible with the next-gen car.
It's been 37 races since Kyle Larson last went to victory lane, May of 2025 at the Kansas Speedway. He leads here with Christopher Bell filling up his rearview mirrors. Meanwhile, also a fight for 3rd begins between Van Gisbergen and Tyler Reddick.
Side by side for third. Reddick high, Van Gisbergen low. Reddick should make easy work of him. Van Gisbergen will try as hard as he can to drive into that corner, and he might actually be even with Reddick coming through 4.
Kyle Larson has finished top 10 in all 5 prior Cup races at Nashville, but this is the first time he's led a lap at Nashville in the next-gen era. The only laps he led here was when he led 264 of the 300 laps en route to victory in 2021.
Got a mirror full of his dirt buddy Christopher Bell at the present time, though. Bell drifting up just a little bit high. Now Bell trying to recoil run. Oh, he pushed up a little bit in 4. Larson will keep the lead.
Well, we love when these two battle, especially when they start battling each other at the front. These are two of the best young drivers in the game, or maybe they're not even considered young drivers anymore. They've been around for so long, but there's a nice little rivalry that's been going on between these two for a while, Seth. As you pointed out a moment ago, it mostly stems from their dirt days.
That it does. Here's Bell on the outside, trying to get to Larson again.
Side by side just about as they came off of 4. Now Larson slips up, goes across the nose of Bell. Now Bell will show that nose to him right underneath the spoiler of Larson. Bell will work to his inside as they race into the 14 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2.
Larson keeps the lead on the high side of the racetrack. Bell now tucks back in line. Great racing between these two. California versus Oklahoma. Bell now to the high side once again, but it's still Larson by a half a car length.
These two starting to jog away from that battle for third, which Shane Van Gisbergen still holds, but he's now a 2.25 seconds in back of the leaders. Beyond Van Gisbergen and Reddick, William Byron tries to take over 5th from Joey Logano, and he does in turn 1.
Move Byron, that red, white, and blue Raptor 24 car up to 5th. So Byron now into the top 5 here. It's Larson, Bell, Van Gisbergen, Reddick, Byron, Logano, Keselowski, Briscoe, Blaney, and Jones, your top 10, as we near 30 to go still in this first stage.
Remember, Briscoe, another one of the drivers that took 2 tires under that caution, so he has hung it out well in the top 10 on 2. Alex Bowman took 2. He has backslid just a bit to 11th.
Didi has backslid to that 11th position. Meanwhile, it's Shane Van Gisbergen doing a good job of defensive driving in that 3rd position. That is one slick-looking hot rod. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, the Tootsie's Orchid Lounge lavender color with flames fading to black. It looks really good under the lights here, and it was a good call.
The nighttime makes it look even better.
Yeah, it does. It was a good call by Stephen Doran, his crew chief, to take the 2 tires and get him some track position, because now Shane is looking really good. In good position to score some stage points. Again, Van Gisbergen entered the day 14th in the championship standings, 28 points above the Chase cut line. Speaking of Chase, Briscoe working to the inside of Brad Keselowski for 7th. Ryan Blaney just in behind those drivers as they come to the start-finish line. But we pick up the battle for the lead again between cars 5 and 20 as they move down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Bell is not letting Larson get away. Meanwhile, at 7th, it's getting pretty hot and heavy, too. Chase Briscoe has the spot. Brad Keselowski wants it. Here's Bell loading up on the high side again from Larson, but Larson keeps him at bay.
The blue and white of the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet of Kyle Larson. The gold and black of the DeWalt Toyota for Christopher Bell for Joe Gibbs Racing. Down into 1 and 2 they go. Larson will go 2 grooves up off the bottom, while Bell sticks it right to that bottom of the racetrack in the yellow line.
Indeed. So it is Larson by a car length over Bell. Bell now drifting up high, and the gap less than a car length.
Looks like these guys are much more confident in running up the banking in 3 and 4 than they are in 1 and 2, but Larson's getting it done up the banking in 1 and 2 as well. The top 2 seconds ahead of now the 3rd place car of Shane Van Gisbergen.
Man, here is Blaney now trying getting the 8th spot for Keselowski. So Ryan Blaney now moves into the number 8 position. Blaney in that slick-looking red, white, and blue. Number 12, Advanced Auto Parts entry going into turns 3 and 4 with Keselowski back in 9th in his blue car.
Leaders, meanwhile, hurdle back towards turn 1. Still, it's just a car length that separates Larson from Bell.
So Larson keeps the lead. Bell trying to load up a run, but just cannot do it as they go down the back straightaway. Now into turn 3. It remains Larson by a car length over Bell. Bell goes way up the track. Whee! In turn 3.
Yeah, Bell flares it up out of turn 4, but still he cannot find a way to get alongside Kyle Larson. 25 laps to go here in this opening stage, and it might be 25 brilliant laps of battling between Larson and Bell.
Yeah, it is Larson now ahead of Seabell, going down the back straightaway, and now only into turn number 3. Bell now drifting up high again. Larson goes up high, tries to shot the clean air, and it works. He gains about a car length or 2 on him.
Yeah, Larson went up there and took the clean air off the nose of Bell's Toyota, and that really made a big difference. Great defensive driving there from Larson, and he gapped Bell that time by 0.4 of a second across the line.
So here is Larson by about 4 car lengths over Christopher Bell down the back straightaway. Approaching turn number 3. By the way, for you Denny Hamlin fans, he is in the 28th position still.
Yep, starting to move up just a little bit, Hamlin. He's in all the traffic and in all of that turbulent air, but he is chipping away at it a little bit more now off this restart when everyone was bunched up. He's passed Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, Noah Gregson, John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Hill, Ryan Preece, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on this run.
Yeah, Hamlin over the radio, just can't pass. Effing sucks.
Well, I have a different picture of what the passing looks like at the front of the field, Dennis. If you could get to the front, maybe you could, but the passing has looked quite good here at the top of the running order as Kyle Larson leads Christopher Bell going back to turn 1. It's 3 car lengths the difference, 22 to go in this opening stanza.
So Larson with a 5 car length lead over Christopher Bell, then Shane Van Gisbergen in P3. Larson continuing to just cruise along going into turn number 3. Bell, though, has a good run going to turns 3 and 4, but it's still Larson by about 3 car lengths.
Back into the top 10, Zane Smith has made passes on Alex Bowman and Eric Jones. Smith is back up into the 10th position. Carson Hocevar runs 13th, and Ty Gibbs, it really hasn't worked out for him. He lost a lot of track position on that pit stop cycle, Seth, and he's back to 14th.
Yeah, indeed he is. So the gamble worked for some, and it didn't for others. It continues to be Kyle Larson by 3 car lengths over Christopher Bell. Larson goes high. Bell stays glued to the bottom.
Yeah, Bell trying to make the bottom work for him this time through 3 and 4. At the line, the gap remains 0.3 of a second. Actually, it goes from 3 to 0.4, I beg your pardon, so it didn't work out for Bell using the bottom. Speaking of Hocevar, as we just did, running in the 13th position, he's trying to reel in the violet and teal number 48 of Alex Bowman, who again took 2 tires under the caution flag pit stops.
Savard drifting way up to the high side, trying to load up a run on Alex Bowman. This is for 12th place. Now Hocevar goes a switcheroo to the bottom. Oh my goodness, he just blows by Bowman for a minute as if he was standing still before Bowman recoils.
But now Hocevar will drive it hard off of turn 4. Bowman can't be as aggressive with the accelerator with only 2 fresh tires on the right side of the Ally Chevrolet. So Hocevar completes the pass, moving up into position number 12. And 1 car up and into the wall in turns 1 and 2 is Connor Zilich. He brushes the wall with the right side of his Red Bull Chevrolet. Caution is out. He'll make his way off of turn 2 to the attention of Seth Eaves, and it looked like, Seth, that the right front tire went down on the rookie.
That's what it looks like here. That right front is completely bent out of shape as the nightmare rookie season for Zilt for the North Carolinian continues as Zilich now dives all the way to the bottom of the racetrack in car 88. A lot of sparks coming from the right side of that thing. That right side is pretty well used up on the Connor Zilich machine.
Zilich started the night 33rd in the championship standings. The rookie has not had an easy go of things in his freshman campaign in the NASCAR Cup Series. So we're under caution for the second time here at the Nashville Super Speedway. And for the first time for incident, the first yellow on lap 35 was a competition caution. Under yellow here in Nashville, as Zilich looks to be done for the night. Certainly broke the right front suspension when he contacted the wall, and that right front tire and brake rotor is in flames as he pulls behind the wall. So the Red Bull Chevrolet looks to be done for the night, certainly done as far as being competitive for this Cracker Barrel 400. He finished last at Charlotte last weekend after getting caught up in a Stage 1 crash with Austin Cindric, and he will be the first retirement from this race as well here this evening in Tennessee. That is a shame for Connor Zilich. Climbs out of the car in the garage, does the Trackhouse driver. So under yellow, we will step away for just a moment and get you back for the restart.
Super Frank.
Caution out for a second time tonight at Nashville. This time it's for rookie Connor Zilich.
Yeah, get down into turn one. Watch this. Let's listen. How violent is that, man?
Well, that Red Bull onboard camera really helping you understand how rough the ride was into the wall.
Golly. So the right front rotor explodes right here as he gets to the end of the front straightaway, and he's just along for the ride at that point. And Steve, we were talking off camera about how this happens. I mentioned earlier that the rotor can get hot and deform and get into the caliper, and that creates a catastrophic failure. Otherwise, there's other ways this can happen.
Yeah, let's listen into what they're thinking on the radio.
Rotor exploded. I had no soft pedal or anything.
We got more opening on the right front than anybody, too. I don't know why that happened.
All right, so to your point, soft pedal, what does he mean? When you talked about the rotor getting so hot that it glows and hits the caliper, that normally happens because it gets so bright red that you press on it, it grows, and you get a soft pedal, meaning you press on the pedal and it gets mushy. Listen. That happens at the end of the straightaway almost before it lifts. The other way a rotor breaks is it gets hot, and then you have so much opening, then down the straightaway, it's like ice cold. It's like going out and throwing like ice cold water on a molten piece of glass. It just cracks and explodes. So what happens is you just heat shock the rotor, hot, cold, so many times that literally the cast steel cracks, splinters, and explodes. My bet would be on the latter for here. I don't think it got so hot that it made contact. I think it actually got hot, cold, so many heat cycles that the cast iron rotor itself just exploded, especially where it did. Normally when it hits the rotor, it's like you get on the brakes, it makes it grow. That almost happened right before he was going to lift, which would be the coolest point for the rotor. Like it cooled so much it finally exploded. Either way, result the same, and it's awful. And you know, we talked about the 19-year-old trying to run all 300 laps. So here's a race he's only run, 75 laps. He's just not going to get the learning experience he wants.
We came in here worried about brakes. We talked to a lot of crew chiefs in the garage about brakes. Everybody had a different approach. We're starting to see in this race teams talk about issues. Now we have drivers who have had issues. This will be an issue tonight, but also you think about the low downforce package,
Oh.
the more horsepower, so we have less drag to slow the car down.
Right.
You have more speed because of the horsepower. You're going to have to use more brake, have more brake pressure getting into the corner. So this was already a track where we fought brake issues. Now that's going to be worse with this type of a package. And we take this same thing to St. Louis, where they've had issues there. So the teams have a lot to think about as we move forward into the season to try to avoid these types of problems.
Big strategy opportunity here. We'll see how it plays out. Caution coming inside of 20 laps to go in the stage. Pit road is open. Here they are, Kim.
Including leader Kyle Larson. You see him top left of your screen. He said car is good, a little free. He did tell his team, though, ran hard there. They will make an air pressure adjustment, take fuel and tires, Trevor.
Tyler Reddick feels like that 45 Toyota has freed up since it's cooled off outside. They'll make some adjustments to tighten him up and take 4 tires to set up for the stage break, Marty.
Trevor, almost at the end of stage 1, question is, do you go for a quick stop here in stage points or take your time and make the next stop quicker? Adam Stevens going with option B, waiting on fuel for fresh tires. Bell said we are so close. Meanwhile, SVG said that was so much fun out there. They go with 4 tires as well, but several going with 2, Adam.
Yeah.
Mixed bag of strategies there on pit road, so we'll get the running order set for you once timing and scoring recycles. So you heard all of the analysis there from Steve Letarte, Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the broken brake rotor for rookie Connor Zilisch, and that puts him out of the Cracker Barrel 400, the first retirement here in Nashville. We'll also have a sprint to the end of this stage. It'll be around 10 to go when we get the restart, so that's why you had the mixed bag of strategies. Looks like 3 drivers did not pit. A.J. Allmendinger, Riley Herbst, and Cole Custer did not come down pit road, and those will be your 3 leaders on the restart. And then again, you had a bunch of drivers take 2, a bunch take 4. So, we'll see how it all plays out when we get the green flag here in a matter of moments.
Well.
Again, Matthew Owens and Seth Eaves here with you, as you can see, bottom right of your screen, if you are indeed watching while listening. I do see a lot of people on YouTube, and if, again, you're new to the channel and you like what you see, and more importantly, you like what you hear, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Press the notification bell to get notified when we go live. We go live almost every day on this channel, live streaming sporting events from basketball to hockey. We've had a lot of that lately. NASCAR, every NASCAR Cup Series race, every NTT IndyCar Series race. More on IndyCar that ran earlier today, later in the program, of course.
I don't think you need a teaser to figure out who won that race.
And, of course, in a dozen days, we'll have live coverage of the FIFA World Cup from the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
By the way, you'll appreciate this, Matthew. I meant to tell you this. You know, they gave us a bunch of ad reads to do for the tournament I was working last week.
Yes.
And one of the things, like, is the NJCAA network, the home for. Every time I read it, I said the NJCAA network, the home for NJCAA content. I did it because it gives 3. It actually had 3. The script had like 3 dots in between network and then the. So I was like, perfect time to go Eli on it. The home.
Blind Silver 3090 in the comments says 97, so I think we've got another Shane fan.
And you know what? I think you know what else? I have a tendency on real life broadcast to mention where NASCAR drivers are from or certain people. Educate the people. More on that afterwards. More on that in a minute.
Yeah, they have come quickly to the restart. Green flag in the air with A.J. Allmendinger and Riley Herbst on the front row. Those 2 did not pit. They're 3 wide in turn 1 behind the leaders. Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson go way up the banking.
Herbst on the high side. Allmendinger now's like Blaney, though, trying to go 3 wide. Allmendinger tried to throw the block. 3 wide for the lead. Herbst has it. Blaney now to the inside of Allmendinger for second, and he's going to grab the lead from Hurst or try to.
Ryan Blaney like a rat through a drain pipe, straight down the inside of both A.J. Allmendinger and Riley Herbst to the lead. But now Allmendinger will flare to his inside. They tried to stack it up 3 wide, but Blaney with fresh tires has the lead. Allmendinger not giving up the fight, though.
Not giving up the fight. Herbst in the slipstream of both of them. Allmendinger to the inside of Blaney. Blaney, though, fights back high side, has the lead by a nose. Allmendinger, though, staying tough.
Behind that battle for the lead, Riley Herbst is holding on to third right now. Behind him, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson are side by side at fourth. Darrell Wallace Jr., Tyler Reddick, and Chase Briscoe are all down there. But at the front, A.J. Allmendinger is not giving up the fight for the race lead. One car in the wall further back, and then another one spinning. It's Ross Chastain in the wall. It's Michael McDowell spinning in the middle of turns 1 and 2. McDowell's red, black, and white Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports goes around, and meanwhile, Ross Chastain comes to the scene of turn 3, Seth, with probably a flat right front tire.
Oh, SVG, you better check your right front, my man. You might want to put extra care on it because 2 of your teammates have had right front. Chastain's about to spin the car out on the apron. I think he's a little hot under the collar and frustrated with how this season's going, I think is what part of this is.
Goodness.
Ross, slow down, buddy.
Yeah, needs to cool it down a bit here.
My goodness.
And
he's going to stop on pit road.
And I think he might go straight behind the wall, or, well, we'll see. He was in the wall way before he got into the center of the corner, and then just as the scramble behind him started to avoid, Michael McDowell got loose underneath someone else, Chris Buescher. Those two clanged off one another, and McDowell went spinning, and I don't know, that might have been another brake rotor failure on a Trackhouse car, just like Seth said. Oh, yeah, look at that. That car right front was smoking, sending Chastain up into the wall well before he got to the corner. I think that's 2 Trackhouse cars with the same issue. One of our ones to watch, Ross Chastain, a former Nashville winner, and a guy that really needs to get some good runs under his belt to try to get into the chase over the next 13 weeks. Not going to get a good result here tonight. By the way, Bruce Andrews in the comments. Well, look at it. Look at the commenters over here. He's going with some alliteration like we like to do on these broadcasts. Zilch gets zilch. And Chastain, where are you going, son?
Oh boy.
Stopped in the middle of pit road, then put it in reverse, then I guess went behind the wall. Yeah, he did. That was a strange way to get to the garage. The garage.
Man, it's rough break for the Busch Light team.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying before we were jump scared with the restart.
That's fine. I like, if I'm doing like broadcasting, like my other job, my other broadcasting like jobs, I like to mention like if there's an athlete or someone that I know is from a certain hometown that's on the roster is one of the players that's playing it. I'll mention it. I did a softball game earlier this year where I mentioned Jimmy Spencer because one of the players was from Barrett, Pennsylvania. No, I did not tell the batter to twist it either.
Should have.
No, that would have gotten me in all kinds of plus it was the other team, so I would have gotten in all kind of trouble. More than likely. And then speaking, I can't believe I forgot to tell you this. So one of the teams is from Florida that was in this tournament, and they had a player from Lakeland, Florida.
Oh boy!
And I said, and not only did I say it, I said it the proper way. I said, Lakeland, Florida, the hometown of former NASCAR driver Joe Nemechek.
There you go. See, you did it.
I said it the Eli way too.
There you go. Let's hear real quick.
This year, I have on my on-air broadcast, I have name dropped Jimmy Spencer, Ken Schrader, and Joe Nemechek.
Let's hear real quick from Connor Zilch.
Stretch of races for us. Obviously, cars were fast. We were, Ross and I both started in the back, and we're moving forward. And I feel like our Red Bull Chevrolet was good. And yeah, just unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, we'll learn from it, see what we can do better with the brake package, and come back next week at Michigan.
Thank you, Connor. Marty?
That's the rookie Connor Zillett. Here's Marty Snyder.
But I talked to Brandon McSwain as Ross Chastain gets out of the car, the crew chief for Ross Chastain this afternoon, and they had the brake duct opening, Steve, 3/4 covered, and after what happened to their teammate Connor Zillett, they pulled a small piece of tape off the right front brake duct a moment ago on that last stop. So they were aware of the issue. They were concerned about it. They did pull some tape on the last stop, but obviously it didn't last very long into that run for Ross Chastain.
Yeah. Well, I think Seth Eaves said the right thing. Watch out Shane Van Gisbergen, because that looks like 2 of the 3 Trackhouse cars have just had the same issue basically back to back. And Shane, who's had a really good run tonight and on a really good run of races overall, you don't want to see that. Bruce Andrews goes on to say, let's go 7-7, get that twangadilla. Twangadilla? Twangadilla?
Well, I think that's what he meant, twangadilla. Hey, all I'm going to say is anything from Chili's is fine with me.
We like Chili's around here. They're not a paid sponsor. They're not paying us to say that. If they want to pay us to say that, we will. There's 2 things we don't turn down around here. Chili's and money.
You kidding me? That triple dipper hits every time.
Oh, come on. Where are you going? Where are you going? Triple dipper. Here's my one complaint. I will complain one thing about Chili's. Why, oh why, did they get rid of fried pickles?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
That's a tough beat.
Now I say that triple dipper hits every time. I do like to try to mix up the menu a little bit, but
well, see,
triple dipper's good.
That makes you better than me, because I have never once walked into a Chili's and gotten anything other than the triple dip.
Well, I have gotten their baby back ribs on numerous occasions, and them things are good. Now I understand that's going to be a difficult sell for you, given how you are with messy food, but man, them things hit. Oh man,
yeah, I try not
I'll
to
tell
eat
you what else
food.
is good that I didn't think I would like, but I tried it because it looked good. I don't know. I think it's like a part-time deal. I don't know if they have it right now. That Cajun shrimp Alfredo pasta.
Now listen.
That's really good with some Cajun shrimp and Alfredo sauce. Oh man,
now listen.
It's really good.
Now you got any place that has a Cajun Alfredo pasta, I'm on it. Kickback Jack's down here. I will tear up their Cajun Alfredo.
I'm about an hour and a half away from the nearest Kickback Jack's, and yet that's not the place I've ate it. The only Kickback Jack's I've eaten, I think they got one in Hickory and Mooresville, but it's not where I ate it at. After one of those trips to Kingsport, I ate one in Johnson City. And I had of course, wings are my favorite food, so if I'm going to a place for a first time, a place like that for the first time, I'm usually trying the wings first just to get the load. The wings and fries, oh my Lord.
And see, you're talking here to 2 professional eaters. I mean,
yes, as you could see on the bottom right of your screen.
Yeah, the bottom right over there tells the tale.
We miss a lot of things. Meals are not one of them.
Right. You don't get this size by missing meals. Bruce says, get that guitar. Jeffrey Fuller in the comments says, now this is a hot take. This is a hot take. He says Chipotle over Chili's. I like
Glad to have you with it.
I like Chipotle, but I would not go that far.
Jeffrey, great to have you with us. Appreciate you tuning in with us on this Sunday night for NASCAR racing. We are most appreciative of your listenership. You are way off base on that one, my friend.
I hope he hit the subscribe button first. Yes, but
I hope he did, because you said I went to Chipotle and I wasn't overly thrilled about it. I wasn't the big fan of it. But Bruce, by the way, says we're making him hungry, so
They're making me hungry.
Yeah, really.
Chili's
Good
car
thing
is
I
on
had
pit
some
road
burgers
right
before
now.
I came on here. UCLA is trying to rally here. They hit a solo home run to get it to 6-4 in the bottom of the seventh. Now they've got a runner on first with nobody out, and the Bruins are getting fired up here. Bottom 7 elimination game is getting spicy at OKC. We'll try to keep you posted because, well, I don't know how much I'll keep you posted if something dramatic happens, because if I'll say hold it, or I'll just scream over the top of you Billy Packer style, or my co-partner from last week at the softball style. But anyway,
Chili's car just came to pit road. Also on pit road is the Celsius car of Ryan Preece, and they have held that car on pit road for a bit. They must be doing extensive work to Preece. Celsius on board the 60 car this week, one of 5 cars in this field sponsored by an energy drink. You've got Celsius on the 60 of Ryan Preece, Red Bull on the 88 of Connor Zilic, which is out of the race, Monster on the 35 and 54s of Riley Herbst and Ty Gibbs, and NOS on the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. This is just the second time in NASCAR history. This is why you come to the Ultimate Sports Media Network, Seth Eaves. It's just the second time in NASCAR Cup Series history that there has been a cup race with 5 cars sponsored by energy drinks. The only other race was the 2010 Daytona 500, when you had Monster on the 7, Wave on the 36, Red Bull on the 82 and 83, and Amp on the 88.
Now, that's a stat. I have a Preece report for you real quickly here.
Okay.
Dealing with water pressure issues on the digital gauge.
All right, so he'll start at the back for what will be a one-lap dash to win stage number 1 of the Cracker Barrel 400 at Nashville. Ryan Blaney and A.J. Allmendinger on the front row. Riley Herbst and Kyle Larson line up in row 2. Row 3 is Chase Elliott and Darrell Wallace Jr. Ford Mustang pace car hits pit road. Field goes into the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Green flag goes up in the air. Final lap of stage 1. Ryan Blaney gets a push from Riley Herbst. Blaney puts a nose in front of Allmendinger in turn 1. Kyle Larson goes high, so too does Tyler Reddick, but the fight is for the lead between Blaney and Allmendinger.
One lap dash for the stage. Allmendinger now gets a push from Larson. He's going to be clear to the lead going through turns 3 and 4. But here comes Larson, back of the high side of the racetrack. He's going to blow by Allmendinger. Does Allmendinger have a fight back on the bottom?
Allmendinger digging deep on the bottom alongside Larson to the line. Photo finish. A.J. Allmendinger gets there first. And A.J. Allmendinger has scored the Stage 1 victory here at Nashville. A.J. Allmendinger with just his second career stage victory in NASCAR Cup Series competition. Did not pit when everybody else did, aside from Riley Herbst 2 cautions ago. And the Colleague Racing team gets a big load of stage points as A.J. Allmendinger steals a stage. That is a heck of a call from crew chief Trent Owens, and a great drive from the guy behind the steering wheel, Seth. By 35 one-thousandths of a second, he beats Larson to the green and white checkered.
Oh, keep smiling, boys. Goodness.
That is well done. Allmendinger ahead of Larson, Blaney, Elliott, Reddick, Wallace, Byron, Briscoe, Herbst, and Suarez, the points-paying positions in stage number 1. What do we have?
Game! UCLA has tied it with 2 outs. Jordan Woolery, of course, her 36th homer of the year. None bigger.
Well.
Incredible.
And we've also got Ryan Preece now going behind the wall. So those issues for Preece have not gone away. So stage 1 in the books here at Nashville. Ryan Preece joining Ross Chastain and Connor Zilic in the garage. And I will hand it over to Seth. So he
can
do
the Matt White thing.
Yes,
I have that pulled up.
Matt White is not with us tonight. He'll be back for Michigan next week. And
That's
it is. Seth, it's the final day of May on this May 31st. Tell us what's happened on this day in racing history and who was born on this day.
You know, I love Matt White, but at the same time, I do like this because I do like the birthdays. And I like doing this. And oh my goodness, the first name. You will not believe this one, Matthew. Born on this day in 1962, Philippe Gauche.
Oh.
And Philip Gash was born on this day in 1962.
Pull up on YouTube when you got some free time the pace laps of the 1992 Indianapolis 500. And Philippe Gauche spins on one of the pace laps right after Roberto Guerrero. And Sam Posey cuts in, and this is Philippe Gauche. And without missing a beat, Paul Page right behind him. And this is Philippe Gauche. I believe that was Philippe Gauche.
Raider Red looks depressed as hell over there, by the way, in the, over there at the softball game. Three-time 90s ARCA starter Tony Izzo Jr., no relation to Tom that I know of, was born on this day in 1970. Dylan Kwasniewski, you remember him? He's born on this day in 1995. And born on this day in 1998, Santino Ferrucci. So he ran on his birthday today. How about that? Most recent Cup Series race on this day, 2020. Food City presents the Supermarket Heroes 500. Chase Elliott and Joey Logano took each other out with a couple laps to go. Opened the door for Brad Keselowski to win. Last year, this day, Justin Allgaier won Xfinity race at Nashville. On this day in 2015, an absolute stunning development. The Cup Series ran at Dover, and Jimmy Johnson won.
Oh.
The FedEx 400 benefiting Autism Speaks. Kyle Busch was a winner on this day in 2014. The Nationwide Series Buckle Up 200 presented by Click It or Ticket at Dover. Will Power won the first Belle Isle race in 2014. On this day in 2009, a lot happened in 2009. Scott Dixon won the IndyCar Series ABC Supply AJ Foyt Indy 225 at Milwaukee.
Good Lord.
And
sorry. Didn't mean to. Go on. I'll report back after you get done.
Jamie Whincup won a V8 Supercar race at Simmons Plains, and also on this day in 2009, the Cup Series went to Dover, and Jimmy Johnson won. Yippee! The Autism Speaks 400, presented by A Hell of a Good. You catch that? Yippee! As he passed Tony Stewart.
Yes.
On this day in 2008, Denny Hamlin won the Hell of a Good 200 nationwide race at Dover. Joe Nemechek won a Busch race on this day in 2003, the MBNA Armed Forces Family 200 at Dover.
We went on a spell where Hell of a Good was kind of popping up here, there, and everywhere in NASCAR.
Also in 2003, Michelle Jourdain Jr. won the CART Milwaukee Mile Centennial. On this day in 2002, Ed Musgrave won the Truck Series MBNA America 200 at Dover. We've been to Dover a lot on May 31st.
No kidding.
1998. If you can believe it, there was a Winston Cup race in 1998, not won by Jeff Gordon or Mark Martin. Dale Jarrett won the Cup Series MBNA Platinum 400 at Dover.
Anytime
Also
the other two didn't win, it was probably Dale.
On this day in 1998, Jimmy Vasser won the CART Miller 200. On this day in 1997, Bobby Labonte won the Busch Series GM Goodrich Dilco Batteries 200 at Dover. And Jay Sauter won the Truck Series Pennzoil Discount Center 200 at New Hampshire. On this day in 1992, the penultimate Cup Series win for handsome Harry Gant. He won the Budweiser 500 at Dover. And Ayrton Senna won the Monaco Grand Prix. Senna also won Monaco on this day in 1987. On this day in 1987, Davey Allison won the Cup Series Budweiser Hostage Crisis 500 at Dover.
500 miles at Dover, man.
We do have some Indianapolis 500s on this day on May 31st. 1986, Bobby Rahal.
Passing Kevin Cogan with 3 laps to go.
Also on this day in 1965, Jimmy Clark winning the Indy 500.
Yes. Oh, gosh. Jimmy Clark, what a legend.
On this day in 1954, Bill Vukovich winning.
Youngest ever to win it. Clark will add 190 of those laps in 65 for the Lotus team.
On this day in 1948 was called the International 500. I was unaware that used to be called that. Maury Rose, not Maury Povich, Maury Rose won the 500.
From Columbus, Ohio.
And on this day in 1915, the 500 won by Ralph DePalma.
Oh, I'm so glad you got to read that one off. Yes. Ralph DePalma, the great Italian that had the heartbreak of all heartbreaks in 1912. If you were with us on our old platform, you know all about this. And you also know that Seth doesn't like bringing up the 1912 500, but he got the redemption in 15. Good for you, Ralphie.
Indeed.
Call him Ralphie as if I was good friends with him all those years ago. Now, JT loves to talk about how old I am. I was not there doing the play-by-play of the 1915 Indy 500.
I can hear him now. I was negative 107 or whatever. We miss JT's.
You hit that right on the head. Negative 107. He was born in 2008.
Yeah, JT is with his first I wouldn't say first professional love, given the relationship he has with JB at times.
They're doing the Kyle Petty tonight, didn't you know? They're doing a double stream.
Of course they are. What, this racing behind the scenes?
Right. But we're glad you're with us.
Absolutely.
And we hope you'll stay with us. Thank you, Seth, by the way, for doing that. That was fun.
Yep.
Seth filling in the shoes of Matt White, who he's anti-night racing. Matt White, he doesn't. He's not with us for the night races. Jeffrey, by the way, carries on to say, and okay, if this is the case,
I wasn't going to read that. Yeah. But it is a good point.
If this is the case, and I can get behind him. He said he could get behind Chili's, but he's had it twice, and he's gotten food poisoning each time. Once in Illinois, once in Florida.
Yeah. I can understand that.
Okay, Jeffrey, you have an open invitation to come to the Chili's with me in Greensboro. We'll just have a time. We'll have a great time. You won't get food poisoning, and we'll talk about racing. Let's go.
Allmendinger's first ever stage win on an oval.
Yes, second of his career, and now we are doubled up for the restart. And it'll be Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson on the front row as the running order gets ironed out a little bit after it was very jumbled up with all the mixed bag of strategies. And we get ready to go. Seth, what'd you think about the opening stage? I thought it was quite good.
Oh, very good. Very, very good. I'm sure someone will find a way to complain about it, but I thought it was very good. Good, racing. Obviously, you can pass. It looks like. Of course, they've got a new package, new formula, so that looks good as we're getting ready to go green here.
Kyle Larson, the control car, inside of row one. Ryan Blaney to his right. Green flag up in the air. Blaney spun the rear tires through the restart zone. Darrell Wallace Jr. got him out of shape. Chase Briscoe dives to the inside of Tyler Reddick. Those two are three wide with Blaney in the corner as Kyle Larson hopscotches away.
Indeed, he does, and Larson away by about 3 car lengths over Chase Briscoe on the approach to turn 3. Reddick third, Blaney fourth, Darrell Wallace Jr. trying to work his way through as he battles with Eric Jones.
So Kyle Larson clear to the lead on the restart, but we know how these restarts are crazy just about everywhere we go, and this one is too. Ty Gibbs just cut down to the apron to try to make passes in the middle of the pack. He's alongside Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski.
Indeed he is. Welcome to semi-front of the field, Mr. Hamlin, after his rough start. Here he goes, inside of Joey Logano in turn number 3. And now Bubba to the outside of Byron for a spot.
Yeah, Hamlin said earlier that he can't pass, but he's moved up from 38th to 11th, and he's trying to break up into the top 10. Wallace and Jones continue their battle. Those two Toyotas just ahead of Corey Heim and another Toyota.
Well, there was some paint traded there. Byron like he was in the grass. Goodness gracious. Well, it's tough out here on these restart streets. Here is Wallace to the inside edge. Oh, Wallace with a bobble. That's going to open up the door for Corey Heim.
The Hardee's Toyota goes up the banking, and now Corey Heim in the Chiefs Toyota gets to his inside. Of course, 2311 took over Chiefs in downtown Nashville earlier this week. That's the colors on the 67 of Heim, who makes the pass on Wallace.
Heim to 6. Wallace now back to 7th. 8th place, the battle. Byron and Van Gisbergen. Byron sliding up in front of Van Gisbergen. Hamlin 10th. Goes high, opens up the bottom for Joey Logano. Hamlin, though, will shut the advance off.
Good racing here off the restart. Kyle Larson away with the lead. Chase Briscoe jumping up to second. An average finish at Nashville of 26.8 for Briscoe in his career. The 32nd best average finish of the drivers in this field tonight, Seth. He's up in second right now.
Inside, the battle for ninth. Denny Hamlin to the inside in turn number 3. Good drive by that blue and white number 11. And Hamlin grabs the spot from Van Gisbergen.
So Hamlin with a smash and grab move on Van Gisbergen moves up into the 9th position. He'll set his sights now on the William Byron automobile. Hamlin will cut it wide in 1 and 2 before he dives it back to the very bottom for the exit of the corner.
Yep, down the back straightaway they go. Continues to be Larson at the front. You're not missing anything there. He has about a 7-car length lead over the Chase Briscoe machine. Hamlin trying to work on Byron now to grab 8th.
Meanwhile, for you Christopher Bell fans, he got bottled back in traffic off of that late caution in stage 1. And for the driver that was running second prior to that caution, he's back in the 13th position. Now make it 12th as he just got around Ty Gibbs. Let's follow Hamlin as he closes in on Byron.
So Hamlin now reels in Byron down the back straightaway for 8th, and now he goes to the high side of the racetrack trying to diamond and formulate a run, but it's not there. Byron will inch away by about a car length on him.
So Hamlin fades back just a bit as he tries to close in on the William Byron car. First stage was 90 laps, this stage 95, as Hamlin will sledgehammer it to the bottom of turns 1 and 2, closes right in on the flame number 24.
Again, he gets close, but not close enough to make a move. It is Byron ahead of Hamlin going into turn 3. Hamlin packs it in on the high side. Can't make the move, though, completely on William Byron. And so Byron will stay in 8th place.
Hamlin restarted 16th. He's up to 9th. He's picked up 7 spots off the restart. Chris Buescher's also picked up 7 spots on this restart, going from 21st to 14th.
Man, as Hamlin now continues to try and reel in William Byron. And Larson's lead now at half a second over Briscoe. And Denny Hamlin, he looks focused. He and Chris Buescher both +7 since the restart.
And Hamlin not done yet with the back bumper of that 24 as he tries to close in on Byron one more time. They swoop down into turn 1. Darrell Wallace Jr. right up there as well.
Indeed. So Hamlin again gets absolutely close to the William Byron machine. Now dives it at turn 3 on the inside. Great run. Hamlin might have him this time. He gets close at least. Byron, though, stays in front of him.
Last couple set of corners, Byron has not run the bottom because Darrell Wallace Jr. ahead of him. That's where he's running, so he goes to the top to try to get clean air on the nose of his Camaro, but it's leaving him vulnerable to Hamlin. That'll happen again in 1 and 2. Byron goes high. Hamlin tries to slip underneath.
He did try to slip underneath. Couldn't do it, though. Byron continues to be in front of Hamlin. Now goes inside turn number 3. Byron, 2 wheels down to the bottom. Hamlin trying to formulate a run topside. Byron in front by half a car length.
Yeah, Byron ran the bottom that time, but he was right in the tire tracks of Wallace, so there was no clean air on the nose of that Camaro. That allows Hamlin to get even closer. This is 7th, 8th, and 9th on the racetrack.
Hamlin now to the outside, center of the corner. Good surging run out of turn number 2. He goes outside of William Byron. Will he grab 8th place? You bet. Denny Hamlin makes the pass. That's at 8th. Meanwhile, 10th just changed. Christopher Bell got around Shane Van Gisbergen.
And he's hot to trot to the back bumper of William Byron as well. Bell is moving up quickly now after getting bottled up in that traffic. He was running second prior to the late caution in stage 1. All of a sudden, he's 7 seconds off the lead. He'll flare high in 1 and 2 and try to get to the right elbow of William Byron.
Bell stays on the high side of the racetrack, and he will blow by William Byron, so now Bell goes to 9th. Denny Hamlin next up on the hit parade for Christopher Bell, his teammate. Byron, though, fighting back on the bottom against Bell.
Byron not wanting to give up this fight for the 9th position, but Bell looks like he's got a very strong car. He is now clear of Byron on the way back to turn 1. Bell moves up to P9. He'll set his sights on the 2 Toyotas in front of him, Wallace and Hamlin.
Larson continues to show the way at the front. You are not missing anything there as the action continues. And my goodness, great action here between Wallace, Hamlin, and Bell, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Meanwhile, Eric Jones and Corey Heim have both settled in off this restart into the 5th and 6th positions. Again, you can see on the scoring pylon left of your screen all of those red dots. Those are Toyotas, a whole bunch of Toyotas populating the top 10, Seth, but it's the Chevrolet of Larson that leads the way. Here's Hamlin going after Wallace in 3.
Yeah, Hamlin going after Wallace, powering to the inside. Has the spot for now. Wallace won't let it go, but he'll have to. Hamlin has the spot.
Hamlin muscles his way up to the 7th position, but Wallace will side draft him and pull him back on the front stretch. This is a side-by-side battle going to 1, and all that's doing is allowing Christopher Bell to get closer.
So it's Hamlin, Wallace, and Bell, and now Bell reels in Wallace down the back straightaway. Bell goes to the inside in turn number 3. He'll make the pass on Wallace. It's Bell to 8th. Real quick, the Reddick over the radio said he's trying to save his brakes.
Well, and of course, we've already seen brake rotors explode on 2 cars tonight, Connor Zilich and Ross Chastain. Remember, on these tracks that use heavy braking, we've seen a lot of braking issues for the 2311 teams. Tyler Reddick and Darrell Wallace Jr. have had a lot of brake failures in the past at tracks like Gateway in New Hampshire and tracks where you do use a lot of brakes, and you do use a hefty amount of brakes here, getting the car settled into the 2 sets of corners here at Nashville as well. So Reddick already seeing brake issues on a couple of Chevrolets, being mindful and circumspect about that here in the middle stages. Christopher Bell continuing to try to climb up the leaderboard, Seth. He's 8th, and 7th is just ahead of him.
That would be his Joe Gibbs Racing teammate, Denny Hamlin, down the back straightaway. Hamlin has the spot going into turn number 3 on the bottom. Bell drifting a little bit high. Bell with a good run center of the corner, but not good enough.
So these 2 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas come off of turn 4 and flash across the line nose to tail, less than a car length, separating the blue and white number 11 of Denny Hamlin and the gold and black DeWalt Toyota number 20 of Christopher Bell. But at the front, it's Kyle Larson, who led 264 laps en route to winning the inaugural Cup Series race here at Nashville back in 2021. And despite finishing top 10 in all of the next-gen races here from 2022 to 25, he had never led a lap at this track in the next-gen era. But he's led the most laps so far here tonight, and he's showing the way about 30 laps shy of halfway. Chase Briscoe runs in second. Tyler Reddick is 2.5 seconds back in third. Ryan Blaney and Eric Jones rounds out the top 5. In the comments section, let's see, UFC picks and balances, not checks and balances, as we heard earlier in the show, but UFC picks and balances asks the question, what have top speeds been hitting today? You can see the lap times on your screen there. That last lap time for the leader, Kyle Larson, a 30.3 second lap. What that translates into in speed, I will try to get you here as best I can. That means doing math, which I've never really been great at. Average speed of this race last year was 129 miles per hour, if that helps at all. Yeah, we don't have the pure speeds on our screen, but we do have the lap times. But I'll try to get that to you. Also, he UFC Picks and Balances asks, what does BTW mean? And we can confirm it does not mean by the way on our timing and scoring. It means behind the wall. That's what you see with Ryan Preece. Ross Chastain and Connor Zilic, who went behind the wall earlier, has been confirmed out of the race, both with brake rotor failures for the two teammates from Trackhouse Racing. 34 of the 38 cars that started the race are on the track, or on the lead lap, rather. The one car that's off the lead lap is Chad Fincham, who runs back in the 35th spot.
Matthew?
Yeah.
Georgia Tech was up 8-2. Oklahoma then scored 13 unanswered. They win 15-8. Winner take all tomorrow.
Okay. Update from the college baseball tournament. Meanwhile, at the front, Seth, Chase Briscoe chomping away at Kyle Larson here.
He is. He absolutely is. You got about, 2 car lengths separating the Larson and Briscoe machines as they come off of turn 4.
So Larson with that blue and white livery glistening in the lights, but Chase Briscoe in that bright orange and camouflage Bass Pro Shops Toyota is coming right at him. This is the battle for the lead.
Battle for the lead. It is Larson by a car length over the Chase Briscoe machine. Briscoe trying to reel him in. Larson continues to be in front. Briscoe, though, edges a little bit closer. It's still Larson by a car length off 4.
By the way, to answer that last question, I'm told that about a 30.5-second lap translates to 157 miles an hour around here. So that's what I'm told. I'm hoping that's right.
Who is the mathing?
I hope so.
I hope so too, man. You're kind of nervous right now.
Yeah, thank you. So Larson and Briscoe battling for the lead. We told you earlier, Kyle Larson has never finished outside the top 10 here at Nashville. Meanwhile, the guy right behind him, Chase Briscoe, has a career average finish here at Nashville that's 32nd best among drivers in this field. So you've got a guy here that's always good at Nashville and a guy in Briscoe that's never been good here at Nashville. Let's listen to Kim Coon.
A team that wins and wins regularly, you need to be a 10 out of 10 in every category. So communication, consistency, car potential, pit crew, etc. Right now, he felt like they were at an 8.5 out of 10. But I got to tell you, tonight, it feels like they're hitting on all cylinders and could be a 10 out of 10 here at Nashville.
It's Kim Coon reporting about Kyle Larson, who is on that 37-race winless drought. He leads for now, Seth, but he's got pressure at the back door.
He does. Briscoe to the inside of Larson on the back straightaway. Chase Briscoe has the move inside. Briscoe has the lead briefly. Larson trying to fight back. Can't quite do it. New leader at Nashville, Chase Briscoe.
Larson tries to keep it wound up around the top. Wedges his way to the outside of Briscoe. They come across the line. Dead even. Fight for the lead. Larson into one on the outside as a nose in front.
Briscoe fights back, though, on the bottom. Has it by a scotch. Larson on the top side. You can't tell them apart. Going down the back straightaway, it is Briscoe and Larson. Side by side on the approach to turn number 3. Briscoe with a great corner entry. He'll clear Larson for sure.
So Chase Briscoe, who led 51 laps in this race a year ago before finishing 17th, secures the race lead here from Kyle Larson. 20 laps shy of halfway, Chase Briscoe to the lead. Meanwhile, a change at 5th. Corey Heim, NASCAR's next superstar, in an all-too-rare appearance in the Cup Series in 2026, Seth. He zooms around Eric Jones.
What a week it's been already for him. He's trying to cap it off with an excellent run tonight. Heim time in the top 5. Again, if you missed it during pre-race and if you missed it during the week, Corey Heim is going full-time Cup racing for 2311 next season.
And beware, because the dude is just amazing. Up into the top 5 he goes.
I'm usually wary. I've been wary the last couple times we've seen prospects come through like a Zilic and whatnot. This guy's been doing it long enough now where I can back you up on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Of course, anytime he runs in the Cup Series in this 4th 2311 car, he seems to always run well. Sometimes he runs better than well, like at Texas when he led all those laps. Here he is running 5th. Chase Briscoe at the front. This is the 8th race he has led in the 2026 season. Meanwhile, his teammate Christopher Bell did get around Denny Hamlin to take over the 7th position, Seth. Now he's going after Jones.
So Christopher Bell, the current driver of the 20, against the former occupant of the 20 car as they battle for that number 6 position. Jones has it. Bell wants it. We'll continue to follow the battle. Bell's bearing down on him at a rate of knots.
Yep, here he is, filling up the rearview mirrors of the Dollar Tree Toyota. A couple of Toyota Camrys racing to turn 1. Jones, he'll flare it out wide in the corner. Christopher Bell cuts it to the bottom. Bell trying to complete this pass off the second corner.
So Bell has Jones, though, fighting back on the outside. Bell with a great corner drive, though. That should be the difference and move Christopher Bell to the number 6 position.
So Bell to 6th. Jones backslides a couple of positions after Heim and Bell have overtaken him, but this has still been a really good run for Jones, who, remember, was having a good run at Texas a few weeks back, won a stage in that race. A battle might be broiling up for the 10th position. William Byron has it. Shane Van Gisbergen, the last remaining Trackhouse car, is on his tail.
So Byron in 10th ahead of Van Gisbergen. That is the battle as they go to turn number 3. Byron continues to show that, stay ahead of him again, about a car length or 2 separating those 2 drivers at the present time. Here's a battle further back too. Noah Gragson and Riley Herbst. This is the World Championship outside the top 20.
Yeah, 26th position.
26th.
Yeah, I like having the rundown.
My guess is that the Prime Crew is talking about Herbst looking for a ride, would be my guess why they're focusing in on this.
The Prime Crew is in break right now.
Okay, well, Briscoe has a 2-second lead. He has gone.
He's checked out on Larson, and Larson might be starting to fall into the clutches of Reddick a bit because now there's only 1 second between Larson and Reddick. This is the most random battle that you'll hear us call this year, the battle for 26th between Noah Gragson and Riley Herbst. I just wasn't expecting that to be on screen. By the way, Jeffrey did comment, deal, he says, sign me up. What about Mission Barbecue? Is Chicago Speedway... Mission Barbecue, by the way, is really good in Winston-Salem.
I don't think I've had it.
It's very good. I've had one in Winston-Salem. We have one in Winston-Salem. It's very good. He says, is Chicago Speedway still have races done at it? Because I remember going there as a kid with my grandpa in the early 2000s. So Chicagoland Speedway has been away for a minute, but it is coming back this year as Shane Van Gisbergen completes the pass on William Byron for the 10th spot. Last couple of years, of course, NASCAR has run in the downtown city streets of Chicago. This year, they've stepped away for that for at least this year. They've gone back to that 1.5 miles at Chicagoland in Joliet. They will run on Sunday night, July 5th, that Chicagoland race. Now, it's an interesting situation. NASCAR obviously wants to be in Chicago, Seth. It's one of the biggest media markets in the country. That's why they wanted... First off, that's why they wanted to go to Chicago after losing Chicagoland Speedway, and they made the street race. But what's really interesting about it, Seth, is that word on the street is that the street race in Chicago might be coming back next year. So that makes everyone wonder, well, what in the world's going to happen to Chicagoland? You've done all this work to revive the racetrack, and then you're going to quit on it after a year.
Very, very strange happenings there. That's... Yes. I just... Yeah, they've got issues. Hey, second place about to change hands.
We mentioned that Larson had been Larson had been slipping back and Reddick was closing in, and it looks like Reddick's primed to take this spot here, Seth.
Indeed he is. Oh, see what you did there. Primed to take that spot as Reddick goes. Oh, Reddick's got a problem. He's going to pit road.
Oh, Reddick abruptly cuts to the bottom of the racetrack to come to pit road. Lap 49 of 95 here in stage 2. And we did not see any green flag pit stops in the first stage because we had 3 different cautions. But we have Tyler Reddick on pit road here to start the green flag pit stop cycle here in Stage 2. So we'll see if this
Thank you, Attorney General, what's his name, or Secretary of State, what's his name, here.
We'll see if this opens the floodgates for green flag pit stops. Let's go to pit road.
The middle, you just saw how tough that pit entry was. Reddick made it look very easy, though, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, Tyler Reddick on the radio saying he can notice that the track is starting to free up. 1 to 2 numbers free here. They're going to tighten them up with some air pressure, 4 tires and fuel. And they'll see if they made the right adjustments for the green flag stop here, Steve.
Yeah, the balance as you...
So Reddick off and on pit road. Kyle Larson comes to pit road this lap. Also, Eric Jones is in. And the Cale Yarborough livery of Darrell Wallace Jr. back to pit road.
Looks like he had a little scuff with the wall, maybe.
Yeah, and he told the team he felt like he used up the right rear. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, 1 can of Sunoco fuel. You see Eric Jones right there. He started out tight, but then said free towards the end of that run, just losing grip, Marty.
Jim Bubba Wallace did a nice job hanging in the top 10. He said the rear end, quote, felt shaky, and I just don't have the juice at the end of the run. 4 tires, and everyone talking about how free the track is getting, Kim.
As we talk free, that is also the case for Chase Briscoe. Said freer pitting this time. Obviously came down. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. Sunoco fuel. Marty.
Jim, what a run for Denny Hamlin from shotgun on the field, as Junior and the boys just talked about in the booth, coming down pit road now. Hamlin said, I'm too tight early and middle of the corner, but I cannot be any freer on exit. Don't hurt my exit. 4 fresh Goodyear tires as the green flag cycle continues with 44 to go in stage 2.
Bottom view of your screen, the 19 of Briscoe was the leader at the start of the cycle. We're going to see right here if Larson is going to be able to make up any time. I think Briscoe's going to keep the lead through the cycle right here. It's going to be about a half a straightaway back to the 5.
So pit stop cycling through under green. We're still waiting on Ryan Blaney to come to pit road. Christopher Bell had stayed out, but now he comes down pit road, does the 20. That means Blaney, Bowman, McDowell, Elliott, Stenhouse, Allmendinger, Suarez, Gilliland, Austin Hill, and Cole Custer have yet to come to pit road. Riley Herbst is on pit road now in the Monster Energy Zero Sugar Toyota for 2311 Racing. Also Carson Hocevar hitting pit road in the Chili's Chevrolet. So green flag pit stops for the first time in this 400-mile race in Nashville on this Sunday night in the Cracker Barrel 400. Talking about all these restaurants. Cracker Barrel. Love Cracker Barrel. Great breakfast, great dinner, great vibe. The Old Country Store was there yesterday in good old Kernersville, North Carolina. Enjoyed the food as always. Carson Hocevar, by the way, had a slow pit stop. They were slow on the left rear for Hocevar. Second straight week for Carson having problems on pit road. Oh, Austin Dillon is sideways on the front straightaway. Tried to save it, nearly did. But now Dillon goes around right in the middle of traffic, and we've got a caution. Wow. Out of nowhere, Dillon loses control, and the caution comes out. Oh, and it looks like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was trying to get to pit road. Brad Keselowski nearly ran into him. Keselowski had to check up, and it turned into Dillon getting run into from behind by Chris Buescher here on the front stretch. Wow, that was a jump scare moment. As, yeah, Stenhouse just clogged up the cars behind him trying to get to pit road. Keselowski had to bail out of the throttle. Austin Dillon had to back away not to run over Keselowski, and then he got run over by Keselowski's teammate Chris Buescher. Yellow is out, and the yellow flies before the pit stop cycles had been completed. Dillon with a very neat slide through the dogleg here and did a great job locking it down and not contacting the wall, and everyone else around him did a great job missing him. Stenhouse took a very strange approach to turn 3. Went into turn 3 at a very sharp angle. That made him drift up the track, so he's off the bottom when he had to slam on the brakes to try to get to pit road, and that's what caught Keselowski out. Stenhouse running a Kyle Busch throwback livery this weekend with NOS Energy Drink sponsoring the vehicle. So pit road will become open under the caution, and the top 8 drivers that you see on your screen, from Ryan Blaney down to Cole Custer, had not stopped under the green flag pit stop cycle, and they will pit here under the caution, and we'll have to see how many cars end up getting trapped a lap down and have to take the wave around under the yellow. Leaders on pit road.
Kim.
And for Ryan Blaney, he actually said he was tighter overall this run, but the entry did get a little bit free towards the end. Tires and fuel for the 12 car.
Chase Elliott telling Alan Gustafson that he could overheat either end of the car on the tires. He could either make the car tight, he can make it loose. So he was kind of confused on what to do. Also having a little bit of radio issue there, hearing his crew chief. Michael McDowell having a quiet day. Chose to stay out there even though he had some of the most laps on his tires. Last pitted at lap 87 before this one. They've gambled a little bit, and it's paid off here, guys, with the caution coming out.
So those 8 cars come to pit road under the caution. Now we'll reset the running order for you when we get an opportunity before the restart. So, strange incident brings out the yellow. Austin Dillon goes for a ride down the front stretch after contact with Chris Buescher. Neither one of those 2 drivers' fault, as it all started with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to get down to pit road and nearly creating a much larger incident than it did create. Jeffrey in the comments again says, I agree with you, Seth. Things are weird in Chicago. Just look at the Bears stadium drama. Oh, my goodness. If the Bears move out of Soldier Field, what are we doing? Surely the Bears cannot move out of Soldier Field, and surely they can't move to Indiana. There's talks of them moving, to Northwest Indiana? What a strange happening that would be. NFL season will be here before you know it. Schedule was released, a couple of weeks ago. And, of course, we'll have a ton of both NFL and college football action for you here on the channel. When we get to that time of year, the NFL season will open Wednesday night, September 9th, with a Super Bowl rematch between New England and Seattle, in Seattle, home of the Seahawks. That's on Wednesday, September 9th. Then on Thursday, September 10th, the first ever NFL game in Melbourne, Australia, the 49ers and the Rams. That's Friday, September 11th if you're in Australia, but it's Thursday, September 10th if you're stateside. And that gets the NFL season underway. We will try, we can't guarantee you like we did on our old platform, but we are going to try to bring you as many prime time and standalone NFL games as we can for you this season on the channel. And, of course, a load of college football as well. Our college football schedule to start the season is starting to take shape. More games to be added to this, of course, but we are super excited to bring you on the Week 1 Saturday night of the season. That's Week 1 Saturday night, not Week 0. We'll bring you Clemson and LSU from Baton Rouge. You know who's first game as the LSU head coach. Seth loves Lane. We'll bring you that game in prime time on Week 1 Saturday night. Then the next week in prime time, Ohio State and Texas will do battle in Austin. And then, get ready, folks.
This one was planned months in advance on the network. I'll just go ahead and let you in on this.
Week 3 Saturday, September the 19th. Kent State and Ohio State. No, I'm kidding. That's big noon kickoff.
Yeah.
That's what Fox is showing. No, we'll be here for a live stream of Lane Kiffin returning to Oxford, Mississippi. as LSU will battle Ole Miss. And oh, baby, will that be a show.
Thank you, Keith.
That will be...
Our buddy CFB Forever's nicknames, he calls you Brent, and he calls me Keith. So,
That's right, yes. So we can't wait for football season.
Standing on the dusty street.
Excited
of course,
for
when
football.
You think about Jackson, you think about Martin Valvoline car. It's up, and he's right on it.
We're always excited for football season, but I feel like I won't speak for Seth on this. I'll only speak for myself. I'm more excited for football season this year just because we did not have this channel up and going in time for, 90% of football season last year. So all we did was call NFL and college playoff games. So extremely excited for the season to start in about, 3 months?
Yeah.
So excited for that.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I am excited. Florida State baseball, real quick, is now up 7-4 in the 10th on Northern Illinois. Looks like they're going to stay alive. Texas Tech is up 7-6 in softball, top of the 9th. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Okay. So again, running order all kinds of jumbled up because that caution came out in the middle of a green flag pit stop cycle. So all the cars that got trapped a lap down had to take the wave around. So the 8 cars that had not pitted by the time that caution came out, they get to pit under caution and they get to stay at the front. So the green flag waves with Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott on the front row, 2 former Nashville winners, and they fan out 3 wide further back as A.J. Allmendinger tries to go between Elliott and McDowell, but Ryan Blaney gets away on the restart.
Blaney does get away on the restart by about 3 car lengths over Chase Elliott as they approach turn 3. You got 3 wide towards the middle of the pack. It's Blaney leading, Elliott second, A.J. Allmendinger having a good night with strategy. He's up there in third.
And here's Daniel Suarez diving to the inside of both McDowell and Allmendinger. Suarez cuts the dog leg at the start-finish line, stacks it up 3 wide. 3 good road racers going at it here on the Nashville Oval.
And it's going to be Suarez who gets in front of all of them. He makes the pass stick. Great work. Daniel Suarez to P3. 4th is side-by-side between Allmendinger and McDowell. 6th also side-by-side between Cole Custer and Todd Gilliland. That's 2 fresh names to the mix.
Yeah, those 2 getting a huge shot in track position with the timing of that caution. Austin Dillon is in the middle of all of this as well. Now, he is not on the lead lap after that spin to bring out the caution, but he restarts up there because everyone behind him on the lead lap had to take the wave around.
So, indeed. So, it is a bit of a jumbled up running order, as Matthew mentioned. McDowell trying to clear Allmendinger on the exit of 4.
Allmendinger, good run off the top of turn 4. McDowell dives to the apron. Allmendinger's got a nose in front. 2 black and red Chevrolets going at it, and Allmendinger drives it hard into 1, cuts down right across the nose of McDowell.
Indeed, he does cut in front of McDowell. Meanwhile, Austin Hill up in there. First time we've mentioned him since the starting grid in car 33. Kyle Larson to the outside. Denny Hamlin trying to squeeze between Ty Dillon and Eric Jones.
And he'll do so. Hamlin right in the middle of it between Dillon to his left, Jones to his right. Christopher Bell gets right up on the back of that 3-way fight. Hamlin will clear Dillon. Now he'll clear Jones. Bell tries to get through.
So Bell does try to get through. Ty Gibbs has a pretty good seat of this. Good view of this as he now goes to the outside of the Ty Dillon automobile, or tries to. Dillon gets a good surge. Meanwhile, Gibbs is back there battling. I believe that's Corey Heim.
Yeah, that's Heim to his inside. Again, these 2 are running towards the front when that caution came out. Now they're trying to reload and rebound. Heim to the inside of Gibbs. 15th position, the battle here.
And a great battle it is back at that 15th position. Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones trying to fight through traffic. Side by side going into turn 3. Jones inside, Hamlin outside. Bell sees an opening middle. He might try to take advantage of it. Will he? Ooh, look out, Chris.
Bell is not bashful, but he finally smartens up a bit, backs off there. Doesn't want to force the issue, but now by the time he gets back to turn 1, he's got some open lane to his outside to go around the outside of Jones. He'll pass him. He'll try to do the same to Hamlin.
Yeah, Bell is really on the move, trying to make the push here, does C. Bell.
Oh.
Christopher Bell to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Has he got it? Has he got it? Yeah, he does. Well, Hamlin fights back.
Those two Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas putting on a great battle. Bell in the tri-oval swoops down across the nose of Hamlin to confidently secure that 12th position. Behind those two, Heim, Jones, and Gibbs. He got Toyotas everywhere.
Great racing here at the front, or in the middle of the pack. Not at the front, though. Blaney's checked out by north of a second. Here's Corey Heim now to the inside of Eric Jones as they continue to battle a little further back of the field, and Heim's going to make the pass.
That is a power move there by Corey Heim to go into the corner on the bottom and complete the pass on Jones for 14th. But now at the end of the front straightaway going back to the corner, Jones rumbles to his outside. Jones is way up high in 1 and 2, Seth, and he might just pull it off.
Oh boy, he's not bashful tonight, is Eric Jones, as he is trying to make that pass stick. And he's going to do it. Then he cuts back to the bottom. Now Heim surges back on the outside. Further up, battle for third.
A.J. Allmendinger to the left elbow of Daniel Suarez, just as it was at the start of the race. Suarez has good short run pace, but the longer the run goes on, he starts to back up. Allmendinger clears Suarez. Now now Michael McDowell, I beg your pardon, will try to do the same.
So Michael McDowell, and again, like you said, back at Texas, the longer the run goes, the more Suarez's car seems to fade. So if we have an overtime restart and he stays out, he might be the man to beat.
Yeah, he might be. He and McDowell door handle to door handle here across the line, separated at the line by 6/1000ths of a second. Those two running side by side, allowing Tyler Reddick and Todd Gilliland to draw closer.
Could be an interesting battle to watch there. Good for Todd Gilliland to have a good run for him tonight. Here's McDowell to the inside of the Suarez machine. Continuing side by side as they go off turn 4.
I'm sure somewhere at NASCAR Insights they have the stats about the best defensive drivers. Just off the top of my head, I feel like Daniel Suarez is one of the best, Seth. He does a great job when he's maybe his car is at a disadvantage. He does a great job defending his position, and really that kind of driving is what got him the win last weekend.
That's exactly what got him the win last week. Here's McDowell trying to fight through. He's been tough to pass tonight. As well, and he's going to stay in front of Suarez. So these two stubborn mules battling here. Tyler Reddick might need to be careful.
Stubborn Spires here, McDowell and Suarez. And, of course, Spire has won 2 of the last 4 Cup Series races.
Yep, Spire on a bit of a heater. Now Suarez falls into the clutches of Reddick on the back straightaway. Speaking of hosts of our Prime listening to us, or the international feed listening to us, as he battles Noah Gragson for the World Championship of Mid-Pack.
That's the
Hocevar making the pass. This is outside the top 20.
28th position up for grabs there. Hocevar trying to rebound after that slow pit stop. Now Suarez, after McDowell cleared him, Suarez is going to lose another spot here. Tyler Reddick makes very quick work of a battle for 6th. Make that 5th, I beg your pardon.
So back to the top 5, Tyler Reddick, the man who had them covered in the early portion of this race tonight. And Reddick moves up to 5th.
So Reddick back into the top 5. Meanwhile, let's pick up Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe. Those were the leaders before that last set of green flag pit stops, and now, because of the timing of that caution, they've got bottled up in traffic. Larson is 8th, Briscoe is 9th. Just back of them, you've got Christopher Bell at 10th, then Cole Custer, Denny Hamlin, and Austin Hill.
It's a very eclectic mix of drivers right there, as Bell now tries to go to the outside of Briscoe. Can't do it. Briscoe will keep that 9th position.
Well, Seth said earlier, actually he said it, I think before we went on the air, I think his click to pick was Christopher Bell. That looks like a really good car, Seth. I believe if he could ever just get clean air on the nose of that car, I think Bell's got the best car here.
Well, like we said, he was fastest in the one practice session they had yesterday. Now, obviously, you take that with a grain of salt. 1, they practiced in the daytime. 2, the track is completely different because the rubber from that session and the Grand National race has been completely washed out by that rainstorm we had earlier tonight. So, and we're under the lights now, but still, it looks as if they have dialed up a pretty good hot rod on that, good setup on that 20 car.
And he does complete the pass on Briscoe to take over the 9th position.
So, yeah, watch out for Seabell. That's all I'm going to say.
Meanwhile, at the front, Ryan Blaney has checked out by the tune of 2 seconds on Chase Elliott. And we have 17 laps to go here in stage number 2. Blaney trying to go back-to-back here at Nashville, Seth. And it would be his 2nd win of the season if he were to get it. Still a long way to go, 132 laps remaining to be run here in the Cracker Barrel Old Country Store 400. Blaney the winner earlier this season at Phoenix. We've talked about the Team Penske dynamic of this 2026 season. They just have not had the speed in those Penske cars. Really haven't seen a lot of speed out of any Fords so far this season, but Blaney has put the whole Ford camp and Penske camp on his shoulders, Seth. He got that win at Phoenix. He's 3rd in the championship standings, which is well above his 2 teammates, Austin Cindric and Joey Logano, who are 17th and 18th.
For sure. Yeah, and well, Ryan Blaney's had a really good year, and he's been arguably the best driver. But if anybody that knows NASCAR knows what the deal is there, even with the changes, it's going to be the pit crew that cost him a championship.
Well, indeed. And I'm glad you made that point, because I think when you look at him 3rd in the championship while his 2 teammates are 17th and 18th, and he's got the only Ford win, and Fords are struggling for speed, but seemingly every week he's in the mix. Ryan Blaney is having another season where he is proving that he is one of, if not the best drivers in this sport, Seth. This guy is a superstar. He won here last year and the crowd went crazy. Basically anywhere he wins, the crowd loves him. And here he is once again on an intermediate track. Now I know it's a unique track. 1 1/3 concrete track is totally different from the normal intermediates of like Kansas and Texas and so on. But here he is out front by 2.5 seconds and proving his worth yet again. Meanwhile, Christopher Bell, just talked about him having maybe the best car here. He runs 9th, and he's to the inside of Kyle Larson, trying to take over 8th, and we've got a yellow and a car in the wall. It's A.J. Allmendinger in turn 2.
No, man. Oh, my goodness.
The
right front is extra crispy.
That looks just like Connor Zilich's car, Seth. I think this is another brake failure.
It would appear that way. The right front is burning. That is what you would call that a Nashville hot right front tire. On that 16 car. Yeah, he has absolutely disintegrated the right side of that car. It comes to a stop near the grassy area. The exit of turn number 2. So that's really a shame. Our stage 1 winner was running 3rd, and now his night's done. This is going to kill him in the points.
He was going into turn 1, came in 19th in points, a part of that chase. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. That just looks like it would have been bad.
Yeah, I think this is another brake rotor that's exploded. Just what we saw with Zilich and Chastain earlier. Yeah, 19th in the championship coming in to the race today. 49 points behind Ryan Preece, who, of course, is now being listed as out of the race, Preece. So Allmendinger could have made an enormous chunk, gained an enormous chunk of points on Preece tonight, Seth. And he's got the 10 stage points, but he won't get much more than that.
Correct.
Free pass will go to AJ's teammate, Ty Dillon.
Well, there's some cruel irony.
Goodness, that is such a shame. He won that first stage on a good strategy call from Trent Owens, but clearly that car had some good speed tonight and was running extremely well, was running 3rd when this happened.
Hello.
Oh
my goodness! Look who's escaped the depths of JBM and joined the fun side tonight.
Prodigal son has returned.
You are live on the JBM BTS members feed. Hello.
Okay. All right.
And
Hello,
I
JB.
have
Hello, behind the scenes people.
I have come in to say this caution is sponsored by JB's commentator's curse.
Uh-oh.
Please direct all of your concerns to him, and please divert all AJ Allmendinger fans to him as well. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Uh-oh. Right. While I'm here, how was basketball? I missed it. I was asleep.
Your boy's going to the championship. How about that?
The alien did alien things. Oh, the officials are getting annoyed again. They are yelling down the radio. Jesus. So he actually won it.
Ensues. Carry on, Seth. Continue on.
Spurs won last night. And hold that thought. Called strike 3. Texas Tech eliminates UCLA 8-7. Red Raiders in Alabama tomorrow. We're down to 4 in the softball, and goodness me. But anyway, Vic Wembanyama was doing Wembanyama things. Julian Champagny had a great game, and they punked the Thunder pretty much from Jump Street.
Noted. This is how crazy it is in my ears. I have the officials radio. I have Christopher Bell's radio. I have Ryan Blaney's radio. I have Denny Hamlin's radio. I have JB. I have Jack. I have Prime video.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
I knew you were going to do that.
I'm becoming predictable. Matthew has stepped aside. JT, how have you been, man? How have you been? I haven't talked to you much this week. How you been?
Been busy. Been good. Been chaotic. I have a college assignment due in just under 12 hours time. I have not started it.
Wow. Well,
all fun.
I don't know how you're going to be able to work with that, but whatever it is, I hope you have fun with it. That's all I can say.
It should be okay. AJ Allmendinger just being pulled off now. Ryan Blaney, he of course won here last year and been doing okay at the moment, currently leading. Seems to be a good day for him. He actually had a decent pit stop.
We were just talking about that. It's funny how that's happening. Goodness me.
Let's see. Stage 1 ended with a.
Did you call JT the prodigal son a minute ago?
Yeah, the
Matthew?
prodigal son has returned.
There you go.
Stage 1 ended with a 1-lap dash to the flag. Stage 2 likely going to end with about a 3 or 4 or maybe 5-lap sprint.
Don't mention the word that starts with an O. With initials OT. Don't mention it. Thank you.
Okay.
I have had JB in my ears this whole time going about how this race is going to end around 12:30 a.m. Eastern. I have told him to be quiet. I do not need to be reminded of the possibilities.
Yeah, because listen to this, Matthew. JT, he's the prodigal procrastinator as well. He just told me he's got a college project that's due in less than 12 hours. And do you want to guess how much of it he started?
Oh, God. Is this the one, JT, that you said? Was this the one that you said a few days ago, JT? Oh, it won't take long to finish.
Yes, this is the same one.
Oh, boy.
I now hope it doesn't take long to finish.
Now, hold on.
Right.
You never sleep, and yet you haven't done the project.
Apparently I do sleep because, well, I slept through the NBA.
Well, that's true.
Hold on. Pit road open, cars coming down this time. That is Suarez staying out.
Can we get pit road
and someone
audio?
else.
By the way,
yeah, sure. Hold on.
the other one that stayed out was Austin Dillon. He's not on the lead lap.
Do you want audio?
Yes, please.
Just watching for traffic on pit road, Trevor.
Tyler Reddick was able to move from 12th all the way up to 4th over that last run, passing the most cars, really getting that top working, improving that out just a little bit tight up there. Chase Elliott happy with their last change, wants a little bit more of that. And Michael McDowell battling the tight condition as well. He also liked moving up the racetrack and found a little speed there, guys.
A nice handful of drivers stay on the racetrack. McDowell the first off. He goes +2 with 2.
Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Austin Cindric all stayed out and will try to steal stage 1, much like A.J. Allmendinger did, but Allmendinger's night has unfortunately ended with a hard hit, and we anticipate we'll get confirmation that it was another broken brake rotor. If it is, it would be the third that we've had on the night.
Matthew, were you around when I said how many voices I have in my head?
I was not. No, I did just step off mic for a moment.
I have the officials radio.
Of course.
I have Christopher Bell's radio.
Why not?
I have Ryan Blaney's radio.
Okay.
I have Denny Hamlin's radio.
Sure.
I have JB, Jack. Now, at the moment, I have you and Seth as well.
Okay.
And then I have Prime Video in my ears as well.
And then, of course, all the voices that are normally in your head.
Those are all of the voices in my head. But, so Christopher Bell's radio was picked by JB. Denny Hamlin's radio was picked by Jack. We had Connor Zilich's radio, which was picked by the members' BTS feed chat. That then got changed to Hocevar after Zilich decided to blow up. Hocevar's radio had an encrypted radio on it and was having tons of static, so it was really annoying me. So we changed that to Adam's suggestion of Ryan Blaney's radio. That is where we are.
By the way, JC,
go on.
Earlier, when we were in the weather delay, on the fly,
JB pit road closed, one to go at the line.
On the fly, while using studio mode.
Oh, here we go. What did you do?
I cooked. I channeled my inner JT and
Hold
cooked.
on. I am muting the scanners radio so we hear this in all the glory.
I just sent it to you.
Go on.
In DMs, what was on the screen.
On the Twitter?
On the Twitter.
The Twitter.
It's buffering. Oh!
Is that the rain delay graphics?
Yes.
77
That is iconic.
Too soon, tail the field.
Oh dear.
Wait, who's that to tail of the field?
77, Hocevar.
For?
Crap, I just looked at it. Now I've scrolled down and I've already forgot it. It was Hocevar for tail the field. Over the wall too soon. I'm sorry, over the wall.
Okay, thank you. 77 over the wall too soon, tail of the field. Thank you.
Jesus, Scott. So that's pretty cool. They let so the announcers and the chat members can pick out which radio for JT to focus on. That's pretty cool.
Yes, anyway, I'm going to disappear because we're doubled up.
Feel free to come in at the next stage, Yellow.
I will.
JT. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Coming to the green this time. Control car 7, inside line, pace cars off.
4 to go in stage 1. Daniel Suarez and Alex Bowman on the front row. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Austin Cindric in row 2. Then Brad Keselowski and William Byron. Green flag up in the air. Final 4 laps of stage 2. Daniel Suarez jumps out to the lead. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Alex Bowman nearly bump alongside each other as they wildly fan out 3 and 4 wide behind the leaders.
And this is getting a little bit dicey further back in the field. It's Suarez with the lead, 3 wide, almost 4 wide further back. Shane Van Gisbergen a roadblock, washes up the racetrack. Suarez clear. Here's Stenhouse for second.
Shane tried to go into turn 3 at a very acute and sharp angle, and it really hurt his entry into the corner. Daniel Suarez away with the lead, trying to steal a stage just as A.J. Allmendinger did earlier in a car around. 2 of them, now 3 into the turn 1 wall. Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer, and Corey Heim go spinning and crashing in turns 1 and 2, bringing out the yellow with 3 to go in the stage. That is likely going to end this stage under caution. Cole Custer sitting backwards in turns 1 and 2. Gilliland and Heim kept going. I don't think Heim's very happy with Gilliland. Looked like he had his hand out the window. Ooh, well, Heim got into the back of Gilliland and won and turned him.
I think I know why Todd's not happy with Corey.
Yeah, I think that hand out the window was actually an apology. Because, Corey just right into the back of Todd there, and Cole Custer got swept up.
My gosh.
It's a mistake that you don't see Corey make all that often, but again, a reminder, just serves as a reminder of how young he still is. Todd Gilliland backed it into the wall. Meanwhile, Shane Van Gisbergen in the middle of all that. We mentioned how he was really dropping back. Oh my goodness. Well, he tried to dive to the inside of Gilliland on the restart, Seth, and Gilliland crowded him down to the apron. There was contact. Van Gisbergen was all the way on the apron there. They got away with that. As under caution, we start the last lap of the stage. Gilliland to pit road. Also on pit road comes Corey Heim. As stage number 2 here in Nashville.
Do you want AJ's audio?
Is about to end under yellow. Yeah, let's hear from A.J. Allmendinger.
Hold on. I just pressed the wrong button. Oh, no.
Well, we can still hear from him behind the scenes. Here's AJ.
When things are going pretty good, but what'd you feel? What do you think is contributing to these brake issues?
Felt nothing until it exploded. No warning signs. Felt like our Spire Academy, Venture HR, it was cool to bring a new sponsor into NASCAR and giving them a great run. But, brakes weren't soft or anything like that, and didn't think I was overusing them. I think it's more horsepower, low downforce. I guess we're using more brake than in the past, but, it sucks. We're having a good day.
Thanks, AJ.
That's a shame for AJ.
Just so you are aware,
yes,
the rewind button is right next to the turn skybox button off. I accidentally turned my box off instead of rewinding the program.
Meanwhile, under caution, behind the Ford Mustang pace car, Daniel Suarez will come to a green and white checkered flag for his 4th career stage victory. Suarez ahead of Bowman, Stenhouse, Cindric, Hamlin, McDowell, Byron, Bell, Briscoe, and Keselowski. The points being positions.
There's Will Compton's Psycho Eyes.
So many mics to mute and unmute, my God.
I will leave you in the capable hands of Seth Eaves for a hot lap. JT can stay and waffle if he chooses to, but I've got a dog to tend to. So
fun.
It is getting late.
It is getting late, there is that. Also, just quickly, I did not think this sentence would be uttered today. Your stage winners tonight at Nashville, AJ Allmendinger and Daniel Suarez.
That's pretty wild as we start our US
full blame for the crash, by the way.
As we start our USN hot lap, let's start with the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series last night. The Sports Illustrated Resorts 250 here at Nashville. Justin Allgaier led 50 laps, and including the last one, he passed Brent Cruz late and pulled away to a more than 1 second victory. Allgaier wins in Nashville. Cruz was second. William Sawalich, Sam Mayer, Brandon Jones, the rest of the top 5. Jesse Love from pole led a race high 87 laps, but he had to make an unscheduled green flag pit stop that relegated him to a 16th place finish. Allgaier has a whopping 179-point lead over Love in the championship standings. Rain delayed the start of Friday night's Truck Series Allegiance 200, but boy, was there a show once the race got started, and what a finish it was. Lane Riggs passed Rajah Caruth, then held off Caruth and Chandler Smith in the final lap to grab yet another win. Boy, is he having quite a year. He led 99 laps and won in Nashville. Caruth and Smith second and third. Ross Chastain, Tyler Ankrum. The rest of the top five. Riggs leads the championship by 37 over Caden Honeycutt, who finished a disappointing 27th place. You're never going to believe it. The NTT IndyCar Series ran a race that wasn't Indianapolis, and Alex Palou won. He won today on the streets of Detroit. Graham Rahal, though, had one of the drives of the day, got dumped by Kiffin Simpson early in the event, but yet rallied to finish a very strong third place. So a good showing for him today, as that's how things work there. Also, you had a GM sweep of IMSA as they were racing in Detroit as well. So congratulations to the GM group for winning that one. Let's see. What else we got here? What else do we have here? That was May 23rd. So that's not good. That's even earlier. So, all right, so let's go to some other racing series, as many that I can find. Cars Tour action. Let's start with the Cars Tour late models. The normal Cars Tour series, they ran at Langley Speedway last night. As they ran there in Langley Speedway. It's taken a while for me to get the schedule pulled up here, but everything pulled up here. This website runs a little bit slow sometimes, so this might not be a full hot lap, but they ran at Langley last night, and come on, you stupid, give me results. Give me results. Give me results. I know they ran a race last night because Landon Huffman tweeted about how he finished 12th, how he got a bad break, you know? Maybe it's just you're not good, Landon, and you don't have a good attitude. But anyway, oh, here's the Cars Tour page. Okay, there we go. And I'll wrap up.
Connor Hall.
Thank you, JT. Thank you, JT. Connor Hall winning. Now I get it here from Flow Racing. Connor Hall winning that race last night at Langley. His 8th career Cars Tour Series win. Landon Lewis, Caden Quapple, Carson Brown, and Trayton Leipzig rounded out your top 5. The Cars Tour West Series ran last night at the Wenatchee Valley Super Oval. Let's see if we can get those pulled up. Confucius says probably not.
What series stuff? I missed that.
This is the Cars Tour Series West Super Late Miles. Oh, Dylan Zampa got his first career win. He held off Jace Hansen to win that race. So congratulations to Dylan Zampa, who looks all of 13 years old.
That was his first career as well.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought I said that, but I didn't. Thank you anyway, JT. All right. Also earlier this morning.
If you did, I zoned out. Apologies.
Yeah, you're good. Marco Pizzacci.
I've got too many voices in my head.
That's understandable. Marco Pizzacci won the MotoGP Italian Grand Prix this morning. 3.5-second victory he scored over Jorge Martin. Third place went to Francesco Bagnaia. Fourth went to the Trackhouse 79 of Iogura, and rounding out the top 5 was Fabio Di Gianantonio. And so that pretty much covers. Oh, forgot about World of Outlaws. Let's see what World of Outlaws was cooking. They were at River Cities and Nodak, so they had 2 races. Nodak actually is going on as we speak. That is scheduled. Yeah, we need recaps results there, Seth. But yes, the River City Speedway in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Carson Macedo winning the World of Outlaws first leg of the Northern Tour Don Mack Classic. So that's how that went. The World of Outlaw late models ran last night at Mansfield, Ohio. The winner there, Nick Hoffman.
So good to have Mansfield back.
Yes, so hot lap. So there is your USM hot lap. One of the latest hot laps I've ever done. 11:01 Eastern.
It was close. One to go at the line.
Shout out JT for thank you JT for his help as well.
Matthew,
JT.
I see you have returned.
Yeah.
Did you see who had front row seats to Bananas Clowns?
I did not.
Patrick Mahomes.
It was in Kansas City.
I love Patrick Mahomes. I'm so excited to do Chief games on this channel. I haven't done Chief games on this channel. I'm so excited.
Have you been to the wedding? Have you gotten the invite to the wedding yet?
No,
It's
well,
coming up here in about a week or two.
Right, but once again, as I said, I had to decline the invitation to the wedding of the century because I will be busy doing Netherlands, Japan.
Blind Silver 3090 says Zilich and Chastain cooked brakes, but SVG's footwork is too smooth. Aussie Supercars experience hits different. So we have one of those SVG fans in here. All right.
SVG gets a lot of fans around here.
He sure does.
Matthew, do you want the secret behind the scenes audio?
I don't even know how you would do that, but we're coming to the restart with Denny Hamlin and Michael McDowell.
You gonna jump this restart too?
Well, that was the first time he had ever gotten penalized for jumping a start in his career. Hamlin earlier in the race. He takes the green here with McDowell to his right. Christopher Bell and Chase Briscoe in row 2. Final stage underway in Nashville, Tennessee.
That's Lebanon, Tennessee to you, technically, as Hamlin now has the lead. Carson Hocevar at a dart makes it 3 wide, way back in the pack as he battles with Riley Herbst and Zane Smith. Josh Berry now goes up the racetrack. I wonder if there was a spin or something out there because they all were stacking up. Noah Gregson's got a problem, Matthew.
His problem was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. getting into the back of him, and now we get Brad Keselowski turned around by Austin Dillon. Keselowski slams into the side of Austin Cindric, and those two cars go piling into the outside wall, and the yellow comes out immediately off the restart.
Now, hold up, Matthew. Did you say Austin Dillon hit Keselowski?
Yes. And
Dillon claims Keselowski hit him earlier when he nearly wrecked.
Well, Keselowski did hit Dillon earlier, but it wasn't Keselowski's... Actually, it was Chris Buescher that hit Dillon, but this comes after Ricky Stenhouse Jr. roots Noah Gragson up off the bottom. That shoots Gragson into a crowd. Everyone scrambles. Keselowski gets sent to the apron. Austin Dillon runs into Brad.
What? I'd like to see some SMT data on that 3 car.
And
that's what Keselowski's spotter just told him. He said 3 just wrecked you on purpose. He is mad from earlier. Blaney is now upset, saying that he's not lifting next time.
So Keselowski gets forced to the apron by Ty Dillon because of the scramble going on in front of him. Austin hits him from behind on the apron. That turned Keselowski to the right, and he slams into the door of Austin Cindric. And then Keselowski took another big hit, nose of his car into the outside retaining wall right underneath the flag stand. That's interesting to hear that Austin wasn't happy with Brad, because that was not Brad's fault what happened earlier when Austin Dillon got turned around. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. changed lanes abruptly in front of Keselowski to come to pit road. Brad had to avoid him. That got him out of shape. Dillon was right behind Brad, and when he checked up, Chris Buescher ran over the top of Dillon in a chain reaction accident. So I'm surprised Austin's that upset about that previous incident, and now they come together here. I mean, didn't look purposeful from Austin because of the huge scramble that was going on ahead of them. I don't know, maybe it was. Keselowski climbing out of his car behind the wall. Chain reaction incident. Keselowski started the day 11th in the championship standings. And Austin Cindric started 17th in the standings. And this crash does absolutely no good for the 2 team either.
No, it does not.
Interesting how both of these incidents between Keselowski and Dillon, both of them got started based off an action made by Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
It's the 6 degrees of Stenhouse sometimes. Oregon State tied at 1 in the 7th.
And remember, Brad and Austin, I wouldn't say they have a history, but they did have that moment a few years ago, I believe it was 2022 at New Hampshire, when Brad was not happy with Austin and then came over the radio when he ran into him under caution and said he just got some content for his new TV show.
Oh yes, the one with his with all of his airhead buddies. Actually, they were more than buddies, but anyway, with one of those airheads, he's more than buddies. But I thought YouTube TV had stopped this crap about restricting multi-views. I'm sounding like JT during the Oregon Indiana game. Oh my God! Stop starting the clock. I need to reset it. As the game was already like 38-2 or something like that. I really hate that we don't have that anymore. That was a funny. I was playing hurt with that injury, with that pain in the side of my stomach that night too. That was pretty hilarious. And then you getting mad at Oregon calling timeouts and
it was a coaching situation, coaching opportunity.
Yes, indeed. And then you got mad, and then not you got mad, and then JT was speaking over our heads like always, and and then you were asking a question like, "What do you do?" And I said, "Matthew, quit asking questions."
By the way,
God almighty.
By the way, under this caution, I'm gonna put the camera on me here.
Oh boy.
We were talking about a lot of food earlier. I'm gonna talk about a drink now, and ask everyone watching.
Oh boy.
Has anyone tried the Sprite with tea? So, I did not think that I would like this. Now, we've covered this in the past. Seth is not a tea person. So I would not expect Seth to try the Sprite with tea. I did not think I would like this, but decided to give it a try. Here's my review. We're turning into content creators here for real. We're reviewing items. Seth, we're spraying a lot of fuel on this channel. Here's my review on the Sprite with tea. If you are a fan of Arnold Palmer's, which I am, this is basically a carbonated Arnold Palmer, because you've kind of got the lemon lime taste of Sprite, creating the Arnold Palmer. You've added the tea, and it's carbonated. I enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I ever would. So, again,
to be honest with you, I didn't know that was a thing until a few minutes ago.
So again, this is not a paid promotion because Sprite is not paying us to say good things about their product. But if they want to give us their money, we will gladly take it, and I will say nice words about their product because I like Sprite, and I am now a new fan of Sprite with tea.
Mississippi State up 15-5 on Louisiana. Top of the 8.
Look like Vanna White right there.
Who, you?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I love you, buddy, but trust me, you ain't Vanna White. You ain't that blonde, you ain't that pretty, you ain't that rich. And you do a hell of a lot more work for less money than she does.
God bless Vanna. She's a legend that's been around forever doing that. I feel like she has not. They don't need her. And they haven't needed her for years. All she does is go up there and hit a button. And they proved when Pat went out for that amount of time and she was up there hosting and they didn't have anyone hitting the button on the letter, they could do it without her anyway.
I miss Pat Sajak.
I do too. I can't watch that show with Ryan Seacrest.
So apparently I put Pat Sajak up on YouTube. Apparently he was on an episode of Highly Questionable with Dan Levitar, which you had to be highly questionable to watch, but that's highly questionable decision making. And he claims he hosted Wheel of Fortune while he was drunk.
Hold on.
Yeah,
for everyone.
Yeah, let's just say I won't go as far as saying it's a Selena to Rosie fall off, but the fall off from Pat and Alex Trebek to Ryan Seacrest and Ken Jennings is a pretty big chasm.
Hold on, for everyone watching, you're about to not hear us for a minute. We'll be right back. And
who else?
And we're back.
You know who else I've been watching and sticking. There's a part of me that wants to kind of make USM a wide world of sports and try different sports sometimes.
Oh,
well, it's not really sport. Just one particular person. You know what kind of clips I've been watching for most of this week just to get a good laugh?
What's that?
Pete Weber bowling clips. Because it's not just the infamous one. Don't take that shot while my approach. That dude's something else.
Oh, jeez.
That's right. I did it. Are you kidding me, J-Dad? Who do you think you are? I am.
Oh, dear.
Who do you think you are?
No one knows what that means. He explained it was something about a kid, but I still don't know what that means.
He also, Jeffrey Fuller asked, have I tried Bum Energy Drink? I don't do energy drink. Bum Energy Drink. James Harden's got an energy drink named after him.
I have not tried it. I'm like Seth. I don't do energy drinks. There's no reason why. I'm not one of these people that say no, I won't do it because it's harmful. I mean, look at things I put in my mouth. Between the soda and the food, I put a lot of things in this body that's harmful. So
I do too, but I heard something about some energy drink. I did for a while. I drank one once a month or once every other month, but I heard something like super scary, and I was like, maybe don't need to do that.
But speaking of NASCAR and energy drinks, I got people that I work with. They drink Celsius like it's going out of business.
Oh, what I was doing, allow me to you check this off the. We need to add this to the bingo card.
Hello, guys.
Last year, oh god, hey JT. Last year, the human energy drink.
This could go horribly wrong.
JT said, not JT, but last year, during an acrobatics and tumbling meet, our assistant coach, was having stomach pains during one of the events.
Okay.
And I asked if she was okay. Then the next meet, I asked her, you okay? And she said something about, I didn't have a whole lot to eat, and then I had an energy drink. And I'm like, yeah, that probably did it. You didn't eat anything, because God bless your good one, she ain't big as a minute, and then friggin' bring an energy drink. That's not a good combination, Bob. Green flag. Run him high.
Pace car off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green.
Jesus.
Green flag in the air. Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe on the front row take off with Michael McDowell and Christopher Bell lining up behind. Briscoe on the high side, a nose in front of Hamlin as the two JGR teammates battle hammer and tong for the race lead.
Nearly 4 wide of the back, but it's Briscoe and Hamlin side by side of the backstretch for the lead. Going to turn 3. Power drive inside Hamlin. He's got the lead. Briscoe to second. Now McDowell wants third from Bell.
Big wad of traffic in the middle of the field, but it's Denny Hamlin fighting his way to the front. Over 200 laps since he jumped the initial start of the race. He's scaled the mountaintop and gotten back to the front. Now can he stay there?
Well, that's the $100,000 question as we are in the final stage. Further back, Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott having a good old battle for 5th place. 7th is a battle, too, with Eric Jones and Kyle Larson. McDowell now slides up in front of an onrushing Reddick.
McDowell bobbles off the exit of turn 4. That boxes Tyler Reddick in behind him. Chase Elliott down the inside, but now Reddick will give a shove to McDowell down the straightaway. Those two thrust their way back ahead of Elliott. McDowell clear to the 4th position. And trouble further back. One car, Darrell Wallace Jr. down into Alex Bowman, who goes spinning wildly across the face of traffic on the back straightaway.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Alex Bowman, boy, if that's not the microcosm of his season. Trying to avoid the wreck, and he gets clipped by a spinning Bubba Wallace. And, well, we talked about how Bubba's averaging dropping 1 position in the point standings for the last 11 weeks. That trend might be continuing. Bowman's car destroyed.
Yeah, Bowman's done. He's got broken left rear suspension. That's where Wallace nailed him. This was happening middle of the corner. Carson Hocevar forced his way to the inside of Chris Buescher. Those two made contact. Buescher up the track into Wallace, who clattered into Byron off the outside wall. Then Wallace back down the banking, catches the right rear of Bowman. So you got Wallace clanging into a couple of Hendrick cars.
Well, does that mean Mr. H is going to send the damage bill to him?
Well,
it's a lot of awkward silence there. I didn't think that was that controversial of a statement.
It's just, that's difficult now. We get 2 wad-ups on the restarts. Let's see if we can hear from Brad Keselowski. JT's going to get us...
This is not Temples of Sport Maracana Stadium, by the way.
JT's going to get us Brad Keselowski audio here.
I know I got hit from behind. Can't really put myself in somebody else's head, but it's a shame. I felt like we had just made the adjustments on the car. We needed to be competitive, and it's pretty clear and corrected me intentionally after seeing that replay. So turnabout's fair play.
All right, Brad Keselowski, guys.
Well, that's a comment there from Brad. And, I'm sorry for not laughing at Brad. Just Temples of Sport. But yes.
It's not the American run. You don't see the statue of Christ outside the Nashville Superspeedway.
But
Matthew, stop it.
Brad is not happy. JT.
Why are you getting on to him? I'm the one who started it by pointing it out.
JT's going through a lot right now.
You think? Yeah. What else do you expect when he's got 20,000 voices in his damn head?
That is the reason of all of this messing around. I quote myself when I tried to do the cool behind the scenes audio thing. I didn't have the scanner unmuted because I had to mute it because I had to listen to JB. I forgot to unmute it, so I didn't have the thing literally counting me down to the restart, which is literally the main thing of it. And then, of course, when I rewound the TV pictures to get you Keselowski audio, I unmuted every single fader except the Discord microphone.
tell you, there is no human being on the planet quite like
What was
JT.
that? Emergency
Can I type the right number? Jesus.
He is on 2 separate streams.
Is that emergency
B.
nurses?
Matt, it's a lot. You mentioned nurses at 11:21 at night. Quit asking questions. That could go all kind of different ways.
Oh my God.
Jeffrey Fuller says Harden is a bum. I work in EMS. Caffeine is my best friend. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, speaking of how late it is, I am going to need these yellows to stop because tomorrow is Monday.
You don't say.
I mean, well, can I be honest here? We talked about this, Matthew, I think the first year.
4:22 a.m.
Feels like, Matthew, this race could stand to be reduced by about 50 laps.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. Chris Buescher's not happy at Carson Hocevar. He pulled up alongside Carson.
Get in line.
Then Buescher over the radio. Another damn dive bomb, huh? Always a damn dive bomb. It's all he can do.
I'm assuming you're replacing the words.
No, I'm not.
Oh, really? Wow, okay.
Because
there has been many times.
Sanitary here, JT. How long have you been with us? How do you think we keep it sanitary around here?
And then Buescher.
All of the scanner audios that are going out to the BTS feed are uncensored. So the way I am dealing with it is every single time I hear a driver swear, I just shout their name and go, for example, Denny Hamlin, language.
And then
That is how it is dealt with on the BTS feed because it's funny.
Buescher was told afterwards all he knows probably worked on iRacing or something.
Oh, God.
Did you see what NASCAR Chasm posted?
No.
Well, Chrissy, when's the last time you've been to Victory Lane?
He's on pit road right now, along with Daniel Suarez, Todd Gilliland, and Greensboro, North Carolina's Cody Ware.
I'm not sure if that was intentional because Austin Dillon didn't declare I am going to wreck the number 6 car on his radio first. Hashtag the Rome precedent.
Well, indeed. Yes, now I see I see this from NASCAR Chasm, who tweets
He's
out,
been on fire today.
Who tweets out the Cracker Barrel Triangle game, where he said lots of drivers really mad at each other, but not calling each other just plain dumb or even worse, ignoramus, which the title sponsor of the race would appreciate. You ever been to a Cracker Barrel, JT?
I was about to ask, you took the question right out of my mouth. I was about to ask if they have Cracker Barrels in England.
We do not have Cracker Barrels in England. Do I need to add that to my secret list?
Yes, you do. Yes, we were talking about an itinerary for the secret happening of JT in about 9 months' time. Yes, you need to go to a Cracker Barrel, play checkers, drink cheer wine. Which now Cracker Barrel might not have cheer wine. While you're
they have one on the outside of turn 1.
See, there you go. Go to Cracker Barrel, get a
It
good
was meant to
breakfast
be.
or a good dinner, eat, play checkers, get something from the old country store, and just have an absolute ball. By the way, I've been meaning to get to this over the last couple of cautions, and just
What the hell's this secret? No, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you. What the hell's this secret thing? Is he coming to America?
Oh, I forgot. You told Matt last week.
No comment.
I thought you. Yeah, we have to tell you that off the air.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I forgot. You told Matt, and I forgot that Seth didn't know. Okay, yes. As I said, been trying to get to this the last 2 cautions, and stuff is all hell's broken loose. What else is new? But I see just a lot of people watching. Huge thank you for tuning in, whether you intentionally looked us up or not. And we have shot up an amazing number in subscribers tonight. My goodness, we started tonight at 755 subscribers. We're currently at 822. So we have absolutely risen up nuclear levels in subscribers. So big thank you for that. Big thank you for interacting and commenting, and hope you have enjoyed what is turning into an endurance race in Nashville.
Okay. And all the viewers are confused on why can I hear this voice on JB Motorsports and USN? I wonder why. And well, we are on one to go. Shall we try the thing again?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I'm gonna unmute myself on the Video Ninja. And here we go. Who's the control car? Denny Hamlin. Did he choose outside or did he choose inside? Give me a camera angle, please, Prime.
Inside myself.
He chose inside.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are on one to go. Control car is Denny Hamlin, chose the inside lane, got Chase Briscoe on the outside. Coming to green with 89 laps to go. Pace car in 3. Pace car in 4.
Are you dead, man?
Pace car is off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready. Green.
Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe take off from row 1. Hamlin gets a shove, a big shove from his teammate Christopher Bell off into the number 1 turn. Hamlin clear to the lead. Briscoe and Bell to fight for second. 3 wide at 4th.
3 wide back at that 4th position as they battle on. Tyler Reddick trying to make a move. Michael McDowell having a great night. 3 wide for 5th. Reddick, Elliott, and Larson. 2 Hendricks at a 23-11 battling, but it's Hamlin who leads at the front.
Hamlin out in front as the 3 wide battle continues between Larson, Elliott, and Reddick. 3 of them across the track as they flash across the line. This a 3-way battle for 5th. Reddick on the bottom, Elliott in the middle. Larson climbs the banking topside. They're off turn 2.
Good run here by Larson. Now Elliott wants to go to the inside. 3 wide again for 5th place. Elliott's got it. Further back, it's Van Gisbergen to the inside of Eric Jones. And Chase Elliott with a 2 for 1.
Elliott fell in behind Reddick and Larson off turn 2, then swooped to the inside, and there's trouble further back. One car goes spinning through the grass. Todd Gilliland spinning on the racetrack, and through the grass is John Hunter Nemechek. And another yellow right off of a restart as we keep breeding these yellows here. Nemechek
this is your
and
fault, JT.
Gilliland
It didn't start until you come in.
go around, and the caution comes out again. Lap 2:14.
God, I'm not laughing at the 2 involved in the accident.
Thank you, Steve Levy. Not laughing at the injured.
That's a wreck! Well, we're going to need some fixer-uppers and some up-and-comers. Is this? By the way, I did not use the "Is this heaven" line during the softball game last week, so I did not do that.
Oh, Carson hosts of our turn, John
Nemechek.
Nemechek.
Carson's making more friends tonight.
And Nemechek ping-ponged off Riley Herbst and Josh Berry. Oh, Carson.
Well, that worked.
I'm glad it worked.
For all of the viewers that were confused on what the hell just happened, that is the live behind-the-scenes feed of the JB Motorsports broadcast and what they get to hear in their headset coming to a green flag. They also get me yelling, 3 wide, and also wrecking, put it out. Yeah, they must get fed up of my voice.
Well, there'll always be a use for your voice, JT.
Jesus. Bruce says, no Cracker Barrel in the colonies, Canada he means, but they do sell Cracker Barrel brick cheese. Glenn Judd 24. Yeah, Glenn Judd 2467 comments, wish I could watch it with Prime Video. Glad I found you 2 weeks ago. Great show. Hope I'm pronouncing this right. From Polesbo, Washington.
What's her name?
So we got We got viewership
No Himmel,
from...
it's in England, but it's okay.
Got viewership from Washington. I've never heard of Poulsbo, Washington. Glad to have you with us. I'm going to look that up. Okay, Poulsbo, Washington. Again, hope I'm pronouncing it right.
My first question, anybody from Washington, Huskies, Cougars, or Eagles?
Yes. A charming city on the Kitsap Peninsula known as Little Norway. Got a Little Norway. Due to its
It is the smallest of the 4 cities in Kitsap County.
Due to its strong Scandinavian heritage, featuring Viking-themed storefronts, bakeries, and shops, in its historic downtown. It's located on Liberty Bay. It offers waterfront parks, marinas, and a walkable downtown with boutiques, restaurants, and breweries, making it a popular day trip from Seattle via ferry or a destination for exploring the Kitsap Peninsula. Well, that is absolutely brilliant. I hope to vacation in Poulsbo one day. Glad to see you with us.
Okay, so that's probably going to be a no for me because it just sounds like it'd be too cold. But I will say this about Poulsbo. The city of Poulsbo, Washington is not paying us to be PR in their tourism industry. But, well, if they wanted to pay us money, we will happily accept that Washington money.
If anyone wants to pay us...
the obvious one. Huskies, Cougars, Eagles, or Zags?
See if we can hear from Darrell Wallace Jr., perhaps.
There's Bubba Yarborough.
Can we hear from Bubba?
Bubba Yarborough.
JT's going to
Mind
try.
our own business yet again. Another week that our team doesn't get the finish that we deserve, and so I'm tired, man. You know, it's hard to be in the same boat constantly every week, and you gotta figure out how to put it behind you and show up. I somehow become the bad guy days following this, so I got to figure out how to be better and learn from it. But say it's really freaking hard when you're driving your best and trying to just make progress throughout the race, and you get wiped out. So on to Michigan.
Thanks, Bubba. Hard day for Bubba here. You can see the frustration, guys.
He's falling down now to...
Did I hit the right button? Look at me go.
I tell you. Cars on pit road here. Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Austin Hill. Blaney, who was leading, heading towards a stage victory before a late caution in Stage 2. We haven't seen him since, mired in all that traffic. Just to piggyback off of what Seth said about Poulsbo, Washington, we are willing to accept anyone's money.
It's currently 59 there, 59 Fahrenheit.
That sounds lovely. I wish it was 59 here, for heaven's sakes.
Highs of 73 tomorrow, highs of 81 on Tuesday, lows of 52 and 56.
That's your Poulsbo, Washington weather on the 4s of JT.
Jeez. Okay, all I'll say to that is, okay, sounds like fun in the daytime. Just get me out by sunset.
But,
looking for some clear skies for the rest of the night. Cloudy into tomorrow with some more clear skies on Tuesday. Then the cloud returns on Wednesday. You have, at the moment, it's cloudy with some sunny parts on Thursday and Friday. And then, unfortunately, they've searched, the internet have given the wrong place for where is NASCAR racing next weekend because it is rain Saturday and Sunday.
Just admit it, JT. Just admit it. You have more fun with us than you do at JBM.
No comment.
I love Glenn's comment that says close to Seattle, you can take a ferry from Bainbridge Island. Yeah,
there you go.
He typed that as Matthew was finishing reading off the tourism brief.
There you go. See, that's what we have around here.
USM Racing is brought to you by the Poulsbo, or let me do my ESPN college football. You're watching NASCAR on USM, presented by the Poulsbo Washington tourism industry. Seth Eaves chopping it up with Matthew Owens. JT up in the producer's chair.
If you could, Glenn, if I may call you that, Glenn Judd, however you'd like to be called, is it?
Let's go Glenn first.
Is it
until
Poulsbo? Is it Poulsbo or is it Poulsbo? Because I've Googled it, and Google seems to think that it is Poulsbo, but it looks like Pulls. But I just want to pronounce it correctly. I want to pronounce it correctly because you live there.
Pit road closed, one to go the line.
God.
NASCAR Chasm has.
Oh, fudge.
This Nashville race so drunk it just hurled a chair off the rooftop of Eric Church's bar.
Okay.
That's America.
Okay.
But he did it again last night, Matthew. Apparently there was like a malfunction during one of the shows, and he like tried to flip a piano or something.
Jesus.
I do not know. I should probably know the full reference to that.
Well, I don't know about Eric Church, but I know Nate Bargatze was in Greensboro today.
Well, that was, I think it was Eric Church's bar where Morgan Wallen had that infamous chair throwing accident.
I like Nate
yes.
Bargatze. I can't wait to watch his new movie.
You seen where the world of Banana Ball is next weekend, Matthew?
I liked him until I found out he was a damn bastard Vanderbilt fan.
Yeah, he's based in Nashville, so that's unsurprising.
You mentioned Greensboro. It's not Greensboro, it's Charlotte. They are in next week.
Oh, okay. Banana Ball. Are they at Bank of
Yes.
America?
You're going to make me search up Banana Ball schedule on the back straight on one to go. They are at Truist Field. Would you look at that?
Truist.
Oh, that's where the Knights play. That's where the Charlotte Knights minor league team
Maybe
plays.
I'll turn up there like I did at the Truist Championship.
Yeah, you and Collins. I doubt Collins will be in Banana Ball.
If I show up at a Banana Ball game, JT will. He'll have a conniption.
Pace car in 3. Right, have fun, guys, unless if you want it again.
Thank you, JT. Do whatever you
Have
want.
fun.
I don't care. You too. Good Lord. Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe again on the front
back,
row.
please?
It'll be 80 laps to go when we get green into the restart zone. Denny Hamlin takes off at a proper time this time around, and off we go. Once again in Nashville. Hamlin a good restart, a nose in front of Chase Briscoe. 4 rows back, Tyler Reddick flares high. He'll take it 3 wide with Chase Elliott, who drives it between Michael McDowell and Kyle Larson.
Big drive from Elliott, but it's Hamlin who gets away. It's all Gibbs at the front because Bell now to the inside of Briscoe for the number 2 position. Side by side they go. Briscoe high, Bell low.
Those two JGR teammates battle for second, while another JGR car out in front with clean air on the nose of Denny Hamlin's Toyota tries to take off. Chase Elliott closes in on the battle between Bell and Briscoe. Then it's Larson, Reddick, and Michael McDowell who had to walk it up the banking.
He did have to walk it up the bank, and here's the battle for second. It's Bell to the inside of Briscoe as they continue to battle for that number 2 position. A lot of team symmetry. Gibbs 1, 2, 3, then Hendrick 4 and 5.
Briscoe and Bell just will not finish this fight amongst each other. They flash across the line. Briscoe a nose in front. Bell draws back even on the way to 1. All the while, Denny Hamlin gets further and further away.
Yeah, Bell nor Briscoe can break away from the other. They continue to battle for second place going into turn number 3. Bell has a good take on the inside. Briscoe, though, fights back on the high side, still side by side for second. Bell by a skosh.
Bell glued on the bottom, squeezes up. Briscoe is still to his right elbow. They're dead even across the line, separated by only 12 one-thousandths of a second. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson sticking behind 4th and 5th.
Is Bell going to finally be able to clear Briscoe off the corner? Whoa, Briscoe got the wall. He tried to clear Briscoe, and Briscoe got the wall. Didn't hurt him, though. In fact, Briscoe got the spot by a scotch for about 2 seconds. Bell fights back on the inside. Great racing between the 2 Gibbs teammates.
And Denny Hamlin just continues to pull away. He gapped him by another 1/10.5 that lap. His lead is 0.8 of a second. Briscoe pulls down, tries to side draft Bell and pull him back. On the way to 1. Bell on the bottom. Briscoe winds it up around the top.
Winds it up around the top, and he's going to have the spot, it looks like. Now, can Bell fight back going into turn number 3? This battle continues to be rock solid and hot and heavy. It's Bell, it's Briscoe, it's second place the battle.
William Byron fans, he has pulled his 24 car off the racetrack, running in the 32nd position now after the incident that he was involved with Darrell Wallace Jr. Still the battle for second rages on. Bell cannot get around Briscoe.
He cannot. And Briscoe is going to now slide up in front of him. So move Briscoe up. Meanwhile, boy, Carson Hocevar's been everywhere tonight, Matthew. He got way loose on the approach to turn 3 just a moment ago, and he hit the wall as well. He has kept the car pointed in the right direction for the present time.
So Briscoe clears Bell for second. And now Chad Fincham is slow on the racetrack. Thank you, JT. Chad Fincham is slow on the racetrack and coasting.
No one saw that.
Back to pit road. So Fincham is on the access road through turns 3 and 4. Looks like he'll make it to pit road. Hopefully he will, to keep another caution from flying. So Hamlin away with the lead by 9/10 of a second. Briscoe finally cleared Bell. So it's Briscoe and Bell second and third. Elliott fourth. Larson fifth. And finally, Seth, we've gotten through a restart, and we've been able to make more than 2 or 3 laps without a yellow.
Correct. Reddick 6th, McDowell 7th, Van Gisbergen 8th, Gibbs 9th, and Jones rounds out your top 10.
No one saw that fast forward.
So leaders back to the line.
Ty Dillon's 11th. What kind of sorcery is this?
But we appreciate it. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's been all over the place tonight.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Yeah, thank you. Ryan Blaney, who pitted under the last caution on some fresher tires, trying to make his way through traffic. Former leader of the race is mired back in 15th. The running order has just been up and down, left and right, and all over the place all night long. But now, as we get closer to crunch time with 71 laps to go, it's Denny Hamlin at the front, trying to score a Nashville victory. He's been good here in the past, but he hasn't been able to score a Nashville win. And you talk about the running order being all over the place tonight, Seth. Denny Hamlin has been as well. After starting on the pole and jumping the initial start, had to serve a drive-through penalty on lap 4. He dropped all the way to stone last and has brought his way back to the lead here with 70 to go.
Amazing. Meanwhile, Bell's not done with Briscoe. Out of turn number 2. Matthew never picked it up, so I'll keep talking. Briscoe has the spot over Bell by about 2 car lengths. Going into turn number 3, Bell drives it in, but really can't make too much headway. Briscoe remains in the second spot.
Bell just continuing to search for clean air. He hasn't had it on the nose of that Camry all night long, but we all get the sense that if he ever were to find that clean air, he could jet away to what would be his first win of the season.
Hamlin now by 6/10 of a second over Briscoe. Now it's 3 more tenths back to Bell as they continue to motor down the back straightaway. 26 cars on the lead lap. Last of those is Corey Hine. Austin Dillon, the first car 1 lap down to the 27th position.
Yeah, he's been trying to get that lap back for a long, long time, JT.
Apologies to Gate Crash again, but the day has come. Bob Pockcrass has been corrected.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Bob Pockcrass, who is reporting not from trackside this weekend, he's not at Nashville, said Berry is out of the race as well. Berry, Wallace, Byron, Bowman, Keselowski, Allmendinger, Priest, Chastain, and Zilich are all out of the race. The official number 24 team account posted, "Hi, comma, we are not officially out, comma, Bob." And Bob Pockcrass responded with, "Sorry, ... Byron is still listed as quote mark off, quote mark, and could return, full stop."
He is in Detroit, is Bob, or at least he was earlier in the day. He might be back home in New York by now, but he was in Detroit covering
is that where he lives, New York?
Race. Yes, he does. He splits time in New York and Charlotte. As the leaders come off of turn 4, the top 3 separated by only a handful of car lengths. 6/10 of a second separating leader Denny Hamlin from third place Christopher Bell. We've got some laps on the tires here on this run, Seth, and Bell coming back closer towards the front. I really like the look of that 20 car if he could just get to the front.
I do too. It's good night nurse if he gets to the front, I'm telling you. And there he goes. He really gained up on Briscoe there.
Bell gets a good run off of 4. Now he's underneath the spoiler of that Bass Pro Shops Toyota. Fight for second might be broiling. All of this is only 4, maybe 5 car lengths behind the leader, Hamlin. Bell, oh boy, he shoots up the racetrack in 1 and 2. I don't think that was purposeful.
That was definitely not. Like me on a video, he went to go to the inside. He must have hit something on that when his two wheels went down to the apron. He must have hit an imaginary bulb somewhere on the track as he just shot up through Narnia. He shot up like he was heading back towards Knoxville, but apparently he is A-okay.
He'll try to recoil and go back after Briscoe again. The leaders shoot to turn 1. They're clear of 4th place Chase Elliott by about a second.
They are indeed. So this is a Joe Gibbs Racing partay at the present time. Still 64 laps to go, and there will be, I would assume, at least one more pit stop for these guys.
Yep, everyone's got to pit again for fuel. And obviously they would change tires as well. Bell once again
You'll never guess what.
draws in on Briscoe for second. What's that?
24 back in the race.
There you go. Here's Bell. Climbs the banking of 1 and 2. Briscoe driving defensive to try to keep his teammate behind him.
Yeah, they're gaining on Hamlin.
Yeah.
They are absolutely gaining on Hamlin. We're about to have 3 under a blanket here, and Joe Gibbs about to be the most nervous man in these United States. Briscoe in the surge. He'll stay second, though, as he fended off Bell.
They clear turn 4 and come back to the line, and Chase Elliott is starting to draw ever closer to the top 3. He just chopped 0.2 of a second off of the deficit. Briscoe charges the middle of 1 and 2 and gets close to the back bumper of race leader Hamlin.
Hamlin got a good corner exit, though, and now legs it back by a car length. Bell now back to the bumper of Briscoe. So Briscoe falls into the clutches of Bell. Hamlin's still your leader, but the 3 Gibbs cars under a blanket.
Yeah, they are right together here, Hamlin, Briscoe, and Bell. They flash across the line, 61 laps to go. Still a long way to settle the Cracker Barrel 400, but this would be a good way to settle it between these 3 at the front.
It could be 1, 2, 3, 9 for Joe Gibbs. Chase Briscoe now trying to reel Denny Hamlin in again. Now Bell has a good run. His Briscoe car kind of stalled out on corner entry. I'm sure Joe's thinking, whatever you do, guys, please don't take each other out.
Is that Joe Gibbs's? That it could be 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's, yeah, Joe Gibbs's.
As we close in on midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. local time in Nashville, Bell will take it to the bottom of 1 and 2, unable to pull up alongside the 19.
So Briscoe now continuing to pull ever closer, but boy, when he gets into the corner, he loses ground, and Bell gains ground on Briscoe. Briscoe tried to hit, Bell tried to get into Briscoe, and it cost Bell.
Yeah, Briscoe came down, took the air off the nose of Bell, who had to bail out of the throttle. He loses 2 car lengths to Briscoe, and in the meantime, Chase Elliott gets ever closer at 4th.
Yeah, these 3 continue. That's another reason why Gibbs is like, please sort this out, because my nemesis, Mr. H, might get a win, might steal a win if y'all keep this up. So this is getting absolutely bonkers here. Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell, all under a blanket. Briscoe got a good run, center of the corner.
Briscoe's got a terrific run on the exit of 4 in the slipstream of Hamlin, as again they flash across the line, and Chase Elliott just continues to get closer to the top 3. He's cut it down by 0.6 of a second over the last 3 laps.
1, 2, 3, Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell, all in a row down the back straightaway. Denny Hamlin continues to show the way. Bell now gains on Briscoe on the approach to turn 3. Bell goes about a half a groove higher than Briscoe.
Trying any way he can to get around Briscoe. Again, he closes in on the front stretch, but Briscoe's closing in on Hamlin. In turn 1, Briscoe throws it hard to the bottom of the corner. Now Christopher Bell loads up around the outside. He might get around Briscoe this time around.
He's going to be clear for the moment. Well, not clear. He's going to be, has a nose out in front for second place, does Bell. Briscoe will try to fight back on the inside, but Bell is too strong. Bell to second. Now he's hunting the lead.
Bell right round the outside of Chase Briscoe. Up into second he goes. Now he puts the crosshairs on the back of the blue and white number 11 of Denny Hamlin, and Bell is charging. Hamlin has Bell fill up his rearview mirrors. Bell climbs the banking. Hamlin tries to drive defensively through 2.
He keeps Bell at bay for the present time, but it might be a matter of when, not if. Here's Bell to the outside. Chad Fincham moving chicane. Look out, Chad! They're going to go 3 wide around him. Bell with a move.
Bell splits the middle between Fincham to his right and Hamlin to his left. And by the time they get back to turn 1, Christopher Bell fireballs his way to the lead. Denny Hamlin tries to counter back. Unable to do so. Christopher Bell to the front.
It might be good night nurse now. Bell to the race lead on lap 246. He clears Hamlin. Briscoe remains third. Elliott has stabilized to the fourth position. But Christopher Bell, the new leader here in Nashville.
Christopher Bell leading a race this season for the 9th time, and he might be able to sprint away now. Bell, who has not won yet this year and has had a lot of kooky things happen to him to keep him from winning, out in front when it matters the most in Nashville.
Bell, the race leader, with 54 laps to go. 54 circuits around the mile and a third. Hamlin is second, but Christopher Bell has a 3-car length lead as Hamlin gets a little loose.
Yeah, and Bell's starting to hopscotch away from the rest of the field behind. He just added 0.3 of a second to his lead that last lap. Bell by half a second.
Bell continuing to pull away. Hamlin running in that number 2 position. Real quick, Briscoe, third, Elliott, fourth. Fifth is Kyle Larson. Tyler Reddick is sixth. Seventh is Michael McDowell. Eighth, Shane Van Gisbergen. Ninth, Ty Gibbs. 10th, Eric Jones.
Yeah, the terrific runs tonight for McDowell, Van Gisbergen, and Jones continues, and it also does for Zane Smith, who runs 11th. Carson Hocevar, despite scraping the wall earlier in this run, runs 13th, and Ryan Blaney has been able to make up some ground on his fresh tires. He's up to 12th, but he's some 10 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell has not won since the playoff race at Bristol last fall. That's a long run without a win for a guy this talented and for a team that is this stacked with, like, Joe Gibbs Racing. Remember, last year Bell won 3 races in a row right at the beginning of the season. Races 2, 3, and 4. He won at Atlanta, Circuit of the Americas in Phoenix. Didn't win again until that Bristol race, and now has not won since. I mentioned some of the strange things that's kept him from winning this year. He was leading at Texas when a lapped car spun in front of him. He nearly avoided it, but it was Todd Gilliland who came down and clipped him. That sent Bell into the wall. He also looked to be in a good position to win at Charlotte last weekend in the 600 with a tire advantage on race leader Daniel Suarez. He could not pass Suarez before the caution came for rain, and then it never restarted. He was up front late at Kansas in overtime and got basically shouldered into the wall by one of his teammates. He led laps at Talladega, got shuffled out late there, and ended up in a last lap crash. Bell has been good this year, Seth, but just any number of things has kept him from going to victory lane, and with no playoffs this year, it's all about points, and when you have those crazy, kooky things happen to you, it might be just circumstance, but it really cost you points, and he's 8th in the championship. He and his team believes that they're better than that.
Yeah, I would tend to think that as well.
So Bell leads now by more than a second, by a second and a half now on Denny Hamlin, who might be holding up Chase Briscoe just a bit. Hamlin's car seems to be fading. We mentioned Blaney running in 12th. He's running down Zane Smith. Now I will tell you about Zane Smith here and what Prime is getting to on this. We've had a lot of caution laps lately, and apparently Zane Smith is really working overtime to try to save fuel. Perhaps there are some teams out there that are looking to not pit again before this race finishes. We'll see.
Interesting. Well, I mean, how many laps did Logano run on a field when he won here a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it was
like 60.
Oh, it was more than that. It was a heroic run on fuel. And remember, that was the race Zane Smith finished second behind him.
Yeah. Actually, it was maybe it was 90, wasn't it?
Yeah,
80,
it was a large number of laps.
So, whoa, Zane got a bit sideways there coming out of turn 4. But, all right, hey, some strategery. I like it.
He ran Logano at the end of that race that went into 5 overtimes, stretched his fuel 110 laps around a mile and a third track.
That's insane. Like, I remember tweeting about it, but I forgot the exact amount. That is, I don't know how they didn't confiscate that car, honestly.
Went 146 miles on his last tank of fuel. to win.
And
that.
every NASCAR fan rates that as one of their most hated victories because of what eventually happened to Logano.
Yes. Yeah, they've got the fuel burn bar up on Prime, and according to that, they have Zane Smith going about 5 miles a gallon right now. So there's some fuel saving going on, and I know that's a dirty word in NASCAR land. Right now, you do have Michael McDowell on pit road. He was running 7th. McDowell is on pit road this lap with 44 to go. And also, Seth, we might have a change at 2nd.
No might about it. Chase Briscoe makes the pass on Denny Hamlin. He goes to 2nd place. I like the strategy from the 30. Okay, there's no winning you're in anymore, but you know what? A rare chance to steal a win? Why not? Hamlin's in.
Yeah, Hamlin had been really backing up, as we said, and he might have even been holding up his teammate Chase Briscoe. So Hamlin, who was running in 3rd after Briscoe got around him, comes to pit road with 43 laps left. So the Chesterfield, Virginia driver will bring his Progressive Toyota onto pit road. Number 1 pit stall, of course, after he won the pole based on the metric, brings it to the attention of his Chris Gale-led crew. Right side tires off and on this Progressive Toyota, painted blue and white. Onto the left side, Sunoco fuel going in. They don't have to wait on fuel, don't need to fill it all the way up to get 42 laps, and Hamlin is away. So Hamlin pits before his teammates at the front, Bell and Briscoe. We'll wait to see how long it takes James Small and Adam Stevens to call their drivers to pit road for their final scheduled stop of the night. Bell coming off turn 4. He's not pitting, but Chase Briscoe is. So Briscoe comes off the banking of turn 4. He'll hit pit road for the final scheduled time tonight. Here he is, peeling into his pit box. Right side tires going on. Sunoco Racing fuel engaged. No visible adjustments on this car. Crew to the left side, jacked up on 1 pump. He is away. Briscoe with a very quick stop, and we'll see where he comes out on the racetrack in comparison to Hamlin, who pitted 2 laps earlier. Now Bell to pit road. Christopher Bell will pit from the lead of this motor race. The DeWalt Toyota Camry. They need a good pit stop here with the 20 crew as Bell looks for his first win since Bristol last fall. Bell into his box, right on the marks. They jack up the right side on 1 pump. Right side tires off and on. Left side's going on. He's got a clean entry out of his box because there's an opening in the pit wall right in front of him. That pays dividends. Bell gets away. Briscoe has stayed ahead of Hamlin on the racetrack. Now can Bell come out after staying out longer than his teammates ahead of Briscoe and Hamlin? This could decide the race right here, Seth. The blend off turn 2. Is Bell still in front? I believe so.
Yes, sir, he is. As an on-rushing Tyler Reddick is going to go by him, but Bell is in front of Briscoe. That's who we need to be ahead of, and he is. Not by a lot, but he is ahead.
Tyler Reddick has now assumed the lead of the race because after those 3 Gibbs cars pitted, so too did Chase Elliott. So Reddick, who's running right between Bell and Briscoe, he's the leader of the race, but he owes us a pit stop. Ty Gibbs is 2nd, Eric Jones is 3rd. Then comes Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney, Seth, who we are probably going to have to watch here. Those 2 pitted under the last caution to top off on fuel. Perhaps Zane Smith and Ryan Blaney are going to attempt to go the rest of the way without stopping. They have to make 37 more laps.
In addition to the laps they've already burnt. Look at my inner redneck coming out. Burned. No, we're not talking about burnt food, you redneck. Idiot. You redneck yokel. Burned.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
I'm enunciating. It's like Jeff Foxworthy said, that's why everybody hated Jeff Gordon, because he enunciated.
This is very interesting on Zane Smith. He's just been told by his crew chief, Ryan Bergenti, that he is making his fuel target right now. Now, Ryan Blaney right behind him. Those 2 are both on the same strategy. So Blaney right behind Smith, but Blaney trying to save fuel as well. Shane Van Gisbergen trying to get around Blaney. Van Gisbergen has just come off pit road. He's on fresh tires.
Update from Lincoln. Ole Miss has walked off Arizona State. Rebs to the Super Regionals.
Blaney and Smith are trying to go 83 laps. I've just done the math. They're trying to go 83 laps to the finish without pitting, and just behind those two, Seth, is Riley Herbst, who actually pitted 3 laps later. Make that 2 laps later. So Herbst has 2 laps more of fuel than Smith or Blaney. So right now, you've got Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, and Riley Herbst trying to snooker everyone on fuel. Tyler Reddick pits this lap from the lead.
We'll give the lead to Ty Gibbs.
And again, Gibbs and Jones, who now run first and second, they cannot make it these last 34 laps without pitting. They will have to pit. So as you look at timing and scoring on your screen, the important number to look at is the delta between Zane Smith at 3rd and Christopher Bell at 10th. Right now, Smith is about 20 seconds ahead of Bell. To put that to you visually on the racetrack, Smith just came across the line as Christopher Bell exits turn 2. Ty Gibbs comes to pit road. The Monster Energy number 54 will come to the attention of his pit crew. It hands the lead to Eric Jones, and then once Jones pits, we'll set the scene for about the last 30 laps of this race and see if one of Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, or Riley Herbst can make it to the end on fuel. Also, among with those 3 that have not yet pitted, but they're well behind, is Chris Buescher, Noah Gregson, and Daniel Suarez. And just as I say that, Noah Gregson comes to pit road. If this thing goes green the rest of the way, Seth, the battle for the win might be Zane Smith versus Ryan Blaney versus Riley Herbst.
Well, you brought up a good point about when you mentioned the Bell interval. That would be my other worry, too. If you make it on fuel, Bell's tires would be what... Even if Bell's tires by the end of the race would be worn, they'd still be fresher than these 2.
Right. This could very well turn into a situation like we had at Watkins Glen, with drivers at the front trying to save fuel, while Shane Van Gisbergen at Watkins Glen, and tonight it's Christopher Bell, uses his fresh tires and fuel to charge and bridge the gap. That was Eric Jones just coming to pit road. So the leader of this race now becomes Zane Smith, with Ryan Blaney just behind. Now, I know we said Riley Herbst is on the same strategy as those 2, and he is, Seth, but he's not with them. He's 7 seconds behind the 38 and 12.
Correct.
So he's not going to run them down. He needs both of those 2 to run out.
Correct. So, good old-fashioned fuel race. I know it's past Pierre Moss's bedtime, but I'd say it's been a while since we've had one of these, though. This is going to be fun if it can just stay green.
Ty Gibbs ripping around the outside of Smith on much fresher tires. Same for Tyler Reddick. Gibbs and Reddick getting themselves back on the lead lap, currently scored 15th and 16th. Reddick, who of course has 9 top 5s across the first 13 races of the season, might not be in line for a top 5 tonight. Here comes Smith out of turn 4 into the line. 28 laps to go. A long way to go for them. 1, to make it on fuel. 2, to hold off Bell. 3, for there not to be a caution. But again, Zane Smith was just told a handful of laps ago by Ryan Berginti, his crew chief, that he is reaching his goal of a fuel number by the lap times that he's laying down. And you can see on timing and scoring on your screen, Zane Smith's last lap was a 31.1. Christopher Bell's last lap was a 30 flat. So Bell is lapping about 1 second faster than Smith and Blaney at the front of this field. Bell is currently 14 seconds behind. You don't need me to tell you the math. If he keeps going 1 second a lap faster than these 2, with 27 laps to go, Bell's going to have plenty of time to get there and pass. Blaney is going to pit this lap. So they've thrown in the towel there. So Jonathan Hassler...
They have a good chase position, and it's whatever for them. Zane Smith is he doesn't get these chances very often.
Quick two-tire stop for Blaney to try to limit the damage done by making this pit stop so much later. 26 laps to go. And I think Zane Smith, in his pursuit of a first win, they've really come up with a good strategy, but I don't think they have a winning hand. They've got good cards. They've got good cards, but they don't have a straight flush.
No.
Bell last time around as he crosses the line was faster again by 1.1 seconds.
But he was 4/10 slower than he was a couple of laps ago.
Yes.
Matthew?
JT?
Bob has officially sent the tweet and has got it correct this time. Due to the reason that Byron cannot gain any more spots due to how the lap's down, they are parking it for the night. Byron is now officially out.
Yep, and you see that
24 team, officials team, and Bob Pockrass confirmed.
You see that reflected on timing and scoring. Byron will finish 30th tonight. All of these cars falling out of the race here in the last half of the race has really helped out the 66 team, and Chad Fincham, he's running 29th as we speak. Zane Smith stays on the racetrack.
Have fun, I'm disappearing.
Completes another lap. Thanks, JT, as always. 23 laps to go.
5:07 a.m.
As Smith once again has cars on much
Happy
fresher
Monday.
tires.
Happy June!
Yes, happy June to us on the East Coast as well. Well, this is a good effort from Ryan Berginti and Zane Smith. But again, it just doesn't seem like the math is going to work out for them to be able to make it all the way without stopping and hold the lead. His gap on Bell is now 8 seconds. And again, that last time around, Bell was a second and a half faster than Smith that last lap.
A matter of when, not if, I'm afraid. Again, you give Zane Smith all the credit in the world for trying, and this team for trying something different. Because where are they at? I mean, like, they're not going to make the chase. I mean, where are they at? Like 27th, 28th, if that low in points? Try something. Try to get your driver a first win, but
21st
doesn't look like it's. You said 31st?
21st.
21st. Oh, better than I thought. Okay, but still, you try something different. Give your driver a chance to get his first win. It's a very admirable effort, but it's too many laps.
And even though it might not result in a win, if he can make it to the end without stopping for fuel again, he still may get a top 10. He scored a top 10 last week at Charlotte. And again, maybe they're thinking that they can make a run to make the chase, 21st in the championship. And remember, you also have drivers around that chase cut line that's had all kinds of issues tonight. Austin Cindric is 3 laps down in 27th. Ryan Preece is out of the race. A.J. Allmendinger is out of the race. If they could get this to the finish in the top 10, Smith could gain a big chunk of points and still be in the mix as we head to the final dozen races of the regular season. 19 laps to go. He leads Riley Herbst by 4 seconds. He leads Christopher Bell by 4.7. Bell is 1.1 seconds ahead of Chase Briscoe. We anticipate that to be the battle for the win. And right now, Christopher Bell has a good gap on him. Herbst is going to come to pit road this lap and give up the second position.
Well.
Oh, and Briscoe, whoa, I said Briscoe was 1.1 seconds behind Bell, but Bell got hung up in traffic there behind Cole Custer, Seth, and Briscoe closes.
I don't think Zane Smith would be overly offended if Briscoe got to messing with Bell.
No. Not at all.
So Briscoe goes by, as we go back to try turn announcing, Briscoe having trouble with the lap machine of Cole Custer, but he gets by him.
So Briscoe clears Custer, and now Briscoe is only about 4, maybe 3 car lengths behind Christopher Bell.
Good
races
Lord,
to
Bell
the
gained a
outside
whole second.
of Todd Gilliland. Yeah, Bell is ripping it in comparison to Zane Smith.
I mean, Zane Smith just trying to limp on a wing and a prayer at this stage. Bell is about 3 car lengths ahead of Briscoe going into turn 3. Now Bell having to deal with Riley Herbst, who, boy, that was a quick pit stop for him to get back there, and so that quickly. So Bell by Herbst.
20 races since Christopher Bell last went to victory lane at Bristol last September in the night race. He's 3 seconds behind Zane Smith, 16 laps to go.
Yep, so Bell trying to just get closer and closer, and Smith just backing up on old tires. I mean, was it 6 laps ago? We saw him just backing up to everybody, and Herbst is going to come in again. He must have either had a penalty or he must have missed the pit.
That's such a shame for Riley, who could have still had a good top 20 finish, but this second pit stop late will spoil that. Bell muscles his way around Busher as Briscoe is really backslid these last couple of laps.
So, yeah, and now the matter of when not only one car separates Zane Smith from Christopher Bell. That's Joey Logano on the exit of 4.
Smith in his green and black number 38 SpeedyCash.com Ford for Front Row Motorsports. His lead with 14 laps to go is dwindling fast, and he might not even have it when they come around with 13 laps to go.
Logano is the buffer car. But Smith's backing up to Logano almost. This is a matter of when, not if. Here comes Bell to the outside. He's going to stay put for now, but it's only a matter of time.
Smith has no defense here. He'll yield to drivers left at the start-finish line. He leads with 13 laps to go. He will not be leading with 12 to go. Christopher Bell around his outside will make the pass. Christopher Bell goes to the lead.
One car way off the pace, it looks like, here on the back straightaway. That's Chad Fincham, of course it is.
Oh,
now one car to the wall. It's Chris Busher. Chris Busher blows a tire and smacks the wall in turn number 3. Caution is out. Holy cow.
Well, what a break for Zane Smith, because now with only 15 cars on the lead lap, Smith can come down pit road under this caution, bolt on fresh tires, put enough fuel in the tank to get him to the finish, and he can still come up with a good finish in this race. So for Smith, this is a break. For Bell, it is not. Caution comes out, 12 laps to go. And this is going to change the complexion of the finish of this race mightily. It happened right behind the leader, Seth.
I think it's another blown rotor. Yeah, just the racetrack it went. Just
wow.
Well, now does this make things interesting?
It sure does. We know Zane Smith will pit to get fresh tires and to get enough fuel. Who else pits? Because it's been about 30 laps since the leaders came to pit road. Lap 260 for Bell, 259 for Briscoe, 257 for Hamlin.
Oregon has beat Oregon State, so Oregon will go to Austin next week to play Texas in a super regional. Also, Alabama has punched its ticket to a super regional. So, man, Arkansas just got knocked out. Vandy and LSU didn't even make it. Thought it was home free. Florida, Georgia, and Alabama and Kentucky still alive, though. I hate too many teams. That's just it. You have bandwagon people that love to. I hate too many teams, man. It's not good for my health. I need you to. You're doing a good job of, stepping aside from your biases. You need to teach me how to do that in terms of teams I hate. Texas still in there. God bless. Southern Cal's going to force a 7th game, it would appear. They're up 14-3 at the bottom of the 8th inning.
Pit road should be open this time around. Who comes in?
Speaking of liking a lot of teams and the 25 teams he roots for in all the different sports, Adam Limerus is in the chat.
Pit road not open this lap, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Adam in the comments says...
And he, of course, he goes out of his way to tell us where SVG is. Is it the SVG update channel?
Go Carolina Hurricanes. Stanley Cup final starts on Tuesday. Glad to have you with us, Adam. Glad to have everyone with us here tonight as the viewership number grows as we get closer to the finish of this race, which is 10 laps away as we're past midnight on the East Coast, past 11 local time in Nashville.
Why do I get a feeling we're not close to done?
We might not be. 20 races since car 20 has gone to victory lane. If he wins tonight, it would be career win number 20.
Numerology in full effect here.
We try to do that for you. We try to do
I'm
the best we can.
I knew there's a reason I picked him in the racing game this week. Who might argue the numbers?
Here's
That's what
Chase.
the analytics people say.
Chase Briscoe Radio.
My problem right now. What's the issue? Just shake or? The ton of shit. Come on, like I just blow a rotor at any point. Yeah, you're not going to blow a rotor. The rotors are fine.
There you go. So
Chase Briscoe worried about his brakes.
They're gonna need more than brakes now.
He's conversating with spotter Drew Herring, former driver himself.
There's that one guy back there like he's got his hands up in the air, like he just don't care back there on the pit box. Race the roof, whoop, whoop. That's what he looks like he was doing back there.
Pit Road, I don't believe, has been opened yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, or else we'd see got cars in there. Or maybe they just realized the advantage clean air. Well, Zane Smith would have pitted by now because it's just his tires are so far gone.
Yeah, again, Zane.
I would have said something about maybe you'll see more stay out than normal because we've seen the advantage staying out is produced.
Yeah, I agree with that. Our Cabin in the Woods is here. Glad to have you with us as Ryan Blaney fan here.
Our Cabin in the Woods. Gatlinburg?
Blaney currently running 11th, as you see. I don't know. All these laps turned under caution. Maybe they won't pit Zane.
Well, to me, I'm not worried about the fuel. I'm just worried about the tires.
Right.
I mean, he was backing up to everybody. He looked like he was. To use a term I used from trucks, I thought he was sprinting up a down escalator.
Let's listen to his radio here if we can.
Tired, you know what I mean? I don't know if you got the pace to run with these guys with that many cars.
Zane Smith came on and he said, well, it's not my right front, it's my right rear. So could 2 tires work for the 38? We'll see if they maybe take that risk like the 7 did last week.
It does sound like they are planning to pit. But goodness, taking a long time to open up pit road. I know the accident happened on the approach to turn 3, but goodness, wasting a lot of laps here without opening pit road.
By the way, a certain commentator, color commentator in the booth who everybody loves, just uttered the phrase, the 17 of Briscoe. Bet that'll get glossed over.
As you can see on your screen, the number in green next to Denny Hamlin's name indicates that Hamlin currently owns the Xfinity fastest lap point. If that holds up for the rest of the race and he finishes on the lead lap, Hamlin will receive 1 additional championship point. Pit road is open this time. Bell does not pit, but Zane Smith does. Chase Briscoe acted like he was going to pit, then stayed out. Also on pit road with Smith comes Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell, and a few others. So that only helps Zane Smith even more that others have come to pit road with him. So Zane Smith, they just took 2 tires on Zane. I don't know, it felt like they had time to take 4 with so few cars on pit road. He gets out ahead of Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell, Carson Hocevar, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 2 tires for Zane and Tyler, 4 for Blaney, McDowell, Hocevar, Stenhouse, and Ty Dillon, who give a call to Ty, has hung around on the lead lap here, and will restart with a chance at a top 10.
He's been in the top 15 for most of this stage.
Yep. So 9 drivers stayed out. Bell, Briscoe, Hamlin, Elliott, all the way down to 9th place Shane Van Gisbergen.
Oh, boy.
This will be a regulation attempt at a restart. This is not overtime. Don't tell Prime that.
As well as O'Boyen.
Yeah, Glenn says, little late in the South. See how this ends. He mentioned earlier, too, Paulsbo. Love you guys. We have a Paulsbo, Washington fan base. Who knew?
I tell you, isn't alternative broadcasting great? What a world, man. Paulsbo, Washington represent.
16 cars on the lead lap.
Getting late for him, 9:21 Eastern. For some people, we'll call that late, like my co-partner here. He's an old soul.
Well, we're not going to need 5 overtimes this time around. I haven't eaten, and tomorrow again is Monday. This is not.
This is why you eat before you go on the air.
I don't love to eat a big meal before going on the air.
Well, I mean, I would rather that than be hungry with 6 laps to go and affect my performance.
Well, let's see if we
I had a couple of burgers back around 5 o'clock.
See if we get one to go this time around.
They're looking like they might do the choose. Hamlin's backing up a little bit. That tells me it might be choose time. Yep, here we go.
All right, so
we're
4
laps.
1 to go. Bell will take the inside, Briscoe outside. Then in row 2, it'll be Hamlin on the inside, Elliott on the outside, and Elliott will have his teammate Kyle Larson right behind him on the outside of row 3. So yes, a 4-lap sprint to the finish here in Nashville. Christopher Bell trying to snap a 20-race winless drought. Hasn't won since Bristol last September. Chase Briscoe's last win was Talladega last fall. Denny Hamlin has won earlier this year. Chase Elliott with 2 wins this year. And Kyle Larson, the reigning series champion, has not won in 37 races. Shane Van Gisbergen will line up 6th, looking for his first oval triumph. Also looking for his best oval finish, which was 9th at Kansas a couple of years ago. Here we go, Seth.
Close up the honky-tonks. It's about to get to closing time. 4 laps to settle it here in Nashville. Bell, Briscoe, Hamlin, Elliott, Van Gisbergen. Matthew, take us home. Here we go.
Towards the restart zone, Christopher Bell, the control car, inside of row 1. Green flag up in the air. 4 laps to settle it in Nashville. Bell goes up to cover off Briscoe, leaves the bottom open for Hamlin. Bell shoots across the nose of Hamlin. In turns 1 and 2, they're 5 wide, middle of the pack. Kyle Larson caught up high and going backwards.
Hamlin underneath Bell for the race lead. Hamlin and Bell are side by side. Bell drives it into the number 3 corner. Hamlin, though, in the middle of the corner, gets a better drive. Dead even, they almost touch.
It's winning time, and Denny Hamlin shows up to the inside of Christopher Bell. The teammates side by side at the line with 3 to go. Bell stuffs it into 1 on the top. Hamlin on the bottom, elbow to elbow for the lead.
Chase Briscoe says, keep it up and I might steal a win. Briscoe trying to figure out who to get behind. It's Bell by half a nose over Hamlin on the approach to 3. Briscoe backs off a little bit. Bell to the outside, has the power drive. Will he clear? No.
Bell's got a nose in front out of 4. Hamlin charges back to his inside. Door to door as they cross the line to start the penultimate lap. Hamlin a nose in front going to 1. He drifts up. Gonna try to elbow Bell wide. Can't do it. They're still dead even for the lead and the win.
On a Tennessee Sunday night, it's Hamlin and Bell fighting for the race lead. Hamlin drives it into the number 3 corner. He's got the lead. Bell makes contact with him. They both go up the track. Here comes Briscoe. Bell lap.
3 cars under a blanket coming to the white flag. Bell crowds Hamlin low. Briscoe jumps to the outside of both of his teammates. 3 wide on the final lap. Bell goes deep into 1, climbs the banking. It leaves the bottom open for Hamlin.
Power move by Hamlin. Does Bell have one last assault? Here he goes. Hail Mary time going into turn 3. Bell drives it on the outside, but he washes up the track. Hamlin's clear off 4.
Denny Hamlin off turn 4 looking for the checkered flag. He started first. He was running last, but he'll finish first. Denny Hamlin wins in Nashville. Oh, a huge crash after the finish. Tyler Reddick has crashed a ton along with Chase Elliott. Reddick has hit the wall incredibly hard right at the finish. Denny Hamlin scores the victory, outdueling a pair of Joe Gibbs Racing teammates to the checkered flag. Out of absolutely nowhere, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. pops up to finish 4th. And it's Denny Hamlin snatching victory away. Wow.
That's gotta be a sick feeling for Christopher Bell, given that he probably had the best car on the property. Zane Smith's strategy did work to its opt-in. He ends up 9th unofficially. I would like to see a replay of that Reddick crash. Wow. What a banger finish.
And Reddick is out of his car, thankfully. It looks like he is hit head on into someone or something. That looks like a very frightening impact for Reddick, but he is out of his car. Denny Hamlin with a spectacular victory, the 62nd of his career, moves him to within 1 of his longtime teammate Kyle Busch on the all-time NASCAR wins list.
His next 2 wins are going to be pretty emotional.
His first Nashville win. He's come so close here in the past, finishing 3rd in this race in 2 of the last 3 years. Tonight, he wins it on a night, or as I said, he started first, jumped the start and got penalized, had to go all the way to the back, and then spent all night long driving from the back to the front, and then snagging victory away from his 2 teammates.
I'm with you for audio, Matthew, by the way.
So Denny Hamlin with the victory, and we'll see what he gets out and says. He was teammates with Kyle Busch for many, many years, and he went on a lot of shows last week and talked about he would not be the driver that he's become if he was not teammates with Kyle Busch. He climbs out of the car and salutes the fans. We'll see what the reaction is as Denny Hamlin scores his 2nd victory of the season, scored earlier this year at Las Vegas. Fireworks illuminate the nighttime sky in Nashville. Let's go down to the racetrack and hear this celebration with Kim Kuhn of Prime to talk with Denny.
What a finish between you and your JGR teammates. How did you pull it off, that late restart in those last laps?
Well, I think the 20 and the 19 were battling so hard in that first corner. It just let me get to the inside of the 20 in the first corner there after the restart. And from there, it's just side by side with the 20. And he drove in so deep on that last lap into 1 that it just allowed me to barely clear off of 2. But, man, what an unbelievable day. Starting first, going to last, and back to first.
I was going to ask about jumping the start at the beginning of the race. A, did you agree with the call? And then B, how did you know just that you needed the patience to get through this entire race after that?
Oh, I definitely jumped the start. No doubt about that. But yeah, just looking back on it, just didn't wait quite long enough. But I want to say hi to Mari and Trish from Progressive and this whole team. Sport Clips, Martha's retiring, so happy retirement to Martha. And Jordan Brand, Yahoo, National Debt Relief, King's Hawaiian, Bob's Discount Furniture. Just thanks all the sponsors that I've got. It's just been amazing. And thank you to this sellout crowd. Appreciate y'all sticking around. It's been an honor.
How does it feel to be the first Toyota driver in the Cup Series to win here?
It's amazing.
There you have it. Denny Hamlin, a winner here at Nashville Super Speedway.
excuse me, that's a bit of a surprising statistic about the Toyota. Here's the wreck at the end.
Tyler Reddick 3 wide with Chase Elliott and Shane Van Gisbergen. He and Elliott tagged. Oh, and then Blaney turned Elliott into Reddick. That is the savage hit that we thought it was for Reddick. Head on into the wall. He finished 6th. Blaney with a head of steam on fresh tires got into the back of Elliott, turned Elliott down into Reddick. Oh, my goodness.
Whammo.
Reddick's impact was huge, and it's great to see him out of the car. There was all kinds of stuff going on behind the leaders at the finish. I have absolutely no clue how Ricky Stenhouse Jr. finished 4th. Oh, goodness, the onboard of Reddick's accident tells the tale. There was also smoke coming from a car that had gotten to pit road. Oh, it was Kyle Larson. Remember, Larson went really high on the initial restart and started just dropping like a stone, and he ended up having a flat tire, and he spun on pit entrance. That's where that big cloud of smoke came from. Good on NASCAR.
Rumor is, Matthew, he ran over a brake rotor.
I see. Good on NASCAR for not throwing the caution.
They were watching it through turn 1, 2, and then through 3 and 4 where it spun, and they said that it was clear and no caution was the words they used.
Well, Denny Hamlin gets the victory here. We will not stick around very long to wrap this one up as
Thank
we hit
you.
12:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Seth, we wrap up this one. Driver of the day and final thoughts from you, sir, after a very entertaining and wild Cracker Barrel Old Country Store 400 at Nashville.
I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to make combo driver of the day, team of the day, Zane Smith and the entire number 38 Front Row Motorsports team.
I agree.
Great call, and they get a top 10 finish out of it. Honorable mention for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was next to nowhere for 295 laps and ended up at the top 5.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I will give my driver of the day to someone I've never given it to before, but hey, when you have to, you have to. Ty Dillon ran top 15 for the majority of the second half of this race. He ends up finishing 12th. On a really good night for Colleague that could have been even better than it was. A.J. Allmendinger won stage 1 and was running 3rd when a brake rotor exploded on his car and put him hard into the wall middle portions of the race. Ty brings it home 12th. Good finish for him. Only 15 cars finished on the lead lap in this race. And just really solid runs for a number of different drivers. Stenhouse 4th, Van Gisbergen 7th. That's a new career best oval finish for Shane Van Gisbergen. We mentioned Zane Smith's top 10. Carson Hocevar hit everything but the lottery tonight, and he ends up finishing in the 10th position. Jones and Dillon just outside the top 10. Michael McDowell, a top 15. Another tough night for drivers that really don't need more tough nights, like William Byron 30th, Darrell Wallace Jr. 32nd, Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece, Ross Chastain, Connor Zilisch all failed to finish the 400 miles here tonight. Second win of the year for Denny Hamlin. He will go into Michigan next week riding high on momentum. Of course, he won the Michigan race a year ago. Always excited, always love going to Michigan, Seth. Can't wait to get there for the Michigan 400 next Sunday here on the channel at 2:30, 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
It'll be an absolute blast. I know you love going to Michigan. We had Kyle Whittingham at the IndyCar race. Please tell me we're going to have Dusty May at the race on Sunday. What a phenomenal race. Contrary to what the mouth-breathing complainers on Twitter say, this series is producing bangers, and it did again tonight. And Denny Hamlin, boy, he just finds ways to win in the most dramatic of circumstances, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does. I mean, anyone that wants to complain about this race, they were 3 wide for the win. in the final laps. I don't know what else you could want, and I know there will be people that will not want those 3 cars that are 3 wide at the finish to be Joe Gibbs Racing cars or Toyotas. But right now, they are the powerhouse program in this sport right now. Chevrolet still adjusting to their changes, and Ford just lacking speed. And on these kinds of tracks, Toyotas, and on the majority of tracks, Toyotas, they've got all the power and the muscle right now. Huge number of people tuned in tonight, a ton of comments, a ton of new subscribers.
Thank you, everybody that tuned in and commented. We appreciate you.
Yes, a huge thank you to all of you. We end the night on 842 subscribers. We added nearly 100 subscribers across this 5.5-hour broadcast. We are here, of course. We're on the channel every week for every NASCAR Cup Series race and every IndyCar race. Most of the time, it's going to be some combination. Myself, Seth Eaves, Matt White, JT. Every now and again, we'll turn it over to the JBM crew. But if you enjoyed what you listened to and watched tonight, be sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We can't wait to get to Michigan next week. Between now and then, we'll have the Stanley Cup Final and the NBA Finals getting started. And, of course, next weekend as well, we'll have the finals from Roland Garros on Saturday and Sunday. Until then, we say good night, and we congratulate Nashville's newest winner, Denny Hamlin, for Joe Gibbs Racing and Progressive, scoring the victory in the Cracker Barrel 400. We say good night from our once-a-year trip to the Music City.